Oh, it is 59. What the?
Dude, it came up on us. What's up, Chatty Gang?
Good morning, Chatty House. Ooh, it looks like Ramsey's got the belt.
Yeah, Ramsey going for it. Now, this wouldn't be a true perfect week.
Nope.
Because it's only 4 days.
It's a good showing, though.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a quality start. All right, here we go. A nice little dub last night. Nice little 2-0 138-135 win for the Kings. They get their first win of the year on the second night of a back-to-back. Now 1-4 in game 2 of back-to-backs. We love to see it. A little bit of dog, a little bit of fight. That was good to see. What's up, James? Good morning.
It would have been nice if they didn't lose the first night of a back-to-back. So they were 0-4 on the second night of a back-to-back, 4-0 on the first night of a back-to-back. Yeah. Now they're 4-1 on the first night and 1-4. I guess I'm nitpicking, but at the same time, you know,
I'm gonna wear this one a little bit. I'm gonna wear this in two ways. A lot of this is my fault. Number one, you'll remember, and I forget who said it in the chatty house, youtube.com/ESPN1320 TV. youtube.com/ESPN1320, Twitch at twitch.tv/ESPN1320 if you want to join the chatty house. Somebody in the chatty house brought up yesterday that I did say on Tuesday that I would rather the Kings lose to Charlotte and beat Orlando than vice versa. Mm-hmm. That's my bad. That's on me. My fault. I put that energy into the universe. And then I know you're exhausted. You go to every Kings home game. You don't live around the corner from the arena. You have a little bit of a commute in. You do this show. You're in here 8:30, 9 o'clock every day in the morning. And when the Kings have a home back-to-back, that is a couple of long days for you consecutively.
Yeah, they're like 16, 17-hour days.
Right. And it's a lot. And I know it sounds not to necessarily be complaining about what we do for work. It's not like we're roofing. But it's still, it's a long time to be awake. It's a long time to be focused, and you got to be locked in, and you're asking questions, you're writing, you're doing all this stuff. Anyways, it's a long day. Mm-hmm. And you do them consecutively when the Kings are on back-to-backs. And they went to 2 OTs last night on the second night of this back-to-back. And it's my bad for two things. One, Orlando, the worst shooting team in the league, hits 4 of their first 5 3-pointers. And your boy, who can't keep his damn mouth shut and can't keep his damn Twitter fingers to himself, says on the internet, hey, this is good news for the Kings. Orlando being red hot early? There's no way they keep this up.
There's no way, Kyle.
They went 25 of 44 from 3. Little franchise record for made 3.
A franchise record, Kyle. It was 20, like franchise record. I mean, Mike Brown's like, I don't know. It was a lot of threes. I don't know if they've hit that many. It was like, I almost, when it became my turn to ask a question, which I think I was first or second. I was second. I had the mic. I thought I was going to be first, and then Sean Cunningham behind me asked a question. There's 2 mics. And I was going to be like, yeah, that's a franchise record, because he had asked 2 questions that he didn't know the answers to walking in, like during his opening statement.
Yeah.
And I was going to answer both of them.
Sure.
And it was like, yeah, that was a franchise record, 25.
Yeah.
And then there was something else that they did that was like, realistically, it was weird, and that he didn't have the answer to. Yeah.
It was so that was the first thing. The second thing, and dude, I'm not a media OG, right? I am not our boss, Charlie, who's been in the game. I'm not that, but I've been around long enough. I've been calling baseball games and doing radio shows for 15, 16 years now, right?
Yeah.
Like I get the Kings are up. I forget what it was, 13, 15, something like that in the second half. And I turned to my wife and I said, well, this is good. At least I'll get to go to bed early now.
Kyle.
That's on me. That is 1000% my fault. I got so locked into my idea that the Magic couldn't shoot that I went, oh, they're down. They have no way of getting back in this game.
Yes. Like that should have been the way it was, Kyle.
No doubt. Like the process was sound. The execution, very poor. Everybody knows that you never go, man, this game's moving right along.
Mm-hmm.
You never say that. You never say, hey, at least we're not going to get overtime tonight. Never say that.
Yeah. You don't want to jinx yourself.
Yeah, and that's my fault. I looked over, I went, hey, gonna get to bed early, catch up on the fourth quarter tomorrow. This will be good. And sure enough.
Yeah.
I'm up until the end of the second overtime now.
Yeah. And it was a long night, man. I just kept thinking, is this gonna keep going?
Dude, it really felt like it was gonna.
Is it gonna go to?
It felt like a
overtime?
Third OT was coming.
Yeah, I totally agree.
But no, the Kings, really, like I said, they showed. We have talked so many times. Well, 4 actually this year when we've come in on after the second night of a back-to-back and been like, "What was that?"
Yeah.
Where's the? You always talk about the compete level.
Yep.
It is not there. And last night, it was very much there. There were so many opportunities in that game for Sacramento to be like, well, all right, we're done tonight.
Yes.
And they never did. They got a key defensive stop. They hit a key bucket. They got a key rebound. They just did every single little thing they needed to do to pull out a win against an Eastern Conference playoff team and a team in Orlando that, to me, is the type of team that gives the Kings trouble.
Yeah.
They're a good defensive team. It's a lot of length, a lot of athleticism, and Sacramento overcame that and got the win in 2 OTs. Really, really nice.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple of things to this. Number one, you can never expect a team that averages 10 threes a game to come up with 25. That's not going to happen typically. Mm-hmm. And so that would be one thing. The other thing is, like, that's a really, really good Orlando team. They did have injuries. Franz Wagner, got hurt during the game. They just kept Gary Harris got hurt during the game. They had Anthony wasn't able to go before the game. I don't know. And Kyle, just so you know, the fan returns have the first fan returns for NBA All-Stars. Just got released.
Oh, nice.
Just got released. So De'Aaron Fox.
My buttons ready. Hang on. De'Aaron Fox, fan voting.
He has made the list of guards, but he is way down at number 8 at 210,911 votes. That is the only Sacramento King on the list of fan voting to start. So,
all right.
We have front court is LeBron James, Kevin Durant, Nikola Jokic, Anthony Davis, Kawhi Leonard, Paul George, Alperen Şengün,
sure.
Victor Wembanyama at 8. Şengün is put together
He's having a really nice,
incredible season. Chet Holmgren is number 9, and Karl Anthony Towns comes in number 10. We've got Luka and Steph as number 1 and number 2 at guards.
Okay.
Shai Gilgeous, Alexander.
Yep.
James Harden at number 4.
Sure.
Kyrie Irving at number 5. Did people think this was 2008? I'm wondering who voted for this? Anthony Edwards at number 6. Ja Morant comes in blazing.
Well, okay.
At number 7.
Well, to be fair, he has been all-star caliber in his 6 games.
Yeah. Which they did win a few of those. We have Klay Thompson at number 9, and who is 30,000 votes behind De'Aaron Fox. Number 10, everyone's favorite, Austin Reeves. What the?
Hey, if you had told me to guess where Austin Reeves was in the All-Star voting, I would have said way higher than 10.
Yeah. Have
I'd
we
have been
been
like 2 or 3.
have people been brainwashed into this? I don't know. You know who's leading the Eastern Conference guards? Tyrese Halliburton.
Of course.
Yeah. Domantas Sabonis is not on the list of NBA fan voting All-Stars. But after picking up his 7th triple-double of the season last night, I'm going to guess that he will be an All-Star.
Yeah, I think, because it's not just a fan vote. The fan vote is just for the starters, right?
No, I think the fan vote, it goes into like a hopper. You have the fan vote, you have a media vote, and then you have the players vote.
I thought whoever were like the top 2 guards and the top 3 front court guys had to be starters in the game.
I don't know, because I think that you cannot make the All-Star team and be a top 3 guy in the fan voting. Like
I know it's weighted with the other voting, but
yeah,
at the end of the fan voting,
okay, that's possible.
I think if that's like, I don't know. Anyways,
yeah, we'll look into that.
I clearly care a lot about how the NBA All-Star selection process goes. Speaking of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, we're gonna dive into Kings Magic. Malik Monk was incredible last night. 37 points, 9 assists. We will talk a ton about Malik Monk. Rough night for De'Aaron Fox. Just there's a ton to dive into, but real quick, you mentioned Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Mm-hmm.
Have you been following his recent run?
No.
The Thunder 4-1 in this run. They lost last night to Atlanta, 141-138. But Shai in those 5 games starting December 27th against the Knicks, 36 points, 7 boards, 8 assists, 40 points, 4 boards, 3 assists. That was against Denver in a 119-93 win. 24 points, 4 boards, 6 assists in a win over Brooklyn. 36, 6, and 7 in a win over Boston. And then last night, 33, 13, and 8 in a loss to the Hawks. Shai is ridiculous right now.
He is ridiculous right now. I'd also Sabonis is on this crazy tear.
Yeah.
Where he's had 15 or more rebounds in 3 straight games.
It's outrageous.
He also has 5 triple doubles in his last 9 games, and he's the leader in the NBA in rebounding once again. He's bumped his rebounding number up to 12.8 on the season, 19.6, 12.8 rebounds, 7.5 assists. Where he's heading towards like triple double range. I don't think he'll get to the 10 assist number, but like we're watching greatness, and it's just so underappreciated. Even if he does turn the ball over 6 times last night and 17 over the last 2 games,
that's crazy.
Yeah, but still, like what you're watching is wild. Like how impactful he has been, night in and night out.
Hey, and in that same stretch of 5 games where he's gone in rebounds 12, 10, 21, 19, and then 23 last night.
Yeah,
he's also averaging 23 points a game in that stretch. Over the last 5 games, 23 points, 17 boards, 8 assists.
Wow.
That is a ridiculous stretch of games.
Yeah.
Oh my God. 23 boards last night.
Very, very underappreciated. I mean,
I would argue that Domantas Sabonis last night, and I guess this kind of gets a little bit to what you're saying, and I don't mean this in a disrespectful way at all. He went 22, 23, and that's hard to say. 22, 23, and 12. And it felt like he was like maybe the 3rd best player for the Kings.
I think he was my 4th key to the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. My 4th of the 6 quick thoughts.
Yeah. By the way, my key of, hey, let Orlando shoot it, didn't age well.
Yeah.
It's on me.
All of this was Kyle's fault.
Kings would have rolled last night if I would have kept my damn mouth shut.
That's
all right. Speaking of your keys to the game, your 6 quick thoughts, those are coming up next, of course, with a bonus thought as well. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Kings beat the Magic in 2 overtimes. We have a ton of storylines from last night to dig into, and we'll begin that next with James' 6 quick thoughts on ESPN 1320.
Good morning, Jetty House. What's going on? Yeah, Spencer, I agree with you. Orlando will go 3 of 30 next game.
Oh, dude, they have no chance.
Yeah. Sorry.
It was so funny because it felt like starting like maybe a third of the way through the third quarter. It felt like every time they hit a three, there was like on whoever shot its face.
Yeah.
Like, they're like, oh, another one went in.
Well, the crazy thing. Okay, so first of all, they have a bunch of players that like many people have never heard of. I'm not the only one, right, who's never heard of like Anthony Black or Caleb Houston. Now, I was watching Caleb Houston, and is it just me, or did he spend his entire childhood watching Kyle Anderson mixtapes? Like, he's a Kyle Anderson clone. I didn't know you could clone slow-mo.
Who is this?
Caleb Houston.
Mm.
Everything he does is super methodical. I had no idea there was someone in the NBA named Trevelyan Queen. Trevelyan Queen.
I'm pretty sure I
Everybody.
made an ABBA joke when he got drafted.
Hang on, I'm going to plug in my laptop. I'll be right back.
Okay, very good. Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, we as much as I would like to say we planned to wear the same hoodie, we did not plan that. Twin gang. Yeah, man, what 25 the Kings got outscored by 30 from the 3-point line and won.
Yeah, that's wild.
Don't do what?
Don't do that, guy.
The ABBA joke?
Oh, I don't know. I like
What up, Manny?
Yeah.
Manny McNair?
Traveling Queen.
They're fifth in the West still. A game up on the Pelicans and a game back of the Clippers?
Who, the Kings?
I think.
Yeah, they're right there. Yeah, Domantas Sabonis is now second in the NBA in triple doubles. He surpassed Luka Doncic. He's 4 behind Nikola Jokic. And again, he leads the NBA at 12.8 rebounds a game. He's ahead of
coming back. Oh, good question from Leezy at the Chatty House. Before we get to your 6 quick thoughts here, James, what's the longest Kings game you've ever been to?
I think there was one triple overtime game. I might be wrong, though.
I feel like there was a Tyreek Evans related triple overtime game.
Yeah,
I could totally be making that up.
That's possible. That's a good question. I don't know. You know, we had the game.
I'm going to look this up for you.
Was it a week ago where I tweeted out, this is the longest first quarter
in
the history of the NBA? And then next thing you know, they stopped the game and they announced that they had inadvertently added 53 seconds to the first quarter. Like, you get so used to the flow of how a game should go. And when it feels like something's off, like, I've covered too many games where I instantly felt like something was wrong.
Yeah.
And it was someone added a minute to the game. To the first quarter. Yeah.
It's very, very odd that 51 seconds would feel like that. But like you said, when you get into the flow of a game, after as many games as you've been to and watched. All right, let's get to your 6 quick thoughts with James Ham. Hang on. Dude, we have an intro now.
We do.
How'd yesterday's Kings game go? Kings insider James Ham has 6 notes you need to know. Here are James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah. God, that's hot. I feel like I should be driving down the road in like a really cool car with my hair blowing in the wind while that's being.
Oh, yeah. It's got big Don Henley energy for sure.
I love it. Number 1 of James's 6 quick thoughts. The heater. After a strange game on Tuesday, Malik Monk found his game in the second quarter of this one. I said game 3 times. That's when you know it's a long
You're
night.
writing these at 4 a.m.
Well, like, no, I'm writing them during the game. I had game 3 times in the first sentence. Wow. That my apologies to people out there who read 6 quick thoughts, but not the guy who tried to correct me and was wrong. You can suck it. So that's the way it goes. The Kings' super 6-man caught fire from deep, drilling 5 triples in the second quarter. He finished with 37 points and 9 assists. He was so incredible. And when De'Aaron Fox, who backpacks his team every single night, can't actually like come through, and you have a guy step up, like kudos to Malik Monk after a rough day. Like, I think we lambasted the guy yesterday a little bit.
Yeah, it was I don't know about lambasted, but definitely went, hey, he's too good and too important to have games like the one he had the other night.
Yeah.
And Tuesday night, I guess.
But also, I'll take the same thing. Like, I don't think Mike Brown did anything wrong. And I'm sure we'll discuss this later, but like sometimes you got to check somebody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. My bad if I blow up the chatty house there. It is what it is.
Oh yeah, no, Soren, it's happening.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, no, Malik was awesome last night. And after that second one went down in the second quarter, it had the feel of, something. Yeah. Something's happening.
Something magical.
Yeah.
Pardon the pun.
Nice, dude. Really good.
There you go.
Yeah, I don't have a ton to add to this one. We'll talk about Malik Monk later. I have a Malik Monk take.
Oh, okay.
We'll save it.
I think I also have a Malik Monk take.
Yeah, when he plays, if he's going to play like that, not even score 37, but be that assertive and distribute. He had the 9 assists. Mm-hmm. He's going to be that assertive offensively, and if he's going to shoot it well from outside, it's really, really hard to beat the Kings. Number 2.
We had a Keegan Murray sighting.
Yeah, we sure
playing against a fellow top 2022 top 4 pick in Paolo Banchero. Murray went to work. He's been in a bit of a slump, but he was aggressive, notching 28 points on 13 of 21 shooting, including 3 big dunks. He had 12 rebounds in the win. Kyle, the 12 rebounds, 6 came in the 5-minute double overtime session. He was a game changer on the glass. And there was even one that he snared that was crazy. He just, like a ball went to shoot off the rim, and he just, boom, grabbed it and going the other way. Really, really impressive.
He had, I had this note. He had 4 offensive boards last night. They were all in the third quarter through double overtime. So all in the second half and OT. 3 of them led to buckets and 7 points, including his game tying 3 late in the second half that made it 135 all. That make by Keegan Murray was set up by a Keegan Murray offensive rebound.
Yeah, that's science.
Yep. It's easy work. All
yep.
Right, number 3.
Catch and shoot. Harrison Barnes showed 0 hesitation in his game, which I think is the key.
Yep.
He knocked down 4 of 6 from long distance, 17 points. He 17 points on 9 shots.
Mm-hmm.
That's a Harrison Barnes night. He added 3 rebounds. At one point, he had 4 rebounds. They took one away. I'm not sure if he finished with 3 or 4. They kept messing with his rebounds, but he'd had a tough string of outings and had been called out even here on this radio station multiple times. Whether it
Kenny
was
got after him yesterday,
us or I mean, if Harrison Barnes was listening yesterday to Kenny Caraway, he instantly knew that he needed to have a better game.
Kenny didn't say anything wrong. Everything Kenny said was spot on.
Yeah.
And Harrison Barnes, and again, it's not, he doesn't need to have 17 a night, but like be visible.
Mm-hmm.
There wasn't really a time last night where I forgot Harrison Barnes was on the court. He was checking Paolo Banchero full court, and Paolo hit some really tough shots. He's a hell of a player. But I mean, Harrison Barnes was an effective player who impacted winning last night. And that has not been the case for what's felt like a month.
You know, it's funny. Everyone who was at the game, the 2 things that pop into their head from that game when you're watching like the warm-ups and pregame, number 1 is that Paolo Banchero is a huge human being. He is not like, he is a legit, I think 6'10", but broad-shouldered, like super thick through the chest. Like, he is a big, big dude. And the other thing is, oh my gosh, Jonathan Isaac is huge.
Yeah, he's a big boy.
Another big dude.
Mhm.
They are way bigger in person than you would think.
Yeah.
And I don't think being on the West Coast and them being in Orlando, we don't see a lot of their games
Mhm.
and all that stuff. But if you're not paying attention, especially Isaac has grown into his body. I was lucky enough to go to the Final Four where
Mhm.
Paolo Banchero was, and I was like, oh my gosh, that's a
Yeah.
big man.
Yeah. If they ever get Jonathan Isaac right, where he and Paolo can play next to each other,
Yeah.
that's nuts. But you got to get him healthy first.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, let's rip through these last three. Number 4.
Sabonis moved into second place with a 7th triple-double of the season, 22 points, 23 rebounds, 12 assists,
Jeez.
5th triple-double in 9 games. Rebound numbers are spiking. He's crazy.
We had the Domas numbers conversation earlier. Number 5.
We did.
He's really good. Conclusion.
Yeah, exactly. Super quiet. De'Aaron Fox is one of the most consistent scorers in the NBA, but he didn't look like himself in this one. He missed all 4 his 3-point shots, finished with 15 points, 7 assists in 44 minutes. It was an off night, and you could tell he was hurting. Like he felt, you know what he felt like? He felt like I felt like. Like,
yeah, he didn't look right at all. He is not always on offensively, and I know he took 22 shots last night,
but in double overtime.
Yeah, and he just didn't look as engaged as he normally does, particularly late in the game. And I respect that a little bit with Malik Monk and Keegan Murray playing as well as they were, but yeah, not a great night for De'Aaron Fox. But on the other hand, and we're going to talk about this later, but if you tell me De'Aaron Fox is going 6 of 22 with 15 points, going
and the other team's going to hit 25 threes, game over.
Yeah, I would have been like, wow, the Magic won by 40.
Yeah,
and that was not the case.
I would also point out in the double overtime session, De'Aaron Fox did finish with 5 points and help put them over the top. He did come through in the clutch.
Yep, as he usually does. Number 6.
Another solid game. Trey Lyles continues to round into shape after missing the first 13 games of the season. He's on fire from long range in his last 4 games. 10 points, 3 rebounds. I thought he was big, especially with a lot of players like the Kevin Huerter, Chris Duarte duo were so non-existent.
Yeah.
And, there are other players that like even Davion Mitchell did not have a good game. And so for him to come in and again, provide some spark, I thought was really cool.
Yeah. And like you said, drawing a couple offensive fouls as well. That last one, a little questionable on that last one, but hey, you know what? It was going this way. I have a bonus 7th point.
Oh, I'm listening.
7th quick thought. Then we'll hit the break. Kevin Huerter's headband's got to go, bro. That's it.
No more headband.
That's you messed with his minutes in the preseason, didn't work. Messed with putting him in the on the bench in the regular season, hasn't worked. You messed with cutting his minutes, hasn't worked. Last night he was clearly pressing. You saw him miss a 3, and then on the next possession, I can't remember if he got a steal or a rebound, but he goes down and in transition, just pulls from 3, bricks it badly. That guy needs a change, and right now, the most logical change is get rid of the headband.
That makes sense.
That's it.
He's missing.
I'm going to fix Kevin Huerter.
He's missing in warmups, like straight up 3 out of 10, 4 out of 10. Like there's a hitch in his 3-point shot. I watched him go to the free throw line in warmups, and you could see him have the hitch in a free throw, and then he fixed it. He's got a hitch in his wrist in his shot, and I don't know what's going on, but he's in his head.
Tough.
So, yep.
Frank in the chatty house says he was over, but he had 7 rebounds. I don't care. I need Kevin Huerter to hit shots, man.
Yeah,
that's it. Like 7 boards is great, but
at least he impacted the game.
I need him to hit shots. All right, and we need to hit a break. We're going to do that. I have a Malik Monk take that we need to get to next on ESPN 1320.
Over his last 4 games, Trey Lyles is averaging 12.5 points, 3.8 rebounds. He's shooting 60% from 3. He's hit, 12 of his last, 17, 20? 12 of 20.
This play was sick.
Oh, yeah. But see, I watched it in real time. They didn't show the replay. I didn't know if Huerter took a misstep and hit the rim, because that's what it kind of looked like.
Oh, no, you got it. The Queen just timed it perfectly.
And is that where Queen hit his head? There was some weird stuff. So. I really needed a replay. Like I should have figured it out on my laptop last night and started doing replay stuff, because there was some weird, crazy stuff.
I'm typically watching at home. If you ever need a replay of something, let me know and I will video that real quick for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll be there on Friday though.
Oh yeah.
We need to play the game too.
Sorry if I said something inappropriate in the first segment.
Nah, that was hilarious. In fact, you know what? Do I have time?
Oh no.
See ya, everybody.
Kyle.
I'll be right back.
Oh, Kyle. There was literally someone who corrected my stats at the end of a double overtime game. I don't know if people understand how difficult it is to do 6 quick thoughts, but 6 quick thoughts I write in an email. I send them to myself. Then I clip them out of the email and I load them in. Well, I'd load them in the fourth quarter. So then I have to go through and a Twitter thread, which is 7 tweets long. I have to go through and correct the stats while the game is going on. So did I miss that De'Aaron Fox miss all 5 of his 3-point shots, not all 4? Yes, I did. I think he had a late 3 miss that I missed. But someone corrected my stat and said that Keegan Murray, not to be rude, but you work for ESPN, Keegan Murray had 31 points and 11 rebounds, not 28 points and 12 rebounds. And I just happen to have the box score sitting next to me, the official box score from the NBA, which I snapped a picture of and said, not to be rude, but here's the official box score, which said 28 and 12. So no, I was not wrong. De'Aaron Fox stat, yeah. Typos, sure. But so again, not to quote Sean Spencer from Psych, but suck it. Where was that? Second overtime session. You're not getting Miss Mac. You're not getting fiery ham. You're getting hanging on by a thread ham. That's what you're getting. You're getting like 34 hours over 2 days ham, like stretched thin.
Luckily, it's been a short week.
Yes, Jim Garfinkel. The 2-minute report will look at the last 2 minutes of the game, the entire overtime, first overtime, and entire second overtime session.
Hey man, three officiating things from that game.
Mm-hmm.
1, love the no call on the Domas screen. 2,
okay, so I didn't get to see again. That's one that I needed to see the replay. Where was it? Suggs that laid there dead for like 8 minutes.
I forget who it was, but
yeah.
he was definitely moving. But that's a savvy vet moving screen. That's just good basketball, in my opinion. Anyways, 2, I thought the Trey Lyles offensive foul was insane. I thought that was a brutal call, but not nearly as brutal as the not out of bounds on Paolo that should have ended the game.
Yes.
That's it. Okay, here we go. Yeah, like I said, I the officiating at the end of that game was bananas, but I don't know if any call was more bananas than the out of bounds on the Kings when Banchero just threw it out of bounds. They showed the replay. I thought he got fouled. And then the way he was shaking his head, I went, oh, he must have just thrown it out of bounds, because the way the way the TV broadcast cut it, he looked like really disappointed and shaking his head. I was like, oh, he must have thrown it out of bounds. And then the Magic are lining up with the ball under the basket, and I'm going, what? So didn't get fouled? Like, what?
Oh no.
Because I thought it was the only outcome there that watching live, the only outcome that didn't make sense was out of bounds on the Kings.
Yeah.
And then they show a replay, and like I said, I think it was Monk, like swipes at it, but never gets close.
I think it was Keegan.
Was it Keegan? Whoever it was, swipes at it, was never close. Ball goes flying out of bounds. All right, man, sure.
Yeah, and people were asking about the review. I need to go back and look at the rules on that, but I believe because both teams were out of challenges that they couldn't. I'm not sure, but I thought within the last 2 minutes of a game, you're allowed to look at an out of bounds.
I thought officials at least would look.
They should have looked at that the whole time, and I mean the fans let them have it. They were booing loudly, and then they kept showing the replay, and it was like shock and awe. And it was the female official on the outside that called that.
It was JTA
because they were. Oh, okay, that makes sense. He did play like 19 seconds. Yeah, in that game.
This is why I love the Chatty House. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 messages telling us it was JTA.
Okay.
Good job, Chatty House.
Yeah. Again, like writing a game that's coming down to the wire.
Oh, yeah, no.
I had two leads. I had they win, they lose.
Sure.
And then I'd even like put in during the Keegan Murray 6 quick thought, which finishes with he added 12 rebounds in the win. I actually had written in the loss. And once you write it, though, I'm a superstitious guy. I'm like, no, I got to leave that. And so I left it there and then went back at the last second before I tweeted out and changed in the win.
I see.
Yeah.
Good work.
Just like definitely a baseball guy. I like the superstitions run deep.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
You can. One time I remember Susan Slusser, who used to be A's beat writer, former Giants beat writer.
Former Giants beat writer?
Yeah, so she took all the Giants stuff out of her bio on Twitter.
Okay.
Maybe Giants beat, I don't know. Anyways, former A's beat writer is what's important. And there was one time she had pre-written a story. And if you're unfamiliar, when you write a story, there's the hyperlink, which is the link you see when like at the top of your browser. And that hyperlink after the slash, it'll be like Kings dash Magic dash double dash overtime dash win, whatever it is. Like she wrote up the loss and then the A's came back in this game, but she did not change her hyperlink. So her hyperlink was like A's lose to Mariners or whatever it was, and they actually won. And once the hyperlink's out, you can't change it. It was a whole thing.
Yeah,
so thankfully you didn't do that.
It's not the hyperlink. It's is it a slug? Like whatever that's called. I think it's a slug. Like you can change
the URL.
Yeah. But you can change that before it goes out.
Right.
And and so no, once it's out there though, you cannot change it.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right.
You can suck it. There we go. Great. Thanks, Kyle.
If anyone missed it, here's what James said earlier.
My apologies to people out there who read 6 quick thoughts, but not the guy who tried to correct me and was wrong. You can suck it.
I have a Malik Monk take after last night's game, and I had this take before last night's game, but last night helped underscore my point. And in talking about it with a couple of buddies, I think I have ironed out exactly what I mean.
Okay.
I think Malik Monk is the Kings' most important player.
Okay.
And I say that fully understanding and fully aware of what De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis both individually bring to the table. And frankly, what they bring to the table together.
Okay.
And I understand that they are the Kings' 2 best players, bar none. That is the case. And that is going to be the case night in and night out. But the reason Malik Monk is so important for the Kings to me is because you know what you're going to get 9 nights out of 10 from De'Aaron Fox. And frankly, with this season, 99 nights out of 100. You know what you're going to get 99 nights out of 100 from Domantas Sabonis.
Yep.
That is your baseline as a team. That is your baseline as a, hey, that's a good NBA team. They're not going to be the worst team in the league. But just those two guys don't make you a playoff team.
Yeah.
And they certainly they don't make you a contender. And I don't think there's any two players in the league who do make you a contender by themselves. Malik Monk is what puts the Kings into a different level, or onto a different level.
Okay.
Because when he plays like he does last night, where he is assertive offensively, where he is distributing and being that real like second point guard for them. And when I mean, anybody who scores 37 points is going to be helpful, but it doesn't even need to be 37. It could be 18. It could be 20.
Mm-hmm.
There is an energy he brings. There is a spark he brings. When his threes go down, there's a different pop in the arena. Like it's just the energy is just different when Malik Monk is on the court and when Malik Monk is rolling. And I think you see that with the crowd. I think you see that with the team. And Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox are great. Like undeniably all-star, all-NBA caliber players. Got it. The Kings this year, as constructed, are going to go as far as Malik Monk takes them.
Okay. I would say that it was the same last year.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't think it's anything. It is the way this team was like successful last year was when Malik Monk brought the energy. They were different. And so I don't disagree with you, but I would also continue to argue this point with anyone who wants to bring it up because it gets brought up in my mentions all the time. The Kings are a better team with Malik Monk as the sixth guy coming in off the bench and changing the energy in the room.
100%. I agree with that.
He can go be a starter somewhere, and maybe that's what happens here.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he goes on to be a starter and he's going to get an opportunity to run his own team. But his role in the NBA is likely as this six-man type mentality, but a six-man that can play 46 minutes in a game. He's not your standard six-man who comes in and plays 18 minutes or 22 minutes.
Right.
Some nights, sure, he plays 22, 24 minutes,
mm-hmm.
but he's a guy that if he's rolling and if he's right, Mike Brown sticks with him.
Mm-hmm.
And so Chris Duarte, he played 10 minutes last night. You know, he started, again, kung fu chopping everybody, and he went and sat down on the bench and didn't get to play again. You know, Kevin Huerter, he couldn't hit a shot at all. So, you know, he played 18 minutes. Davion Mitchell wasn't impactful when he came in the game.
Yep.
So you rode the Malik Monk train, and that's how Mike Brown has handled this situation.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I can't fault that. Like I had a conversation years ago with Paul Westphal, and he said, no coach in the league will put their best 5 players on the floor as their starting lineup.
Right.
And if they do, they just don't understand the dynamic of the game.
Well, right. Or your roster construction is screwed.
Yeah. Well, and this was coming from Paul Westphal, who at some point in his career was a 6-man,
mm-hmm.
you know, and a guy who averaged 25 points a game. Like, this was a great score. He's like, no. You need someone to come in and change the complexity of the game, to change the energy, to score baskets in a different way than the
mm-hmm.
rest of your team, to not have to play within the structure of a specific offense, to come in and freelance a little bit. You need that type of player. And that's
mm-hmm.
what Malik Monk is. And I hope that he appreciates that. And I hope that, like, whatever it is that the Kings can pay him, well, I know what the Kings can pay him, but I hope that that's enough to keep him around long-term, because I really do think he's a very, very impactful player that makes the Kings a much better team.
And you saw it in each of the last 2 nights. I think you're right. This was the case last year, but to me, it really got highlighted.
Mm-hmm.
It was highlighted the last 2 nights in Malik Monk gets pulled after 5 minutes and really struggles against Charlotte, and the Kings could never get it going against a bad team.
Yeah.
And last night, very good defensive team in Orlando, and Monk comes in and he hits his 5 threes in the second quarter. He scores 15 points. He finishes the night with 37 to go with his 9 assists.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, 37 and 9. If you go look at the players who have done that this year, I looked that up last night, who've gone at least 37 and 9 in a game.
Mm-hmm.
It's several guys a bunch of times, but like Jalen Brunson, Trae Young, Luka Doncic. I think LeBron has done it this year. Nikola Jokic has done it. The list is just a bunch of really, really good players. Like
elite.
That's the level that Malik Monk can reach. And when he reaches that level, like, and again, I don't think he's not going to go average 30. That's not what I'm trying to say here.
Mm-hmm.
But if there is a world where Malik Monk can harness that, I don't want to say energy, can harness whatever he had last night, where he is a definitive number 2 scoring option. De'Aaron Fox doesn't have it tonight. Well, here's Malik Monk. De'Aaron Fox out for this game. Here's Malik Monk. And you're not going to miss a beat. If they're getting the version of Malik Monk that they got last night, and again, whether he's scoring 17 points or 37, I think they are way, way harder to beat.
Oh, I totally agree.
And it's just not, it is, we talked about the pecking order thing a while back. Who's the Kings pecking order? It's Fox 1, Monk 2. In terms of get them the ball, go get a basket.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. If you need a basket, it's those two.
Yeah. And and again, maybe he goes and has 6 points on 1 of 10 in their next game. But if you know that you're getting some level of the Malik Monk they got last night, that again, as we talk trade deadline, for me, changes the calculus of, oh, hey, okay, maybe the player you go get, maybe you're getting a 2 guard. Let's just say a 2 guard because that position's in shambles right now. Maybe you go get a starting 2 guard. That 2 guard now doesn't need to be DeJounte Murray. It doesn't need to be a guy who can go create his own shot.
No, I mean, that's why, in all honesty, it makes Kevin Huerter extremely expendable at this point because it's not just Chris Duarte that can start. You can start Keon Ellis. You might be able to start Colby Jones. Like maybe after the All-Star break, maybe there's a possibility that you could start Colby Jones and have him play 16 to 18 minutes. Maybe even some nights he'll play 24 when he's got it defensively, when he's making the right moves. Some nights he won't. But you can start that type of player at the 2 as long as you have Monk coming in off the bench to do the other things. I think where you have problems is you have to have somebody else that can play with Monk and someone who's defensive minded and they can take on some of that, whether that's Davion or whether it's one of these other players that we're already talking about. But like, I think there has to be a blend there, but it does make what's happening at the starting 2 like much more. You can take risks there. You can go with a defensive guy in Chris Duarte, or you can go with a shooter in Kevin Huerter, or you can go with some other random player. You can go with just like a Keon Ellis, who for me is more of just like an instigator, like a catalyst guy. You can do that because Malik Monk brings something different to the table.
Do you think so? My initial thought last night was, as Malik is hitting his 4th 3 in the 3rd quarter, well, Mike Brown did it right. The tough love, pull him out, get a yelling match worked. But Mike Brown said after the game that that's not all that happened. It wasn't like that happened and then they came to work the next day and Malik went, I'm going to go score 37 and show you double birds. There was some amends making, it sounds like.
Yeah. So definitely, what Mike said after the game was that following shoot around yesterday, he pulled Malik into his office and had a conversation. The first thing Mike said was, I should have coached him, which is a lot of what Damian Barling said yesterday on our show, and is what Damian said with D'Lo and KC. He said Mike Brown should not have just benched him. He should have like just had a coaching moment, right? And I agree that like there are different ways that you can handle a player.
Yeah.
But I think Mike is doing like hindsight a little bit. Like the fact that he pulled him into the office and that he apologized to Malik Monk for what happened. I'm sure Malik said, hey, look, I'm sorry too. I shouldn't have said something to you on the bench. Like the back and forth here. It's a good moment where it's a coaching moment. It's a teaching moment, all that stuff. I get it. But I don't agree that Mike Brown needs to say, yeah, I apologize, because that shows that Mike Brown is making sure that the media knows that we're okay. Me and Malik are okay. Like he's not going to leave the Kings in free agency because of this moment in time where we're not friends anymore.
Sure.
Right. So Mike has to say this and to a certain degree, but I also think it's a good moment for Mike to say, yeah, okay. Could I have handled it differently? Sure. But at the same time, like Malik is a straight up hooper. Like that dude is not a workout warrior. He's not a weight room warrior. I mean, sure, he goes and does his stuff that he's supposed to do, but he's not that guy. What he is a gym rat. He is in there shooting and going crazy and playing basketball all day long. I guarantee you, if you find Malik Monk during the summer months and you're like, where's Malik Monk? You go, where's the local game?
Right.
You show up at the local game and there's Malik Monk taking people's money. That's who Malik is.
Hey,
the only way,
ahead,
but the only way for Mike, there's one thing that Malik cares about. It's not money. Sure, he wants money. It's the only thing you can do to impact Malik Monk is to take away the one thing he loves, and that is a game of basketball. That's how you do it. And, like sometimes discipline comes in different ways and you handle players differently. I get it. But at the same time, like, I don't think that there's another way to handle Malik Monk in some of these situations. And that's okay.
Do you think that Mike Brown would have, knowing what he knows now, if he could go back and redo the Charlotte game, do you think he would do anything differently?
No. Like,
I think he would.
I don't know. Like, I mean, the wins and loss matter. And Mike knows that. And he's probably very upset with himself that they lost that game and that might have been a piece to it. But let's be honest, the game wasn't won and lost in the second quarter.
No doubt. I totally agree with you. But just from like, you talk about Malik Monk loves basketball. I don't know Mike Brown personally, but I know people who have had extensive conversations with him and people who do know him. And Mike Brown loves coaching.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Mike Brown loves to coach basketball. And so you brought up Malik Monk, and the thing you can do is you can take that away from him. I think Mike Brown probably regrets not taking that opportunity to be a coach. And I think that's what he would change. Maybe the outcome of the game doesn't change. Maybe Monk still goes out and has a bad game and goes and has a great game against the Magic. But I think that's why he would change it.
It's possible, but I would also tell you that I think in that situation, Mike was a coach. He chose a path. And I think that path that he took, like, it's okay. Like,
sit his ass down and yell at him?
Well, no, because from what I know, the exchange had happened afterwards when Mike came over in the third quarter and he came over and said something to Malik and then said, okay, we're done. Let's cool down. He goes to walk away and Malik said something to him again. And that's when Mike came back and then Jordy Fernandez stepped in. Like, that whole situation could have been de-escalated. The first half, that 5 minutes where he plays 5 minutes, I don't know. Like, everyone is raised differently, right? So I had a situation where, we had to give a kid a ride to school one day. And we get, me and my son, we're driving. We stop by. My son's sitting next to me in the car. We stop by. We pick this kid up. He gets in the back seat and instantly starts telling us his story about how him and his sister were clowning his mom that morning. And she wanted him to do something. And they're just like, yeah, we're not doing that. And he just kept going on this story. And I look over at my son, and my son's already looking at his friend. And he goes, hey, you should probably stop telling that story. And I just look at my son. He goes, and I'm like, okay. He's like, and I'm like, okay. And he goes, that's not how we treat my mom in my house. And I was like, oh. And it's like, that's right. That's not how you treat your mom.
Benched his friend
in our house. And his friend was like, oh, he's like, hey,
sure,
dude, that's disrespectful.
Sure,
we don't treat our mom like that. And I was like, all right. And I said, and what would happen if you did? And my son's like, then I'd have to deal with you.
Right.
And it's like, yeah, exactly. You'd have to deal with me, wouldn't you? And it's like, okay. And his friend shut up right there. Like, oh, okay. Not inappropriate. So my point is that, like, each kid is, like, raised differently. They have different things. But I will continue to say the one thing that you can do that would make Malik Monk feel it is to take away his minutes. It's the only thing you can do. Outside of that, I don't know. Because that's who he is. It's how he's raised. It's like what is in him. And so I don't think Mike Brown did anything wrong there. We could talk. There are plenty of things that Mike Brown probably wants to revisit in the last year of coaching, and whether it's like his handling of Kevin Huerter, or it's how he deals with his big man rotation, whatever it is.
Sure.
There are plenty of things that Mike Brown has done that he probably can second guess. That moment, I'm all right with it. Because the next game, that dude went out and scored 37 points and grabbed and dished out 9 assists and helped you win another ball game where you gave up 25 threes and you just didn't have it. And somehow you came out on top. And it was because you did some tough love and it worked with that kid. And good for you.
I love when Malik Monk just goes into bucket getting mode.
Yeah.
It's so fun. He had I wish I start writing this stuff down. I try and text you like some thoughts and notes that I want to remember. And the exact time of this, I forget. I think it was either fourth quarter or the first OT, but Monk at one point, he standing at the top of the key and just put the ball on the deck and got a blow by for an easy layup.
Yeah.
And I think I get so enamored. My favorite thing about Malik Monk is the audacity of some of the threes he takes.
I love it.
A guy in his face, a little sidestep, hand in the face, take a three. Falling out of bounds towards the baseline, I'm going to put it up anyway. Like I love that part of his game. That I forget how explosive he can be with that first step. And the variety of ways he scored last night. Like, the 5 threes in the second quarter were great. And 7 of 13 from 3, you will take that from any player on any night. 90% of NBA players will never do that in their career.
Yeah.
Like, you love that. But the amount of times they needed a basket last night, and it was Malik Monk getting to the rack and not trying to do too much. I was not only just the numbers in the box score, but just the way he kind of managed the game down the stretch was, especially with De'Aaron Fox struggling to put the ball in the hoop.
Mm-hmm.
That was, I think, maybe even more impressive than the numbers.
Yeah, and that's why, again, you don't want to take away who Monk is as a player, right? You don't want to sit there and try to, like, put him in a box. That's not whatever you do with Malik Monk from here on out, you have to let Malik be who he is on the court. But when something's not right and something, the level of play or the energy or you can see it, like as Mike can see it as a coach, there's something he saw that he did not like about what Malik was doing on the court. And you can't pull Malik aside and say, hey, I need you to use the screen better. That's not what we're talking about. You can't take away who he is. You have to let him be who he is on the court. But there are times where he doesn't have who he is and you need to regulate. And I get it. So, hey, I just saw Jesse. He's a twinsy.
He's rocking the Insider's hoodie?
That's right.
Come on. Let's go. He's got the blue version.
I would love it if D'Lo and Casey just happened to show up wearing the same hoodie.
I think D'Lo wore an Insider's hoodie yesterday. I'd be stunned if we got back-to-back days of Insider hoodies from D'Lo. He is the one friend I have who I don't think would wear the same thing 2 days in a row.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I think all of my other friends, I could be like, I could see that. Also, here on January 4th, please clap. I have Jesse's Christmas present for him.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody else got theirs the Friday before we left for the break.
That's right. Jesse's was in the mail.
Jesse's was literally in my mailbox while we were doing a show.
Oh.
Tough look for your boy. But hey, it's here today, and I finally brought it with me. I've had it since then, and I finally brought it with me. I wrapped it today. Shout out to our promotion staff down there, Megan and Jackie, for hooking me up with the wrapping paper.
Yeah.
We're all set. Anyways.
Awesome.
I'm excited for Jesse to open that. And I'm excited to get to our second hour, which is where we're headed next. Malik Monk was great last night. Domantas Sabonis was great last night. But I think Keegan Murray played his best game of the year last night. And I'll tell you why next on ESPN 1320.
All right. Oh, that's spectacular. The Indiana Pacers put out a clip of Bill Kennedy sitting there doing one of his spectacular.
Oh, he's very, very good at it.
But over his shoulder is Tyrese Halliburton, like dipping into the back of his picture.
That's great.
Yeah. It's amazing. What's going on, Chatty House? low-key, I don't know. Maybe like Dorian Finney-Smith is a good defender. I'm gonna say he's on the downswing though of being like an elite defender, and I don't even know if he was ever like fully an elite defender. He's a 3-and-D guy. I think the fact that you have Monk, you have Fox, and you have Domas, and like it, maybe that would work.
Dorian Finney-Smith, to me, is the kind of guy that there are 50 of in the league.
Yeah.
Like he's
the problem is the
fine.
Kings never
I don't know
have
how
one.
good he is.
That's the problem. Like I get what you're saying there. And if Dorian Finney-Smith costs like a 2nd-round pick or 2 second-round picks, then oh yeah, I'm all in. Gary Trent, on the other hand, I like Gary Trent. He's a scorer for sure. I don't know if you need more scorers, but I do like him. He's not a huge dude, and he's a free agent at the end of the year.
15 seconds. Here we go.
All right.
Big Kings win last night. That's what we're talking about. I'm Kyle. That's James. We're hanging out with you until noon. Then we will hand it off to D'Lo and KC, and they'll rock with you from noon to 4 right here on Sacramento's sports leader. I think that Keegan Murray last night played his best game of the year. And that is with every ounce of due respect to his 47-point game where he hit 12 3-pointers. Incredible game.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a blowout win over the Jazz, in part because Keegan had such a remarkable outing. But last night, he scores 28 points, his second highest total of the year, by the way. He scores 28 points.
Okay.
He grabs 12 rebounds, including, I believe, 6
in the double overtime.
In the second overtime?
Second overtime.
Just in the second overtime.
Yeah.
I mentioned earlier, he had the 4 offensive rebounds that led to 3 buckets, 7 points, including his huge 3 that tied the game at 135 late in the second overtime. He was everywhere. He was good defensively. The Magic hit some ridiculous shots last night, but he was good enough defensively. I thought he was extremely impactful. And on a night where, and this is what I have wanted from Keegan Murray all year, this is the kind of growth I want to see from him. On a night where De'Aaron Fox doesn't have it, and Domantas Sabonis is not a player that you're like, yeah, hey, we're going to dump it into you in the post and you're going to go get a bucket, or hey, you're going to make it rain from 3 now. He's not a primary scorer. And Malik Monk is going off. De'Aaron Fox is getting his field goal attempts, but he's not making them. Keegan Murray finishes with 21 field goal attempts, the second most on the team.
Mm-hmm.
And he makes 13 of them. And he scores 28. He has his 12 boards. I was really, really impressed with Keegan Murray last night. We've asked for hustle. We have asked for, hey, go get a rebound. Somebody go impact winning in some way. And outside of Malik Monk, I don't think anybody on the Kings impacted winning more than Keegan Murray did last night.
I agree 100%. When it comes to the ways that you can impact a game, I'm going to give Chris Duarte a little bit of props here. Chris Duarte has a horrible game, throwaway game, right?
Jesus.
No, he did. He did. He had a horrible game, but the night before.
I'm going to give Chris Duarte some props. Had a horrible game.
Okay, but stick with me here, Kyle.
Okay, I'm here.
Then the night before, he went out and got 7 rebounds, including 4 offensive rebounds and 3 putbacks because he was active and he crashed.
Yes.
All of a sudden, you're seeing Keegan Murray go, oh, that's what they mean. I get it.
Yeah.
Boom, 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 boom. Like he was impactful. He was all over the place. He was attacking.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the Kings need. And he figured it out. And I also think there's something about him playing Banchero. There's something about him playing Chet Holmgren, all of those things. Like, he's going to step it up. Like, I expect that when the Detroit Pistons come into roll through town, the Kings hit Detroit on the first game of their road trip, right? I expect him to put on a show for Jaden Ivey. Like, I do. Because
you think Jaden Ivey is going to be the reason that Keegan Murray lights it up against the Pistons?
Well, no.
And not that the Pistons are ass?
Yeah, it's probably going to be because the Pistons are not good. But I would also tell you that the way that that he was treated on draft night, where, they did the top 5 picks, except for Keegan Murray wasn't there. And so instead of having the top 4 picks, they had the top 3 picks and Jaden Ivey pictures.
That's nuts, dude.
The fact that, on draft night, they used a picture of Chris Murray and not Keegan Murray as the picture that they ran when he was drafted. Like, these things, like, Keegan Murray does feel something. Like, even though he keeps a straight face, he does feel something. And he does not like the way that, like, draft and the way that he's been considered and all that stuff. He wants to prove people wrong, just like anyone else would. So I don't think it's any coincidence that he put up 28 points and 12 rebounds against Paolo Banchero, even though Banchero was nuts too. He was crazy good.
He was really, really good.
Yeah, he was.
My podcast co-host, who will remain nameless, was at the game last night. And he texted me. I had the same thought. And I think you mentioned this earlier too. I was totally under the impression that Paolo Banchero was like 6'8".
No.
But my man is an easy 6'10". He's huge. And shot the heck out of it last night.
Yeah,
did the rest of the match.
He's a big, we're not talking about a 6'10", like 215.
Yeah, no, he is.
No. He's a big dude.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, I would say, like,
unit.
If I had to guess, I would say 245. Like, he's a big man. What he looks like to me on the court is just a bigger Carmelo. Yeah, he's just a bigger Carmelo.
Carmelo's, I know you're not making a direct comparison, but he does not have the offensive bag, though. Carmelo's bag was crazy.
Well, no, he is, but, like, Paolo will get there. Paolo will be a 25 to 30 point game per game score.
All in on Paolo.
Yeah.
You averaged 20 in your rookie season.
Oh, yeah. No, he's impressive. And like I said during the draft, Paolo will win the rookie of the year. I thought, like, without any problems. But then on top of that, he'll probably be the best player from the draft for the first 3 years. After the first 3 years, all bets are off. Like, I don't know if Keegan will reach higher heights. I don't know if Chet Holmgren will get there.
Chet's pretty good.
Yeah, no, Chet is. Yeah, but and even Jabari, like, you don't know, like, the players around him that are getting Jaden Ivey, Benedict Mathurin, all these players, they have an opportunity to be really, really good players. But Paolo's going to walk in the league and be like, oh, I'm a bucket.
Yeah.
And it's just, does it equate to winning? And right now it does.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they're building something there for sure.
Yeah, Orlando's fun.
Yeah.
That was fun, man. I was bummed that the Wagners were both out last night. Both got banged up last night.
Well, Mo was in.
He only played like 5 minutes.
Oh.
Didn't he?
It's possible it was just a bad matchup. I don't know.
I'm sorry, he played 13 minutes.
The play where he got a foul call when he went over the back of JaVale McGee.
Only played 5.
Yeah, Franz rolled his ankle. Paolo's listed at 6'10", 250. That's a legit 6'10", 250.
That's one of my favorite football phrases that they use on a broadcast is, he is 6'6", 250, and he is every bit of 6'6", 250. Like, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks. He's not a fake ass 6'6", 250.
Yeah.
No, Paolo was good last night. I think that's interesting, though, because I think De'Aaron has a little bit of the same thing, where when he goes up against a Shai Gilgeous-Alexander or a Devin Booker or a Luka Doncic or a Kyrie Irving or whoever it is, he wants to go make sure that he's the best player on the court that night.
Oh, I totally agree.
And I think there's something with Keegan's demeanor that I just would not have put that on him. But you have to be a little bit of a competitive psycho to be in the NBA.
Yeah.
Whether you show it outwardly or not. And that's interesting. I'm fascinated to see if that is the case, because I think the Kings are going to beat Detroit regardless. And if Keegan Murray has a good game, fine. But I'm interested to see if he has like a 30-point game against Detroit.
Yeah. No, I think it's interesting. I mean, if you look at Fox, the way that he's handled like the 4 guys that were drafted above him. First of all, Josh Johnson was a quick burnout. Markelle Fultz, same thing. I mean, like but every time De'Aaron Fox faced Lonzo Ball, it was like, all right, game on, man.
I loved the bit in 2018? Was it 2018 draft or 2017?
17.
27. The 2017 tournament, like starting there.
Oh,
Was
yeah.
that Lonzo was always ducking De'Aaron Fox?
Well, that I think he dropped 39
Yes.
on
Yeah.
Lonzo in the
Torched
tournament.
UCLA.
Yeah.
And then after that, I think Lonzo like missed all their preseason games and then missed the first regular season game or something like that. I don't know. It was a fun bit.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, man. I'm having a tough time today because I don't want to get like it was a very, very nice win. And one that you need to go get, because you lose that game, especially after you're up double digits, like now things could potentially spiral. And now you're in a bad spot. Now the vibes are bad. So it's a good win. But nothing changed for me with where I think this team's at. Like it was really great. And Malik Monk goes out and has an awesome game, and Keegan Murray goes out and has an awesome game. Domantas Sabonis continues his tear, and they win a game where De'Aaron Fox doesn't play well. Like that's all well and good. That's fantastic. You love to see it. But it doesn't, for me, erase Charlotte or all the other like weird bad losses they have. It's hard for me to I would like to see this become, hey, that was that first step. De'Aaron Fox has talked about consistency. Mike Brown has talked about their consistency. We on this radio station and in the chatty house talked about the Kings' consistency, how maddening it is, all these peaks and valleys. And it's hard for me to look at last night, and it's really fun in the moment, but then trying to zoom out and go big picture with it. It's really hard to not go, okay, well, why is this not just another peak? How do we know that there's not a valley coming tomorrow?
Well, yeah.
And that's kind of the next step in this team's evolution for me.
No, I'm with you, Kyle. You have a winnable game against Toronto. Toronto's not playing well. You've got a game against New Orleans here on Sunday.
Huge.
Like, can you get right against a team that you're competing with? Like, that team should not dominate you every single time you play them.
Yep.
And that's, again, it's not okay for you to not figure that out. Like, you have to show that you can make adjustments against a good team. But then you go on the road, and it starts like, you can't slip up against Detroit. You can't slip up against Charlotte. Like, because once you get past those two, it's Philly, it's Milwaukee, it's Phoenix to finish the trip. Like, those are games where you really have to start to lock in and show that you are the team that everyone thinks that you can be. And, they got to 7 games over 500 again last night, right? Like, this team they should be 9 games over 500. They should not have dropped a game. They should be, I think, 11 games over 500 if they don't lose the Portland game. That's where they should be at this point. They should be at 22 and 11 games over 500 if they don't have the 2 slip-ups. And you don't have to be perfect, but you can't lose that type of game. And I think that was the hallmark of last season. It was like such a staple. Like, this team does not have bad losses. This team does have bad losses this year. They got to figure that one out.
If they were 22 and 11, they would be in the 4th seed.
Yeah.
By a game.
They would be pacing for 54 wins.
And instead they are tied with, them and New Orleans, they're a half game up on New Orleans. They're tied with New Orleans, 4 games back of the 1 seed and a game out of the play-in. Like, it is, they cannot continue stacking bad losses. And that's why last night's win, like, again, trying to zoom out big picture, regardless of peaks, valleys, et cetera, you needed to go get that one last night.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Real quick pin in the Kings, because we had some 49ers related news yesterday as pertains to who's playing on Sunday against the Rams, who's not. And then the 49ers have a gang of Pro Bowlers. Led the NFL in Pro Bowlers, but their number of alternates is even crazier. We'll talk about all that next on The Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Dude, somebody put in that, thank God I'm not the Kings GM. And that's facts, bro. I am way too reactionary to be a GM.
Oh,
Dude, I would be, without question, the worst GM in any league I stepped into. Having nothing to do with my lack of experience. Like, let's just say I was qualified.
mm-hmm.
My personality would make it really tough to be a GM.
I think
I'd be in there like, you know what? Hey, that guy's ass. Trade him right now.
Yeah, I get that. I don't know. I would love to have like taken that path because I dig all of the dynamics of trades and salary cap and everything else. I love having conversations off the record, on the record about all kinds of different things that are, I love that aspect where you're like, okay, I don't know. I might be like too much. Like I wouldn't, like maybe a little too neurotic and like make too many phone calls to a team trying to get a deal done. But at the same time, I
Oh, that's the other thing is I would super, super anchor to my draft takes.
Oh.
Like I would just be convinced
No.
that every player I thought was good coming out of the draft was still good, even if they have a history of being bad in the NBA.
No, I would not. I'm okay with moving away quick.
We haven't done player of the game.
No, we haven't.
Hey, Chatty House, spoiler alert, it's Malik Monk.
Yeah. Somebody asked, I don't know why Mike decided to go JaVale McGee over Alex Len last night. I think Alex Len has played really well, and I would not have gone JaVale McGee over Alex Len. I don't know if that's matchup driven or something, but I'm not sure what matchup that works out for you. Tyler Griner, this is a good question. Would Malik take a 1+1?
Let's answer it on the other side.
Okay.
We got 8 seconds. Hey, you know what time it is? It's 11:16. Hey, before we talk 49ers Pro Bowl stuff, want to remind everybody that we are giving away a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate after each and every Kings game this year, courtesy of the homies over at Jiffy Lube. I need to go to Jiffy Lube, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a car. My car is due for a service. I'm also pushing 250,000 miles. So it is imperative that my car gets serviced.
Okay.
And I'll be taking it to Jiffy Lube.
That's right. You should take it to Jiffy Lube.
I'm going to. I cannot, unfortunately, win this $100 gift certificate. The good news is you can, and it's super easy to enter. You're going to go to ESPN1320.com.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to click on the Jiffy Lube logo. It's front and center. You can't miss it. You click on that. You're going to enter the code word Monk. M-O-N-K. I think Malik Monk was just our player of the game a couple games ago.
Yeah.
Against Memphis, but he earned the hell out of another one, and I don't feel bad giving it to him. As good as Keegan Murray was, as good as Domantas Sabonis was, Malik Monk was the Kings' star player last night. So he is our Jiffy Lube Fast Break player of the game. Just go to ESPN1320.com, click on the Jiffy Lube logo, and enter the code word Monk, M-O-N-K, to enter to win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate.
Mm-hmm.
Our guy Manny in the Chatty House won one.
I know, like all kinds of people in Chatty House have won one.
He hit me up. He was like, "Hey, is this the email I was supposed to get?" I was like, "Yep, congrats, man."
Awesome.
Yeah, good.
All right.
Yeah, shout out. All right. There was a good question in the Chatty House. Speaking of that, about Malik Monk that I want to get to in a minute.
Okay.
But the Pro Bowl rosters were announced last night.
Yep.
For anybody who gives a damn. And I'm having a harder and harder time. Like, I've never really cared about the Pro Bowl, but at least it's always been like, hey, you know what? That guy was a 6-time Pro Bowler. That means something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm beginning to think it means less and less, and I'll tell you why in a second. But the 49ers had 9 Pro Bowlers.
That's crazy.
No major surprises. Nick Bosa, Javon Hargrave, Kyle Juszczyk, George Kittle, Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, Fred Warner, Charvarius Ward, and Trent Williams. All 9 of those guys very deserving, in my opinion. Is the 8th consecutive Pro Bowl for Kyle Juszczyk.
Oof.
He has the most Pro Bowls ever for a fullback. It helps that he's been one of the only fullbacks in the league that gets used for the last,
Is he a
decade.
Hall of Famer?
No.
8 Pro Bowls? I'm just saying.
No. If Lorenzo Neal's not in the Hall of Fame, Kyle
Yeah.
Juszczyk's not in the Hall of
No, that's true.
Fame. All due respect, like Kyle Juszczyk is great, and he
Yep.
is very helpful for the 49ers. I don't.
I'm just
think he's
putting it
Hall
out there. I'm just like, because in the NBA world, 8
Oh, you're an 8-time
All-Stars.
All-Star. You're in there.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that also means you're one of the top 24 players in the league.
Everybody makes a Pro Bowl. Mac Jones has a Pro Bowl.
Oh, I think I made the Pro Bowl one year.
No, congrats.
Yeah.
I'm an alternate this year.
Okay.
Just my first time. We're crossing
There it
our
is.
fingers for an injury. We're not doing that. Not an injury. We're crossing our fingers that there's an absence because the team went to the Super Bowl.
There you go.
We don't root for injuries. Hopefully everybody's healthy. 12 alternates for the 49ers.
Mm. That's wild.
Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel. Okay, fine.
Uh-huh.
Dre Greenlaw.
Yep.
Okay, not having a great year, but fine. Deommodore Lenoir having a pretty good year. Okay. Aaron Banks. All right, sure. Their left guard. Jake Brendel, Colton McKivitz, Tabor Pepper, Mitch Wishnowsky, and Chase Young. All alternates. If something goes horribly awry for the 49ers and they wind up not going to the Super Bowl where their guys can go participate in the Pro Bowl games,
Uh-huh.
and if there is a highly unlikely, nigh impossible, but not off the table world where they could conceivably send 21 players to the Pro Bowl.
That's wild. But here's the reverse, though.
Ideally, like I said, they'd send 0, but
If the 49ers go to the Pro Bowl, you got to come up with all these replacements and replacements to the replacements because
if
half
they go to
their
the
team
Super
is a
Bowl.
replacement. Yeah, if they do
Yeah.
go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be a mess.
yeah, they'd have to 9 alternates, of which maybe their own guys are alternates.
Yeah,
You get some weird ass Pro Bowlers this year.
that'd be weird.
So Antoine Winfield Jr. This is one quick gripe I have about the Pro Bowl. Antoine Winfield Jr. for the Bucks is maybe he is in the discussion for best defensive back in the league this year, period. Like
Mhm.
safety, cornerback, whatever. He is that good. He tackles, he rushes the passer, he can cover, he can play in the slot. He does everything.
Yep.
He's generating turnovers. The Bucks are a win away from being a playoff team. They need to beat Carolina in Carolina to make the playoffs. Like he is not a Pro Bowler.
Is he an alternate?
I'm sure he's probably an alternate.
Yeah. I saw this discussion like
That is akin to like Domantas Sabonis not being an all-star.
okay.
And he's not in the top 10 in fan voting, as we noted
Oh.
earlier.
Yeah, I know. You hope he doesn't get snubbed. He would be a huge oof.
You cannot have a legitimate all-star game. And we're not there yet. There's coach voting, there's
Yeah.
player voting.
Yeah.
I think Domas eventually gets in.
Yep.
But if he doesn't, I don't know how you have a center who's averaging damn near a triple-double and you're not putting him in your showcase of the league's best player.
Mm,
But again, I'm going to save that complaint until he's not in.
okay.
Anyways.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, to me, he's a full-fledged all-star and an all-NBA player. And not only that, but the other thing, I think he'll this will be his 4th. He's like 1 or 2 away from like really solid Hall of Fame resume.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
Interesting.
All right, let's you had that question. Did you start it in the chat or do you have it up ready to go?
I didn't start.
Oh
well,
boy, rookie mistake.
I do know the question though.
Okay, so this is a question in the chatty house at the break. And if you're not familiar, at youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320.
Mhm.
During the breaks, we typically, sometimes we are doing other stuff, but we typically just hang out and answer questions and talk in the chatty house. So if you want to hop in and do that, maybe you're listening on your way into work, and when you get to work, you want to hop on YouTube or Twitch and hang out with us, please do that. The chatty house is a great spot to kick it. And a really good question came across.
Yeah, the question is whether or not Malik Monk could sign a 1-and-1 deal. A 1-and-1 deal is basically a 2-year contract with the second year being either a player or a team option. And there we go. So this way, So the weird thing about the NBA, if you're with the team for 3 years, after your third year, you have what are called Larry Bird rights. It's how, again, like Larry Bird, they were able to circumvent the salary cap, sign Larry Bird for a much larger contract because he had been with the team for so long, right? If you're with the team for 2 years, the only thing you can sign is early bird rights, right? And early bird rights we've seen with Trey Lyles, we've seen with Rashawn Holmes in the past. This year, Malik Monk's early bird rights are a little different. Go ahead.
Pause real quick.
Yes.
So it's early bird as in early Larry Bird rights, not early bird as in like the early bird special.
No,
early
it's
bird gets
early
the
with a
worm.
capital B, B-I-R-D. Yes.
Huh.
So bird rights are Larry Bird rights. That's the full term. And early bird are early.
Your bird rights early.
Yes. Your bird rights early.
I don't know that I knew that.
Oh, okay.
I don't know that I knew that. Huh. Okay, great.
Yeah, it's like
I probably should have made that connection, but I've just bird rights.
Yes.
That's just what they are. I've never like done a deep dive on why they're called bird rights.
Yeah, it's because,
and like I said, I probably should have made that connection, but I haven't.
I think it's because you got to a certain point where they instituted a salary cap. Larry Bird was aging, but you wanted to pay him more than what you could have. And so they made an exception for a player who had been with the team for more than 3 years, where you can circumvent, you can go over the salary cap and sign a player to anything that you want within their years of service, and whether they're all-stars or all-NBA, whatever. You can sign them up to the maximum and go over the salary cap. So you're at 80 million and the salary cap's at 100 million, but you have a guy on your roster that's worth 30. You can go that $10 million over the cap to retain your own player.
Got it.
So then there's an early bird right. So the early bird is when you've only been with the team for 2 years. And this is partially the Kings, partially Malik Monk. Someone decided that Monk, they signed him to what's called a mid-level exception. And the mid-level exception can be up to 4 years, the MLE. It's like, it's right. And it can be up to 4 years. And every year, as long as you're not a taxpayer team, you get a mid-level exception. So this coming offseason, the Kings will get a mid-level exception, which is up to like $12 million now. When Malik signed his, it was 11 point something, but they actually had carved out a small contract, a $1.6 million contract out of the mid-level to give to Sasha, and then Sasha turned them down and stayed overseas. But the reason why you would give him that deal is a normal NBA contract can't be for 4 years. And they're trying to give Sasha a 4-year contract starting at 1.6 million that would go up, right? So anyway, it's a little complex, but the question in hand is, could you give Malik Monk like a 1-and-1 deal where it's a 2-year contract, but the second is like, say, a player option. And then he can opt out of the player option after 1 year, and all of a sudden he has his Larry Bird rights. The answer is yes, you can do that, but there's going to be limitations because even the early bird rights, I believe that they have to be a minimum of 2 years for an early bird contract. And so it just makes it a little more complex. I could probably answer it better after I read something really quick during the break. And then, Kyle, there's one other question I wanted to hit. Somebody asked if I know why Fox lets the ball roll up the court before grabbing it, even when they're up. There's a very specific reason. The shot clock doesn't start until
great chance for a tease.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
We can get to it after the break.
Real quick.
No, we can get to it. Okay. If the shot clock doesn't start until a player touches the ball, but the regular clock in the game keeps running.
Right.
So he's burning seconds off the regular clock when they're up. And then he can burn 8-10 seconds as he's walking with the ball, just like surrounding. And then when he picks it up, now he has a full shot clock.
It's called walking the dog.
Yeah. He's burning clock is what he's doing. And
without burning the shot clock.
And then he's also trying to get the ball up as close as he can in mid-court. So when he crosses over, he has a bunch of time on the shot clock. So that's why.
I have good news for everybody.
Oh.
Well, maybe not everybody, but I'm guessing for most people listening in Sacramento. The Los Angeles Lakers are in shambles. We'll talk about it next on ESPN 1320.
That's funny. Good tease.
Thanks.
That's much better tease than.
Dude, I thought you were I thought you were setting it up. I was about to be so proud.
Oh, my bad.
No, it's okay.
I looked at the clock. I'm like, oh, I got a little bit of time. Hey, look at that. Colby Jones has been assigned to the Stockton Kings. And again, that's a technicality that I think people might continue to wonder why exactly that happens. And why don't they tell us every time Jordan Ford or Jalen Slauson or Keon Ellis? And it's because those guys are two-way players, and Colby Jones is on the regular roster. So they actually have to tell us when they're shipping him to and from. It's part of the league rules. They do not have to tell us when two-way players are being moved between the two rosters. It's on the injury report. It tells us that what players are available. So there might be, again, Jordan Ford, Jalen Slauson, and Keon Ellis might show up on the injury report as not with team G League assignment. But Colby Jones doesn't show up on the injury report. He does show up on, they have to tell us. They have to basically press release it every time. And when it goes back and forth like this, they don't press release anymore. They just send a tweet to us, and then I copy and paste it because I think it's funny. Is that all right? Everyone got that?
Yeah, because the Kings PR account is locked, right?
Yeah, it's locked.
That's
Yeah.
all right.
Yes. Also, like the Stepien rule. That's another one that people are like, what is the Stepien rule? That's where you can't trade back-to-back first-round picks. And there's all kinds of like things built into that. But the Stepien rule is named after a general manager, I think, from the Washington Bullets, who just like, screw this, and went all in and traded all of his picks. I trade all the picks, slide them into the middle of the table. They're like, okay, let's not allow that to happen anymore. Somebody who got fired just traded away entire franchise future just because.
Dude, that's another reason I'd be a bad GM. On my way out, or if I knew, like, dude, to hell with that. If I'm sitting there at the trade deadline and I know that my ass is on the hot seat, I'm going all in. Like, I don't care. I am pulling every possible lever. And if I hose the team for the next 10 years, then so be it.
Okay.
Like, I'm out of here anyway. And if this works, then I buy myself some time and I can figure out the drafts that I butchered and figure that out later. It's so weird because Kevin Clark is a podcaster I really like over at ESPN. A friend of the show. He's been on the show before. He always talks about how like being a GM or head coach is just about keeping your job. Like everything is about doing whatever you can to keep your job.
Okay.
And I think that's so interesting. Because it's kind of like, I guess that's the case at every job, but it feels like there's a lot of teams or a lot of coaches and GMs that play things super conservatively because it's like, well, if I don't do this thing, then maybe we don't win a title, but I buy myself 5 years. Whereas if I do this thing and it doesn't work, then I'm fired. I don't know.
Okay, minimum years, maximum
Brock
years.
Purdy saved a couple jobs in San Francisco. That's what I'm saying. All right, 5 seconds. Here we go. And final segment of the show, D'Lo and KC coming up next. We're the Insiders. I'm Kyle. That's James. Talking a ton about the Kings. Double overtime win over the Magic last night. Good win. Really good win. You don't love that the Magic shot 25 of 44 from 3.
Yeah.
But I think the Kings did the right thing.
It was by design. Like the Kings took a gamble that they wouldn't hit 25 threes. If they hit 26, you lose. So we just figured out like what the formula is if you're going to stop Orlando in that situation.
Well, yeah, and I said it before yesterday. I went, this is the team that shoots like the second fewest threes in the league, and they make them at the lowest clip. So if they're going to go make a bunch of threes and beat you, then you tip your cap.
Yeah, 10.1 threes per game, I think, is what they made before last night.
And then they bang home 25 of them in 2 OTs.
Yeah, just wild.
Just bananas. They are now shooting. They were 33.4% going into the night. They are now at 34.4%. They raised their average 10 points in one night.
Oof. 1 point.
Yeah, they're still 28th in the league.
34.
And they're 28th in the league in 3-point attempts and 29th in 3-pointers made.
Well, either way, it's a tough gamble. But if you look at the players who hit threes, like you cannot predict that those players would hit threes. And I don't even think that they were wide open. Some of them were. You sagged off of them, though, and made sure you double team Paolo all the time. And then when they had to make the adjustment, you saw why. Paolo just goes crazy.
Yeah.
Like Paolo I think he got hurt and went into the locker room at one point. I think his own teammate like hit knee to knee or something. He goes in the locker room, comes back out. And at that point, he had 16 points. And then he ends up with what, 37?
43.
43. Oh, my goodness.
37 was Malik.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 43 points. He was 6 of 9 from 3. Nice. 13 of 25 from the field. 4 boards, 5 assists, 8 turnovers. Still figuring it out.
Yeah.
No, he was, man.
He was really good.
Really good. Really
I mean,
good
even
play.
his final shot to push it to overtime in the regulation, that was crazy. There were 3 Kings draped.
I thought there was no
him.
chance. I thought there was no chance I was going.
All over him and just rose up and hit a big shot. Yeah, he's a talented scorer.
Yeah. That's one of those games, though, that like difference between regular season and postseason, right? Because the Magic do that, and they just happen to have their one-off game where they hit 25 threes against the Kings. If they were in a playoff series, the Kings are playing the Magic in the playoff series. I guess it'd be in the finals. The Kings are playing the Magic in the finals. And they do that in game 1. You feel great about the rest of the series. You're like, hey, they're going to come back down to earth, and it's going to take them a couple games to get right. So mark down a couple of wins based on that. Anyways.
All right.
The Lakers are in shambles. You'll be shocked to find out that The Athletic is reporting. Quote, this is from Shams Charania earlier this morning. There's currently a growing disconnect between Darvin Ham and Lakers locker room stemming from disjointedness around rotation and adjustments. Shocking that LeBron James' team is upset with the head coach.
I thought it was LeBron James who really pushed the envelope on hiring Darvin Ham.
I have no idea. I assume it's LeBron James pushing the envelope on everything there. But
I unplugged there for a sec.
But what's Darvin Ham supposed to do here? Like the Lakers signed all these dudes expecting, hey, if you get peak Christian Wood and you get peak Jackson Hayes, and if Austin Reeves takes this huge leap, and hey, look at what D'Angelo Russell can do, and who's that? Taurean Prince, man, Taurean Prince, look at what he can do from the outside. If he has a great year, like they were, in theory, the Lakers roster was really good, but in practice, it has not been. And Gabe Vincent, another addition who can shoot it, he's been banged up, but it's like this to me is not a Darvin Ham problem.
No,
I just think the Lakers aren't very good. And maybe it's both. Like porque no los dos, right? Maybe it's both.
This is not a Darvin Ham issue. I mean,
like
it's
it might
possible.
be.
Like
I'm not locked into the Lakers rotations enough to know for sure that there's something way out of whack with their rotations. But I don't look at their roster and I don't look at the Lakers when I watch them and go, oh man, this is a super talented team that is just being poorly managed.
Okay, so last year, right, when we're going into the season, and I thought that everyone thought that the Kings were going to compete for like an 8, 9, 10 spot. Right. No question.
Mm-hmm.
I said on the air multiple times, I wrote it, I like the Kings' chances better than both the Lakers and the Portland Trailblazers because those were the two teams that you thought that they would really be competing for. I like their chances better because Mike Brown is a more seasoned veteran head coach. Before I watched him coach one single game for the Sacramento Kings.
Mm-hmm.
He understands the game better and is more prepared to ride out a bad situation than either Chauncey Billups or Darvin Ham. This is not a knock on those guys. They've got learning to do. The fact that Darvin Ham was able to correct that team and get them all the way to the Western Conference Finals, okay, good for you, right? That's fine. But that doesn't change the fact that Darvin Ham is an inexperienced head coach still. And Mike Brown is in his 10th season as an NBA head coach with a 616 win percentage or something crazy like that. Like, this is a really good head coach. And so, yeah, is there a problem there? Okay. But like, for years, LeBron James has been able to handpick who's going to lead the team.
Yep.
He's been able to handpick who's going to play alongside him. And if you looked at this roster at the beginning of the year and thought that you were going to succeed with, again, D'Angelo Russell, Jackson Hayes, Christian Wood, Cam Reddish, Rui Hachimura, let's just circle those guys. Jared Vanderbilt, let's throw him in the mix.
Mm-hmm.
Which of those guys has ever led a team to victory in the playoffs? Who has ever been the reason why a team succeeds? You're taking a bunch of non-playoff guys and thinking that you can plug them in. Guys who have not proven to be winners. And like, look, maybe one or two of those guys steps up and becomes that player, especially playing alongside LeBron and AD. But there are a lot of players out there that you could have gone out and got that are like way more proven, way more proven. Yeah. And I mean, sometimes it works, but sometimes it doesn't. And it just seems like for years, you knew exactly the type of player you needed alongside LeBron James, and you just didn't go get it.
Yeah.
Like, good luck with that.
Yeah. Taurean Prince right now, shooting 39% from three.
Yeah.
Like, that's a very good number. 5.5 attempts per game. Okay, that's fine. He's averaging 10 points a game.
Yeah.
That's not going to do it, man. Knocking down a couple threes a game is not going to get your team over the hump and into championship contention. Like, the Lakers just kind of are, I think, what their roster ultimately is. And maybe, like I said, I totally admit I have not deep diving Lakers film. And maybe Darvin Ham is leaving that team woefully short. And maybe it's Darvin Ham's fault that LeBron James and Taurean Prince at 5.5 threes a game are tied for the team lead. At attempts.
Yeah.
The Kings have 3 dudes doing more than that. Malik Monk has more 3-point attempts per game than that in 25 minutes a night. So maybe that's it. But it is just, the Lakers were a team that going into the year were people's pick to like go to the finals.
Oh yeah.
Like, smart people that I trust talking basketball had the Lakers going to the finals.
I think
now they're like 500 and they want to fire their coach.
Hey man, the Suns are still one of the odds-on favorite to go to the NBA Finals, to win the NBA Finals right now. And it's, again, Phoenix is 9th. They're 18-16.
Can we go ahead?
I'm just saying, like there are no paper champions. You can't just put a roster together. And the one time that we think that the Clippers aren't going to be able to put it together, maybe they do. Like, all these times that they've been paper champions, well, maybe it is this year. But like, there are a lot of decisions that were made there. Because I did my research on Christian Wood because I thought, hey, look, Christian Wood is a player that fits right alongside Domantas Sabonis. Yeah. And we're talking about a 6'9" guy who can shoot the three, that can block shots, that can rebound, that can get you 20 and 10. That is, the numbers are phenomenal. Everything I heard does not make winning plays at all. The numbers that you're seeing, hollow stats. And if I can get that information, like Rob Pelinka could have got that information. And
he might have gotten that information, and LeBron said, no, I want that guy.
I might have got that information from people on the Dallas Mavericks in their bubble. And that's where that's a problem. Again, a lot of the players that they brought in are guys that look good on paper and have not been able to win. And you can't just hold that against someone forever that they're not a winner. But if you're in the last couple of years of LeBron James' of his career,
Mm-hmm.
like Father Time, it's undefeated. It will get him eventually.
Well, and that's kind of the thing is early in the year, remember how good he was?
Yeah,
It's like, holy crap, is this sustainable? And it's like, no, man.
Same with Kevin
We know
Durant.
it's not.
Same with Kevin Durant gets off to this huge start. It's like, man, you can't keep playing Kevin Durant 38 minutes a game at 36 years old.
I get why sports books have the Suns as high as they do. Because if you want to go make the Suns plus 5,000, you're going to get a bunch of people hammering that and going, yeah, I'll throw $100 to win $5,000 on the Suns winning the finals. Like, yeah, for sure. Because just in case.
Yeah.
Because if Bradley Beal and Devin Booker and Kevin Durant are all healthy by April and they make the playoffs, they could absolutely go on a run and win a bunch of games.
Yeah.
But like, am I personally going to go bet on that? No.
No.
But I see why they're an odds-on favorite. I just don't know if anybody. Here's what I would love to do: go round up the people who pick the Suns to go to the finals and some to win the finals. I would like to go round up those people and poll them and say, hey, pause, and say, hey,
why?
No, not why. I know why. Do you change that now? Are you going back on that pick now? Are you confident? Or are you still so confident in the Suns because it's Kevin Durant and Devin Booker, and I'm sticking by it, even though Minnesota is better, even though Denver is better in a good sample in 30 plus games? Minnesota's better, Denver's better, Oklahoma City's better, Sacramento's better, the Clippers are better, the damn Clippers are better. They're like 10-0 in their last 10 with Kawhi, and then Kawhi, I guess, missed a couple games, but James Harden's playing well. The Mavericks have been better this year. Houston's been about as good as Phoenix. They were certainly better early in the year. Like, there are so many teams in the West better than Phoenix.
Yeah.
The Lakers, not one of them. The Kings are.
It's pretty crazy. Especially, we're seeing the Lakers and the Warriors sitting at 17 and 18 and 16 and 17. And, they're the 9 and the 10 and the 11 spot right now.
Yeah.
Like, in a perfect world for all Western Conference fans, Phoenix, LA, and Golden State being the 9, 10, 11, meaning that one of those teams is out automatically. One of them loses in the play-in, and one of them has to play a second play-in game before starting a series. That would be a good thing for teams like the Sacramento Kings.
Oh, for sure.
Because they're still dangerous in the playoffs.
Right. And you force them to play extra minutes, all that jazz. Yeah, 1,000%. And I would be shocked. Like, if you told me right now that the Suns, Lakers, and Warriors all made the play-in, that wouldn't surprise me really at all.
Yeah.
Because I less than, I think, Golden State clearly needs to make a move. They need to make a trade.
Yeah.
I just don't know what trade is going to be out there for them. Like, I don't know what assets they have.
They just have the giant expiring contract of Chris Paul.
And maybe a team is enamored with Kuminga or Moody, but again, they're not giving up like major assets for those two guys. So that's a separate thing. But anyways, even if all three of those teams make the play-in, I'm not sitting here going, hey, all they have to do, like, they're in the play-in because they're not playing well. And I look at them and I go, okay, so for Golden State, we're just going to stick with Golden State. They're local. For Golden State, who's currently out of the play-in, and let's see, they're a game back of the Lakers. The Lakers have played 2 more games. They have 1 more win and 1 more loss. So they're a game back of the Lakers. They would need to overtake the Lakers, Suns, Rockets, Mavericks, and Pelicans to make the playoffs.
Oh.
They have to overtake all of those teams just to make the postseason.
Oh, yeah.
And avoid a play-in.
That's wild.
And I promise they want to. Because they have a bunch of dudes in their late 30s.
Yeah, and again, I like the play-in, and I guess what the Lakers could say is, like, look, we were the 8 seed last year, and we made it, right? Weren't they the 8 seed?
Yeah, they're the 8 seed, and they went to the conference finals. And Miami was the 8 seed and went to the finals.
Yeah.
But
wait, were they the 8 seed, or the Lakers were 7 seed? 7 seed. Yeah.
Miami was the 8 seed, though.
Kenny, you ready to join us?
Yeah, Kenny's getting his video loaded up. It's time for the handoff. Kenny Caraway, D'Lo, and KC going to be joining us here in a moment as soon as he gets his video ready. There he is. Kenny Caraway, what's up, bro? How are you?
I'm good, man. The sun is shining. The birds are singing. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day in Sacramento, California.
My favorite thing is Kenny after a tough Kings loss because my man brings it.
Oh,
you were throwing 100 miles an hour yesterday to open the show. And then I went out and I sat for an hour and did some extra work. And then I came back in. I left while you were like, I need more from number 40. I need more from Harrison Barnes. And I came back and you're like, I need more from number 40. I need more from Harrison Barnes.
I mean, poor Harris. Hey, man, I'm going to just keep it real. And I do feel bad because I love the guy. Harrison got his ass whooped on D-Lo and KC yesterday. I mean, we did. It was 4 straight hours, and we didn't miss an hour where we brought up Harrison Barnes. He showed up last night. You love to see it. Like I always say with Harrison, I've been saying it all year long. You just got to give me something. If it's not scoring, if you're not getting the shots that night or they're not falling, give me some rebounding. If you're not getting rebounds and you're not scoring, give me some defense. Just give me something. And last night the buckets were falling. Defensively, I mean, Paolo's a tough matchup, so it is what it is. But you know, he stepped up yesterday and made his presence felt. That's all I'm ever asking for him, is make your presence felt.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the way that he stepped up, I mean, again, we can pick apart how he was defensively, but the Kings had to make adjustments because of the made threes. They had to start like hedging towards the outside just to try to slow them down, with the thought that like there's no way these guys are going to keep hitting all these threes, but we probably should show a little bit more. And they just kept hitting them, which made it more and more difficult to run a second guy at Paolo. And without Franz Wagner, that team, it was like Paolo or bust.
Right.
Can I ask a question not pertaining to the game last night? Well, not directly pertaining, but I want to ask Kenny because Kenny, you played basketball at a reasonably high level.
Thank you.
And I see the videos. You can still play. Have you ever been in that situation like the Kings were last night, where you have a team or a player who you don't expect to be hitting shots that just will not stop hitting shots? And two, just as a player, how does that, because I know as a fan, like watching that, it's really frustrating. It's like, do something. But then as a player, are you like, man, we need to do something? Or is it, hey, percentage, this guy's going to miss eventually?
I know, and I'll even equate that to like when I coach too, right?
Also coach at a high level.
You play the percent, well, JV high school. Assistant coach for varsity. That's about it. That's as high as it goes there. And most of the time it's just little 10, 11-year-olds, right? But I usually and Jeff Van Gundy says this, is one of you, if you have a game plan, don't overreact to a couple things going against the game plan. You know what I mean? Like, and if your game plan was the Magic aren't going to shoot the three well, they come out, I think at one point they were like 6 or 7 or something like that. You still stay with like, hey, this is the game plan. This is what you do. There does come a point in time, player, coach, where you're like, all right, tonight's not that night. Like they're not the team we scouted tonight. You know, we're going to have to make that adjustment. I thought Mike Brown did a good job of trapping Paolo in the overtimes. I think that's when he really started to do it, in the overtimes, making somebody else beat him. I would have liked to seen them do what's the big guy's name who he was on Indiana now, and
Miles Turner. Domantas Sabonis.
No,
start with a G.
Yeah.
Big man. I would have liked to seen them.
Goga?
Yeah, like not let him make a play.
Bataze?
Yeah, a couple of times.
Yeah.
Paolo would pass out of the trap, give it to him, in the middle of the floor, and they would like really, fall down on him hard, and he'd kick it out to Suggs and these other guys who were hitting threes. I was like, man, just let him go one-on-one. Like, if he gets the 2, he gets the 2. But that's what I've liked to see. But it all worked out. I thought I'll talk about this a little bit on the show. I think I tweeted it out. I don't know. The Kings might have been down in the fourth quarter, and I tweeted out late in the fourth quarter. I was like, you know what? This is a great game. It's a great game.
Really good basketball.
This
game.
Is acceptable. Like if they were to lose that game, That's acceptable. That's good basketball. Orlando's playing well. They might beat you tonight, but this is acceptable. This is fine.
I totally agree.
We always hear this thing where coaches are like, look, that's an NBA team. Those are NBA players over there. They're on a roster for a reason. Last night showed you that it doesn't matter who you're playing. There are some dudes out there that on one given night can just absolutely shoot. I mean, Caleb Houston, 4 of 6 from 3. Chuma Okeke goes 3 of 4 from 3. Wendell Carter, 3 of 3. Anthony Black, like half. Jalen Suggs is never. I don't think he's ever hit 6 threes in a game. And Paolo, 6 of 9.
Yeah.
Like, but that's what they're saying. If you lost that game, you lost because a team just could not miss.
Right.
Yep.
That's it.
Yeah.
The
vibes would have been tough today if they had lost that game, though. Especially in the second OT.
Yeah.
The vibes would have been tough.
It would have. To a certain degree, I said the same thing in my mind.
Would have killed Harrison for his defense on Paolo.
I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it alone today.
Hey, go get Kevin Huerter instead.
Oh
man. I'll talk about Kevin because people were mad that he tried to dunk on old boy. Take the ball to the basket. I'm not wrong. I'm not okay. I don't have no problem with that.
That was an outstanding defensive play.
Yeah.
But he missed Malik Monk, who was flying down the lane ready for a circus dunk.
Yeah, true.
He was a trailer coming all by himself. All right.
Huerter's headband's got to go, Kenny. That's my big take from today.
That's a big take. All right.
The headband's got to go.
I'm not mad at that.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
What do you guys got coming up today?
Kings, LeBron, All-Star voting came out, this morning. So we'll talk a little bit about that. And the vibes are good. We got Drake Bars at 12:20, man.
Drake. Come on.
Drake Bars is popping off today.
59-0?
Yeah.
Drake Bars game's
man.
done?
I mean, that's a guaranteed win.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Guaranteed.
I have a question for you guys to take into your show.
Okay.
Domantas Sabonis not in the top 10 of All-Star voting in the front court. How much of that is Kevin O'Connor's fault?
I mean, I don't know how much Kevin O'Connell has to play with that, but
Vikings head coach.
It's just a lot of incompetence. There's a lot of incompetence going on in NBA Twitter, NBA world.
You know who's not incompetent? D'Lo and KC, and they're coming up next on ESPN 1320. All right, Chatty House. Appreciate you guys. See you next time.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Good work, everyone. That's your Christmas present.
Nice.
Yeah, hit that like button for us. All right, I am shifting out of here.
Oh, get out of there, Hammer.
Oh, it's a sweats day. Look at us. We're all wearing sweats.
Sweats are a vibe, man.
They are a vibe. They're a vibe. Roll out of bed.
What time did you get home last night?
Got home at like 11:30, 12, but I had some parenting to do after that. And then I accidentally.
Damn kids.
Some weird ass show is playing.
This ain't NBA today.
And Julianne Moore, I thought at one point it might be what was it,
What
the
were we
X-Files?
watching before we left?
I don't know what the hell this is.
Sometimes I think people come in here and watch TV.
I think people
It's
do.
on the
To be honest with you.
that weird app that's part of the TV. Like
Oh,
half the time it's like
the
Diagnosis
Samsung TV.
Murder.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what it is.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is.
So half the time I'm watching Diagnosis Murder with Dick Van Dyke, and
I think somebody come in here and kick it.
Can't lose or whatever.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah. A little beat up this morning. A little beat up.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that was a long ass game.
It's just going and going and going and going. Crazy ass teenagers. I needed to, and it's not my son. He just needs help regulating his friends.
Got you. That game's got to be on. They got to be re-showing that game. That's Malik right there, isn't it? No, that's not Malik. They're not re-showing the game. They're showing that. Whatever that is.
Malik was so good.
Oh, he was incredible.
Yeah. All right. You got the audio from last night, Mike.
Yes. I'm gonna get that queued up here. I actually still have it pulled up on my computer.
We had a good discussion on that too. I think Mike said what he needed to say.
No, I thought it was perfect.
And I
thought it was absolutely perfect.
I wouldn't take back what he did. Like, I think what he did was the right move. Even though you think it was one way, I think it was the other. And I think Monk will be a better player for it.
I like what he said, though.
Yeah. No, I
definitely like what he said.
Man, like, you need to have those discussions.
Yep.
All right.
What's up, Chatty House? What's up, baby?
Happier times in LA.
Oh, it's rough. It is rough. Hate to see it.
Hey, go get that, young fella.
They always replaying the damn game. Why ain't they showing the Kings right now?
That one should be on. That was
maybe
maybe
it's on at noon.
Yeah, that was the game of the night.
Get these comments up. What's up, David Jackson? What's happening? RP, what's good? Katrina, what's happening? Dr. David, what's good, baby? Lobo. All right.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, yo! One more time for overtime number 2. Let's get in here. We got to make up for yesterday. We didn't get no Young Zell yesterday. Now we get 2. Come on. Wait a minute.
On the low, that's a Sac-Town thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Plus they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us then, ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look towards the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam. Like the beam now.
Come on. Hey.
Tell them like the beam now.
Yeah.
Tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam now.
Double overtime. 37 for Malik Monk. Come on, man. Verse 2, Young Zell, let's go.
Sack crowd, make sure everyone knows. Let me tell you how this thing really goes. Yeah, we travel deep, whether we home or on the road, we lit. You don't want that smoke, we the team of the year. We shaking things over here, don't doubt, we believe over here. We don't bleed over here. And let me just speak real clear, I only deal with real kings over here. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound.
Hey, one more.
9-16 now.
Look towards the sky like the beam now.
Hey.
What's good, baby?
Hey.
Welcome in here. It's almost as if yesterday didn't happen.
Hey, man, like I said, the sun is shining.
This,
The birds are chirping.
ain't no clouds out there. It's just blue skies, nice temperatures. Everybody got the comfy vibes today.
Oh, yeah, man. It's good. It's good vibes for sure, man.
It is Thursday, January 4th. Welcome in here to D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He is Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge me.
Woo!
That was something else.
Goodness gracious. 138, 135, man. What a night. Let's start with this. It's a question from me to you. Does this start to silence the question about mental toughness at all?
No. Well, no, it doesn't silence the question because for me, I need to see.
Try again. Does this start to silence the question?
No. One game don't do it. That's not my one game. One game isn't my issue with this team. A series of games, being able to put together weeks of mental toughness and focus. That's what it. I mean, I was worried about yesterday's game, so I'm not going to say I called this, but it wasn't out of the realm of possibility that they were going to play really good today. That's what they do, or yesterday.
Mhm.
That's what they do.
Mhm.
They have a stinker. They have an embarrassing game. They come back for the next game or two, and they get cooking. And then 2 or 3 nights later, they have another stinker.
But I asked the question more about the in game, like the scenario of the game itself. They should have lost that game 3 or 4 different times. They should have won the game 3 or 4 different times.
Yeah.
But the fact is, they walked away with a victory.
No, in the specific game, in that game, yes, there was a high level of mental toughness and fighting through adversity and continuing to play and continuing to push in that game. Absolutely.
Mhm.
Absolutely. There's no doubt about it. They showed mental toughness in there. For me to say that they're as tough as they were last year mentally, I need to see consistent efforts like that. And I'm not saying they can't do it. I'm just going to say, like, that was my issue yesterday and a couple of days before, is that consistently they haven't been able to put games together like they played last night, on display. And I want to see it on display. Last night, I talked about it on the handoff, and I tweeted out last night, I think the Kings might have been down a point or two late in the fourth quarter. I was like, this is a great game.
Mhm.
This is a great game. This is acceptable.
Mhm.
Regardless of how this game plays out, this is acceptable. And that's all we're really looking for with this team, is that type of competitive nature, because they're capable of it.
Well, shout out to ESPN, who led off with what was the most concerning part of the Lakers' loss to the Heat. And shout out to NBA TV, who's replaying the Oklahoma City Boston Celtics game from multiple nights ago.
Well, it was a long time ago. There was 3.
We can't even get respect on the replay.
There was 3 better games from that. Now I will stall
Ain't
NBA.
stalling nobody
Well, no,
out.
I'm installing NBA. They've replayed the Kings games like 3 times this year. The night at
No,
the day after.
they definitely.
So I
have.
stall them out a
They
little
definitely
bit.
have. Yeah, but
I mean, I agree. It should be on
the game
now.
from 2 days ago back.
I know. I don't disagree with
Stalling
that.
out NBA TV. Who you know over there?
I
did think,
what's
like,
my guy's name? Ro Parrish.
Well, I did think I want to run the game back, but I thought, NBA TV will certainly be showing it. Oh no, because we got to run the Pistons and the Jazz back too. That was a wild finish. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to pull out the iPad. That's the only way I'm gonna be able to run this thing back here in the studio. Didn't expect that, but that's all right. That's all right.
That's all right.
Hey Harrison, welcome back.
Shout out Harrison. Good game last night, baby. Good game
We're not
last
starting with Harrison. We're gonna acknowledge Harrison because it's funny at this point. That game is about Malik Monk.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that game was all about Malik Monk. De'Aaron Fox stunk yesterday. De'Aaron Fox knows he stunk yesterday. Mike Brown probably knew De'Aaron Fox wasn't very good yesterday. He started calling plays for Malik Monk there in the final stretch of that game in the second overtime. But, man, Malik was all about it.
Yes.
And we'll play what Mike said regarding his interaction with Malik Monk the night before. I loved it. One of the many reasons why I love Mike Brown. We'll play that sound for you because I was a responsible journalist this time. Time-stamped it, got the video ready for you and everything, courtesy of the Sacramento Kings. But Malik Monk is the reason that the Sacramento Kings walked away with a victory last night. 7 of 13 from 3 for Malik. 9 assists for Malik Monk. 37 points. In a 3-point win, he was plus 14 in the 46 minutes that he played. Absolutely incredible.
Time and time again in that fourth quarter and in both of the overtimes, hitting big shots, making big plays, game-saving plays. I think he hit the layup to tie it with 10 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. And I believe he got another one to take the lead. I can't remember which overtime it was. It was first or second.
I don't know. I lost track of all the
first.
missed free throws after because I think the layup you're speaking of put them up by 1. And it was like, okay, is anyone going to hit 2 consecutive free throws? Even Malik, 89% from the free throw line. Missed one there at the end just to make it interesting.
Well, 37 points. He can do that. 37 points in a win. He can do that, man. 9 assists. I mean, one of the things that we had talked about yesterday is we wanted to see Domas throw it down, big man.
He did.
And Malik gave him a nasty little dime.
Yep.
And Sabonis said, I'm not laying this one up. I'm gonna throw it down.
He and Keegan Murray were Lob City yesterday. just nice little respectful dunks all over the place from those two guys.
I like the one of the tweets that somebody had yesterday. They were like, Malik Monk after 9:30 p.m. and it was a picture of Jordan.
That's awesome. I didn't see that. That's terrific. That's terrific. We'll talk a lot. Domas put up some monster numbers yesterday. Again, 22, 23, and 12. If this dude's name was Nikola, they'd be going crazy right now. It's not.
Yeah.
It's Domas. And so he doesn't even get a
If his
highlight.
name was Holmgren, they would be going crazy.
Oh, my God.
And he's nice, too. That's not
Oh,
shame. I'm
Holmgren.
just
No.
saying.
So was Nikola Jokic.
Right.
So was DeMontis Sabonis.
We
That's
just want
the point.
DeMontis Sabonis to get his
DeMontis
respect.
Sabonis is nice. 22, 23, and 12. And I'm going to share something with you that I was smart enough not to tweet, because when you tweet it, it lives forever. I'll tell you what I was thinking. So I don't remember. It couldn't have been the end of the game, because the end of the game felt like an eternity. Everything got really tense. Like I think the Magic hit like 43s in a span of a minute, from like 7 minutes to 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
They did that every minute.
I think I even texted the group chat. I think the Kings might lose this game by 20. they can't miss. They just keep hitting shots. So it had to have been the first overtime where I just had a really unfortunate thought, because Domas was cooking, and then all of a sudden, he turns around, ball gets ripped away from him, coming up the floor, ball goes off his knee. Another possession. I was like, oh, man.
The one where he threw him and Trey Lyles had miscommunication. He just threw it out of
man.
bounds.
Shout out Trey Lyles, the untradeable piece.
Big ups to him.
He makes an impact when he steps on the basketball floor. So there's so many different things to talk about. But the bottom line is, man, what a thrilling victory.
Well, my mistake. I interrupted your thought. What were you thinking that you didn't tweet?
Oh, no, that's a tease.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you later. I'm gonna tell you in the opening segment. I'm gonna tell you later. I'm gonna tell you after I talk about how great Domas was.
At 9:45 p.m. on Raw. You talked about it to open the show, but The Rock isn't coming on until 9:45.
Yeah, the Rock. Not yet. Not yet.
I had an unfortunate thought this morning. I don't think it's going. I can say it because I don't think it's going to be an issue. I really don't. But I was rewatching the end of the game or whatever, and like I said, I could say because it's not going to happen. It's okay. It's okay. Malik Monk is probably the biggest in-house free agent in Sacramento history. Like if he left, that would be the worst.
Chris was an in-house.
Well, no, I'm saying he didn't leave though.
Oh,
I'm saying like if Malik
if he left,
that would be the worst in-house free agent to ever leave. This city would be gutted.
Yeah, that's facts. Yeah,
so, and it's crazy.
It's awful.
And I don't mean to minimize him at all or anything like that. But we're talking about Malik Monk. It's not like not even like.
Well, no, I don't think that's. I think you're approaching that wrong. We're talking about the Sacramento Kings. Like think back to when we broke the news of Malik Monk signing. What was the first thing? What was the first thing you said? This is the biggest free agent signing in. Sorry, you're right. What was the second thing you said?
It's the biggest free agent signing since Vladdy.
Yeah, like that. It's just the organization.
Yeah.
So it's not. Oh, Malik's not Giannis. No, Malik means a lot to this city.
Yeah.
And he is, man. Well, you know what? We're going 4 hours on Malik Monk. That's a word of warning to the 500 people watching, to however, to the millions
and millions
listening across 1320 AM, 98.5 FM HD2, the Odyssey app, TuneIn app, wherever you are. It's a Malik Monk love fest for the next 4 hours. Matt George is going to be with us in the final hour of the show. We've got a lot to talk about. We are so happy that you are here with us. Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Hit that thumbs up while you're here, and please subscribe. Dude, we need like 6 more subscribers. We've been trying to get to 6,000 since like before Christmas. Can y'all, just 6 people. That's it. Just And we know a lot of you haven't subscribed yet, and that's cool. You just search D'Lo and KC. You just search the Insiders. You just search ESPN 1320 Sacramento. Like, I get it. I got all the metrics. Just subscribe. Don't be afraid. We don't bite.
That's all you got to do. Like and subscribe.
Some in the chatty house might, but it's different. It's different. Just
another conversation.
Just 3 more. Come on, man. Three more. Let's do it. 3 more.
By the way, Chatty House, you guys will get the. I forgot to promote it. Drake Bars.
Oh my!
Back the first Drake Bars of 2024.
It's amazing that the Kings have stayed undefeated.
I mean, the record says it all.
Are we sure about this? I've never heard this before. What are your sources there? Dragon Lord.
AZ Dragon.
6,000. We did it. We did it, guys. We did it. By the way, 6,000 real people.
Hey, we're doing what we can, man.
Well, no. Subscribe on that one. Subscribe on Twitch too. We got to 6,000. We begged for it.
I'm back to watching again.
Thank you for subscribing to our YouTube channel.
You're welcome.
Subscribe more.
I hadn't been keeping an eye on things for weeks now, because really there's no need to. But I was just curious. It's nasty right now. It's nasty. This thing just keeps
sometimes
going
you just be sitting around like, hey, wonder what's going on. Just get a little chuckle.
Yeah, we got a Twitch. Absolutely. We're on Twitch every day.
No, Warren, the next Sky River show, I think it's the 2nd. Let me pull up the graphic for you. Bam, bam, right there, February 2nd, the day of the Sacramento Kings versus the leading all-star vote getter in the Eastern Conference, Tyrese Halliburton, and the Indiana Pacers.
Deservedly so, too.
He is having a phenomenal season.
Yeah, he deserves
absolutely incredible what he's doing there. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, and appreciate those who continue to subscribe. I don't want to imply we need to stop at 6,000. Just keep subscribing. We got to get to 7,000 now. 7,000 real people is amazing. Oh, well, there's Dr. David. Oh, okay. All right, Dr. David, I see you. First off, fuck those 52 people.
Oh.
It's the same 52, though.
I know. It still bothers me. It still bothers me.
People don't even like get hyped up and like, oh man, I want to see what's going on. Like a big win. Like, oh, there's not like 27 more people that are like, yo, let me see what's going on. No, it's just the same. Because big wins happen over here, numbers go up. People get hyped. So
they don't have a chatty house. They have like a chatty like corner.
I'm about to die.
Wait, what? The fuck?
What'd
you say?
I didn't want to say because I like
not
bro.
taking the
I like the
Wait,
Brody.
who said?
I like the
Oh,
Brody.
not our, not.
I like
not
the
my
Brody.
guys.
I like the Brody, so I wouldn't go say that. Yeah. I like the Brody. That's why I wouldn't even go.
I can't.
I'm not taking that flag.
I'm gonna have to pull my dude aside. I'm gonna have to pull my dude aside and have a talk with him. Y'all are laughing. I'm dead ass serious. Like I see him all the time, greet him all. I'm gonna have to pull the brother aside. Hey man, let's talk. Let's talk about your approach to your new job. Come on, man.
Oh, brother. Well,
don't be a knockoff bag. Nobody wants a knockoff bag. By the way, our crew, our KSFM crew is in Arizona.
I seen them partying champagne and
I text Kim or responded to one of her. It feels like they're cheating on us. They're out there at the club. Complex is mixing. Kim's filming every. I'm like, hey, excuse me.
Now that you mention it.
Like, excuse me.
Now that you mention it.
What are we doing?
Huh.
Y'all just out there in Phoenix. Y'all just like we ain't here. All right. I see you. It's hurtful.
It is.
Next thing you know, they're going to be in there with Bilo and JC over at Phoenix Sports or whatever it's called. The hell.
Phoenix Sports.
Extra White Chocolate asked, am I allowed to say the word naysayer anymore? No,
sir.
Stop it.
And I'm definitely judging by your screen name.
Yes. Stop it. Stop using that word. Man. All right. Let's really dive into this. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Hey, it's undefeated right now.
Never lost.
You know what I mean? And the people were asking me about it. It was like, oh, I know you got it ready because you said it was a certified Drake Bars game, and they don't never lose in a certified Drake Bars game. I was like, I got it ready, man. I got it ready. Don't worry. So last night at the Golden One Center in double overtime, the Sacramento Kings beat the Orlando Magic 138-135. 40. Hit that beat for me, dog. Yeah. It was just, it was a little stressful. I was on my stand for the sun. I just had to do what I had to do, but, I'm back in here. I'm in the lab. Yeah. Dark days, lonely nights since you left me. I miss you. Life stinks. Call it Pepe, but I gotta move on because they still call your boy Hefe. Damn, I was Tariq. You was like my F.A. Kings beat the Magic. It is what it is. Paolo and Monk playing their own game of pig, but Zero got the win. That boy did it big, like the beam, it'll guide you. That's word to Alex Figs. Whoa. Hey! I said, like the beam, it'll guide you. That's word to Alex Figs. Whoa. Okay.
Let's end it right there.
The Kings are back, and their mental toughness was on display, at least for that game. I need to see more. Yeah, I need to see more. Yeah, Harrison. Will you stop?
Shout out Alex Figs, man.
Shout out Alex Figs.
Said those hoodies dropping at the end of the month. By the way, you want to share with everybody what hoodie you're wearing right now?
Hey, man, shout out to the High and Buy joint. I'm going to have more information for this, during the commercial break. But shout out to this hoodie, man. Shout out to Corrosion, this whole family.
I'll give you the info right now. Once Notes is the name of the company. Once Notes, those are our people. Go follow them on social media. Once Notes, you're going to see us rocking these quite a bit throughout the year, man. But those are our people.
These some dope ass.
Yeah, those are fire.
I like this.
Those are fire.
This.
And it just dawned on me, you got a different color, so I feel a lot better about our setup.
Yeah, we did.
I got the burnt orange joint.
That's right. You did get the burnt orange.
Yeah.
I knew we didn't have the same one.
Shout out to Tennessee.
I think Kim has the same one as me. There was two of these, or maybe there's two burnt orange. I don't know.
I think there were two. It doesn't matter. You look great. That's the whole point. Once Notes, go follow our people on social media.
Yes,
let them know you heard about them over here with D'Lo and KC.
Yeah, man.
And if you're not watching, if you're listening, Once Notes. That's the name of the company. You can go see it for yourself. You can see what Kenny's rocking, man. It's a great brand, man, and those are our people.
Hey, you played that Gorilla Monsoon drop. There was a video I saw. I don't know if I retweeted it or meant to, but they had like a 2.5-minute compilation of Gorilla Monsoon and Bobby the Brain at like WrestleMania 7.
Oh,
and he just, will you stop?
That's
and Bobby
terrific.
the Brain. I'll tag you in it because the brain was hilarious.
There's no one better than Bobby the Brain.
Real quick, while we mentioned wrestling, 25 years since that'll put butts in the seats. Since Mankind won the title.
Oh, very good. The pop heard around the world.
Wow.
Yeah. Very good.
That's an all-time moment.
Arguably one of the biggest pops in the history of wrestling.
I guess the anniversary of the finger poke of Doom too.
See. That's my memory.
I saw tweets yesterday saying it was the same.
My
day,
memory is it's the same night. It happened the same night.
I don't remember.
That was the death of that. And you know what else I remember about that night? That was the first time. I think that was the first time that TNT stopped with the 5 o'clock. They stopped airing Nitro live.
Oh.
You couldn't watch it till 8.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Damn. See, I don't remember.
Or 7,
that.
depending.
Yeah.
I can't remember when it started, but
I think it was 8.
8, yeah.
I don't remember that.
Yeah. In any event.
25 years. That was an all-time moment, man. It's an all-time night. Like you said, that probably signified it had a reverse effect of what they thought
Yeah.
it was going to do, and that was probably the beginning of the end.
It was. I think the finger poke of doom was the beginning of the end.
The
Like, what
worst
sort of
night in WCW
nonsense?
history.
Absolutely. It was the kiss of death. And I thought that the Orlando Magic's 3-point shooting was going to be the kiss of death for the Sacramento Kings last night. 25 of 44, 56.8% from three. Jalen Suggs hit 6 of them. Paolo Banchero, who is that dude, hit 6 of them. Oh, man.
That one he hit at the end of regulation.
Sick. Just nasty. Absolute nasty work.
That man is a problem.
Didn't even commit a turnover either.
Well, I mean, that was baffling. It was baffling on a number of different levels. I think the rule is they don't just automatically check out of bounds. So that was crazy.
Okay, let's fix that when it's in overtime or it's in the last few seconds of a game. Let's fix
just say
that.
last 2 minutes.
Fine.
Fine. If there should be Secaucus, they should buzz one of the officials. But like, no, we need to look at this.
Mm-hmm.
We need to look at this.
Like
and
LeBron said, someone was having a ham sandwich.
Right.
Somebody
that LeBron interview was funny.
Someone in Secaucus was having a sandwich. Missed what was going on.
Funny. But even more than that, like which ref was like, no, that clearly went off a Kings player.
Yeah, I don't know.
And then on top of that,
hey, shout out to Juan Toscano Anderson. Very impactful 19 seconds my man played.
Game changer.
My man was the center of the game for a couple of seconds right there.
Changer. Or Eddie, he worked hard.
He absolutely did.
He got blown by, but he worked hard.
Oh, hey, try to make a play.
Like Matt Barnes said, he was sitting for 4 hours. He'd probably get blown by too.
He probably thought he was going to pull a hamstring if he moved any faster.
But the telltale sign in that play was Paolo Banchero.
His reaction. Yeah, absolutely.
He was like, I can't believe.
His reaction. Yep.
He never not once argued.
Yep.
He knew.
Yep.
But somehow the refs were like, no,
it's cool, Paolo. We got you.
No, let's overturn that one.
Well, thank God they did. Malik,
sleepless nights.
Well, there should be sleepless nights for a lot of people. Malik Monk continues to be the key to this team. He continues to be the reason everything is working out. He talked. Actually, I had this written in our notes later. I should pull this up now because it's going to keep coming up until I mention it. But he talked like he talked in his post-game media availability, and Mike Brown talked in his post-game media availability about what went on with those guys yesterday. I was a responsible broadcast journalist this time.
Oh. Well, you always are.
Well, it's debatable. And time-stamped Mike Brown talking about this last night. I just want to play it now because I know if I don't, I'm just going to keep referencing it. So this is Mike Brown post-game. No real need to play what Malik said because Malik said exactly what you think he'd said. It's what we do. We're fine. We're good. That's our relationship. Yeah, that's what
last night. Okay, but he said this to me, and I love our relationship because we're open and honest, and we look each other in the eye, and we don't take anything personal. He started the game off slow, and I didn't say anything to him. I just took him out the game. So I didn't do a good job coaching Malik last night. And so when before our walkthrough today, I called him to my office and I said, Malik, I got to look you in your eye and I got to apologize to you because I didn't do a good job coaching you last night. And I said, I'm not apologizing for sitting you on the bench, okay, now, because you didn't play well. I said, but I'm apologizing to you for not coaching you last night the way that I should have. And he said, no, I appreciate that. And then he goes, I got to play better. And he goes, I won't look at you like that again next time neither. So I said, hey, you know what? You can look at me how you want. I said, I also may not coach you the right way down the stretch again, but if anything like that happens, we need to sit down like two grown-ups and look each other in the eye and figure out what happened and make sure that we move forward while not taking anything personal. So he's a hell of a player, but he's a great person too. And I'm fortunate. Not only am I fortunate, but I also enjoy coaching him because almost everything he says is real, and you appreciate that.
Video courtesy right there, the Sacramento Kings. I love that dude for that. Neither one of us did this the right way, and I'm going to acknowledge it right here in front of everybody. We did not do this the right way. Love that. Absolutely love Mike Brown for that.
I loved everything that was said right there from Coach Brown. And that was all that needed to be said.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, the one thing about sports life is nobody's gonna always be perfect. At least this is the way I look at things. Nobody's gonna always be perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's gonna always handle things the right way. But you want to see people take accountability and have no problem saying, like, I can respect somebody that says, you know what, my mistake. My mistake. I could have done this better, could have handled that better, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I could be like, you know what, you didn't. I didn't like the way you handled it, but hey, there's nothing you can do. Who am I to sit up here and be like, you got to be perfect all the time? Nobody's perfect.
Yeah.
Make mistakes. So I think a big part of that is Mike Brown just coming to him and be like, man, I could have handled that differently. And my bad. And Mike Brown was right. Malik Monk was right for saying, you know, I won't look at you like that again, or, you know, I won't do that again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was as good as you could handle a situation.
We might play Malik Monk's sound later too, because Malik you don't have to guess with Malik Monk. He just tells you, and he doesn't talk in player speak, press conference speak, media speak. He's just Malik.
Mm-hmm.
And when he gets sent to the podium, or he goes to put the headphones on and tells Mo and Chelsea and Matt that you know, Domas need to stop smoking his layups. Like, that's Malik. Like, that's who he is. Like, you don't have to wonder anything when you listen to him talk. And you talk about not being perfect. He was asked about stepping up, you know, with the way Fox was playing. Obviously, De'Aaron had just a brutal game yesterday. Malik's like, man, it's an 82-game season. Like, we can't expect De'Aaron to do this 82 times a season. And when we see that he's off, we collectively have to pick it up.
Mm-hmm.
And man, when you talk about, I'll say players, when you talk about professional athletes that get it, man, Malik Monk gets it.
Absolutely.
He gets
absolutely.
it.
He seems like a great teammate.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like somebody that, you know, I'd want to go to battle with. Like, see, this is the fake hustle that I believe over Draymond Green. You're like, yeah, you got my dog's back. This is what I do. You know, you're going to want to go to war with me. Like, you ain't got to be what you are, Draymond, to be a teammate that somebody wants to play with.
Mm-hmm.
I want to play with a guy like Malik Monk. You don't have to punch nobody. You don't have to do nothing. But I know he going to have my back, period. And we're talking about basketball. We ain't going out there trying to jump nobody. We're talking about basketball. And that's what I want to see from a good teammate, a guy that understands, hey, De'Aaron's that dude. If there's ever slip up, I got to be there to help him out. It's not, oh, he didn't step up today, or, you know, this is his team. You should be able to do it. No, I'm going to help you out, because you help me out sometimes too. You help us out sometimes. That's a good teammate. That's a teammate that I want. That's a great teammate.
Kyle Matson said yesterday during the handoff, when I was talking to him, that he thinks, and he reiterated this to me in a text exchange we were having last night, that Malik Monk is the Sacramento Kings' most important player. Do you agree with that?
No, I still think it's Fox.
So I'm taking, and I didn't ask because I felt like I understood what he meant.
Mm-hmm.
he's the guy who ties this all together. Fox being an all-NBA player, Domas being an all-NBA player, a handful of guys at the 2 position trying to figure things out, and then the sometimes sporadic rotations of Mike Brown. Malik is the guy that ties this all together.
I'll not to be a contrarian, but just to use maybe a different word, he's the one that covers all that up. Because he is who he is, you can survive. All the things that you just talked about, the 2 guard spot, the Harrison Barnes situation, the rotations being mismatched and all this other stuff. That could be too much for even a Fox Sabonis team to be able to handle. But Malik is the one that covers it all up. He's the one that we got 20 wins because Malik is there and he covers all that up.
Yeah, the Sacramento Kings are now 20-13.
I was looking at that yesterday. Let's not sleep on that. It's January 4th. They got 20 wins. I know a lot of people elsewhere, championship aspirations, that's easy for them. Hey, man, 20 wins already.
Yep.
And I did a lot of complaining about this team yesterday. But I don't lose sight of what they've been able to do. They've been inconsistent, but I'd much rather them be inconsistent in 20-13 than inconsistent and 15-15 or 17-18 or something like that.
Well, I think there's a couple of reasons that one, we talked about this extensively yesterday. Expectations are part of the team. 7 games over 500. It goes back to what we repeated over and over and over and over again at the end of last season, headed into the playoffs. When it was clear the Kings were going to enjoy this, it's not going to be like this next year. It's going to feel different. There's going to be stretches where the Kings aren't playing as well as you think they should play, and it's going to feel different. But I think there's actually a couple of other things that play besides our own expectations and feelings that are kind of, I don't know if hampering's the right word, hampering how we feel about the 20-13 record. One, the expectations of them being better. But 2, there's a couple of new teams ahead of them. It's not just the Clippers and the Nuggets. Because if it was just the Clippers and the Nuggets, it'd be like, okay, but it's not.
Right.
Oklahoma City's up there.
Yep.
Oklahoma City was behind Sacramento last year. Everybody knew Oklahoma City would be better, and I have admitted I didn't think it meant this. If they were in the vicinity of Sacramento, maybe more in the vicinity of where the Dallas Mavericks are now that they've come back down to earth a little bit at 20-15. You got me there. This wasn't a sub 500 team. This version of the Oklahoma City Thunder wasn't going to be a sub 500 team. Put them around 20-15 at this point in the season. I believe that. They're 23-10. They're ahead of Sacramento. And then you got Minnesota, a team who we just couldn't stop hearing about for the last 4 years. And it's like, yeah, they failed, but y'all keep covering them like a big deal. No, they failed again. No, they're not even remotely close to what you make them out to be. Uh-oh. They might have figured it out. Uh-oh. What'd you say yesterday? Man, it's him. All right. So now you have two teams that are kind of new, and certainly 2 teams that weren't there last year ahead of Sacramento. And I think that plays into the 20-13. I think it plays into that a little bit too.
Yeah, for sure. I got
3 losses to the Pelicans probably doesn't hurt either.
If they beat the Pelicans on Sunday,
a couple of 20-point losses.
That'll calm some things
Well,
down.
no. Hey, one game at a time. Go Kings. We're just focused on the Raptors right now.
That's right.
We're just focused on those. Well,
That's right.
I don't even know that we're going to get to that today, but I swear this week is not going to end before I tell you how I feel about what happened to Russell Wilson last week.
The Minnesota. I was looking at the standings yesterday. I feel like I look at the standings every night. I probably should stop, but I look at the standings at least once a day, and I think Minnesota is the truth. I think they're the real deal. They're the truth. I think I want to say they're coming down to earth. They're getting out of the clouds now. Only 4 games back. or maybe they're 5 games. The Kings are 5 games back, but no,
I
they're
think
4
it's 4.
games back.
Yeah, it's 4.
4 games back.
A lot of teams lost. I think the Pelicans beat Minnesota last night.
They did beat them bad in Minnesota.
Pacers beat the Bucks for the 400th time.
Jeez.
Did you hear? Oh, all right, we'll save it. If you didn't hear Giannis's quote, stick around. It is perfect for this show. Absolutely perfect.
It's like dealing with a sophomore class.
That's no way. Yeah, you're right. 4 games back. They're right there. They're in the mix with the Clippers. They're in the mix with the Pelicans. I think again, just trying to pinpoint, frustrations. There's the double-digit losses.
Yeah.
But there's also, you look at, you're going to look at the Timberwolves game. You're going to look at the Hornets game and think, man, knowing that the Warriors lost a couple in there, knowing that the Lakers are really, really struggling right now, could we be 6 games away from the 10th spot, 6 games away from the 11th spot versus, what are they, 4 games?
Right.
You as the season goes along, you just, and it's natural. There's nothing wrong with it. You just start to do math.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how much of a lead do the Kings have on playing, which, you talking 10 seed, something went bad.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's far, far, far too early to start thinking about, 5-6 versus 6 and 7. That's a difference of a game and a half right now.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of question marks after there's question marks with the Dallas Mavericks, I think, for some people, including me.
Yeah.
But Houston, I don't think we know exactly what Houston is long-term yet.
Mm-hmm.
The Lakers are falling apart, and Darvin Ham might be fired when the season's over. They're already getting that out there.
When the season's over.
Well,
when the week is over.
Oh my God.
Dead serious. He might be
incredible.
He might be done after Sunday's loss to the Clippers.
LeBron planted those seeds a couple weeks ago when he said, "Yeah, we ran a lineup we haven't ran all season." That's when it went down.
Yep. Yeah. No, I'm not even joking. He might be. We'll talk about it, but he might be done very soon. What was I going to say? No. Well, real quick, I was just going to say, it didn't feel good to think this way after the Hornets lost. And I definitely didn't feel good about it as yesterday morning went on, because I just started to
get angrier and angrier.
We got on. But one thing I thought about on Tuesday night was sometimes, and I'm a true believer in this, in calls and wins and losses, officials' calls and wins and losses, sometimes it all balances out. It all does balance out, and you get where you're probably supposed to be at. And I mean that because the Kings stole one in Atlanta. They shouldn't have won that game. They should not have won that game. They stole one. They probably, and I know they didn't play well against Charlotte, but they probably shouldn't have lost that game. They probably, they had to start committing, just Fox dribble off his foot turnovers. Terry Rozier's hitting fall away three. Scary Terry can do that. But, I mean, they probably shouldn't have lost that game regardless. It all balanced out. Whether it changes how we feel in that moment or not, probably about where they should be. 20-13.
We'll come back. Troy, hang tight. I promise we'll get to you right after the break. If you want to get in on the phone lines, we'd love to hear from you. A lot of people had something to say following the Kings' loss to the Hornets. How do you feel after the Kings win against a very good Orlando Magic team? 916-909-1320 is D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. No Hunter today. I guess we have to go through the Athletic now. Hunter's too big now to text. Damn. We have to go through the Athletic.
Damn.
Painful.
Well,
so
that's what happens,
Got Matt George though.
Maybe Jason Jones can be our middleman for that.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, Marcus.
Well.
Hey, man. Look, a lot of people love that hire when it happened. A lot of people love that hire,
bro.
7 months ago when he was in the conference finals.
There's a few coaches in the NBA just watching, just like us. There's a few Jason kids out there. Darvin Ham's probably one of them.
Man, that's tough. Man, you go from being a great coach to a bad coach quick.
I'm gonna have to
quick.
I'm gonna have to ask a question about my boy that I don't want to ask, but I got to do it.
Oh, I ain't even gonna ask who your boy is. I'm gonna ask on the air. Oh man, it's a weird ass week for D'Lo and KC. Meaning the two shows. Oh, Dr. David, they've been doing that, brother. They've been doing that since the second D'Lo and KC was announced. Yeah, I saw that too. Them early risers, that's how you do it.
Man, we got to get up, man. For a number of different reasons, but we got to get up. Almost didn't happen because Ryan wanted to wake up at 2 a.m. Like, wait a minute. And then Ryan woke up at 2 a.m. and then I got in trouble.
Well,
how did I get in trouble for that?
That's Mamba mentality, I believe.
Mm-hmm. It's accountability. What do you have against accountability?
Yeah, we'll talk about that on here. We'll talk about it maybe on 102.5. But that boy, Cat Williams.
I talked about it in Corners of the Culture today.
Cat was not playing.
We'll have to talk about that. Oh, hang on. Sorry, guys. Got to keep kayfabe. That fucking guy. How's it? I was looking. Someone had a message. Once. Like once upon a time. ONCE once. Once note. Yeah, that's fire. Fire. Yep, that's it. You got it. Yes, because what they kept doing was they just would. It was a 3-hour interview. It was a 3-hour interview, and different websites just kept taking different parts of it. And was like, Cat Williams talks about Diddy. Whew. Cat Williams talks about Kevin Hart.
That's what they did with the Dr. Umar on Joe Budden. That was like a 3-hour interview.
Yeah. Oh, come on, Michael. Don't do that. You telling me Kevin Hart's part of the Illuminati?
No, but Kevin Hart, sometimes he's full of shit.
So I'll say it. Like I was going to save it for. I've never once thought Cat Williams was funny.
Well,
he is not.
He's hilarious.
He's not funny to me.
I feel that way about Kevin Hart.
No, that's fine. Like I'm not pitting one against the other. I just don't find Cat Williams funny.
Cat. I think Cat is funny. He's witty.
And I think Kevin Hart was right when he on the Breakfast Club. Bro, take some accountability for your own failures. Like you can feel however you want to about Kevin Hart, but don't blame Kevin Hart for your failures. There's a whole different show during that commercial break. Goodness gracious.
Cat Williams hilarious.
916-909-1320. Our man Troy been waiting here a minute. Troy, we appreciate you. What's going on, man?
Nothing much. How's it going today, fellas?
Are we good, baby?
D'Lo, real quick though. Yesterday you said that the Kings feel like they're entitled. Man, you had that. That's been sticking in the back of my head, man. And I'm kind of worried about this team. I feel like we might be a little entitled.
Understandable. I'll say this. I posed it as a question, and I tried to lay out the evidence to why I feel like you could think like that. And I do sometimes feel like that's how they're playing. Like they expect to be somewhere at the end of the season, but you got to have the journey to get there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll echo what you said to start this show when I asked you about mental toughness within the game. Man, them dudes was solid.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you got Toronto coming up. What's that going to look like? And by the way, this is a new Toronto team. It's going to be a tough team to scout. They got like 2 games under their belt, maybe.
Yep.
It's going to be a tough. This isn't the Toronto team from earlier in the season. It's a different group. How are you going to be able to adjust to that? You're at home. Then you've got a team that is beating your ass 3 times coming to the Golden One Center on Sunday afternoon. How are you going to deal with that? So the truth is, I used a different word. The mental toughness thing and entitlement thing, those could actually be tied together. I was trying to frame it differently and just telling you kind of like what I saw. Troy, I get your concern because I got those same concerns. But as much fun as last night was, as great as it was for them to get a win, as exciting as the game was, as thrilling as it was, as hot as social media was, all of that, okay, I'm like De'Aaron Fox. It's over. I mean, I'm not putting it out of my head because we got 3 hours of show left. But at 4, when we go to KSFM, I ain't worried about the Orlando game again.
Yeah, man.
How you going to deal with Toronto? How you going to deal with Toronto? How you going to deal with New Orleans? And as you pointed out to start the week, we're not too by Kings. I guess we'll see in March. They got some wild road trips coming up.
Yeah,
they'll go out for like 5, come back for 2, be gone for 4. Like they're not around much, so they're really going to be tested over the stretch of the next 8 to 9 weeks. And of course, the monkey wrench in all of that is you've got the trade deadline, you've got the All-Star game, or All-Star break, All-Star weekend, all of that stuff. You've got multiple distractions staring you dead in your face as you're a team. I still think that's trying to find your footing in the season. The good thing is, though, is they're doing it at 20-13
right.
rather than 18-18 or whatever.
Right. And this is a situation where may not get an answer to their level of mental toughness or whatever for some time. It's not gonna, because it's always gonna be like in the back of our minds, or in the back of my mind at least. So, say they finish this off, winning the next 2 games. All right, that is great to see. All right, what you gonna do on the road now? Well, how are you gonna handle that level of success? You know what I mean? Like, how are you gonna, like, the one thing, oddly enough, the one thing I feel like this team has shown that they handle, this particular Kings team, the 2023-2024 team, is they handle adversity or disappointment, right? Because that's the key, right? Like, every time they get beat bad or they get embarrassed, they respond. They haven't been able to handle success. When they play well, then they think it comes off as if they think everything's fixed, everything's good, and they lose focus. They've got to find a way not to just handle adversity. They seem to answer those calls pretty well, but they've got to be able to answer success and the expectations of what they started last year. We expect them to be a top 4 team in this Western Conference. At the very least, a top 6 team. At the very least. Those are the expectations that we have as spectators and fans and media, and that they have for themselves. They probably have higher expectations for themselves. They've got to answer that call.
The question is how? Because that second quarter, that was Kings basketball. Ball was moving, cutting. Keegan was dunking. Domas was dunking. Domas was yelling. Maybe Domas's dunk strike is over. And everybody was getting a look. And I don't know if Orlando adjusted. I don't know if things slowed down. I don't know exactly what happened in the third quarter. I think everyone expected, including myself, like, this isn't going to be Fox the whole game. Like, it's just not. It's not. But it was. And it's like, oh, he's human. He's not going to be able to hit every shot. He's not going to be able to take over every third quarter or every fourth quarter or every single time the Kings need something. He can't do it. Someone else has to do it. And it took a while for that all to register, and then Malik started doing it. Keegan hit some huge shots. Then
Harrison hit a big shot.
Harrison Barnes, absolutely.
One foot running bank 3 was crazy.
And that, I think that was after the one he hit in the corner, right? He hit a 3 I think it was to start overtime, where
the runner was to start overtime.
Okay.
I don't remember his corner 3.
No,
I remember he passed to Malik Monk, who hit a corner 3.
He hit one Man, I'm pretty sure maybe it was the first shot of overtime. Maybe it was the first shot of the second overtime.
Well, that's what happened. He drove to the basket, hit Malik for a quick, because both overtimes Orlando came out, hit a three, and it's like, damn.
Yeah, right.
And then the first overtime, he hit the running banker.
Mhm.
And the second one, I think that's when he attacked the basket and made a great pass and found Malik in the corner for a corner three to tie it back up again.
Oh, okay. Maybe I thought that was Harrison who shot that three.
That was a big shot and a big move by him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Harrison,
he played well. Played very, very well. He played very impactful last night. As did a number of other guys. We talked about Trey Lyles. I thought JaVale was good in his very limited minutes last night.
Yeah.
That was kind of it's also part of it was JaVale. There's no Alex Lynn. Yeah. I get if you shifted to JaVale because of the way Orlando was playing. Will Z told us, like, this is a team, they're going to score in the paint. That's what they do. You heard it repeated over and over and over again on the broadcast. This is a team that scores in the paint. That's what they do. That feels like it's got Alex Lynn's name written in lights. But they went to JaVale to start, and JaVale went right at it. You know, he had the dunk that he missed, but he got fouled, went to the line. Of course, missed a free throw because that's what the Kings did all night. 67.7% on the game.
21 to 31.
You missed 10 free throws, and you win, you stole the game.
And the other team sets a franchise record for threes. Ironically enough, the Kings dominated points in the paint.
Mm-hmm.
Dominated.
Yeah.
66 to 24.
Them dudes wasn't trying to score in the paint. They shot 44 threes. They shot more threes than the Kings did. 25 of 44. Absolutely insane number of made three-pointers. And a credit to both teams. Well, one, they both turned the ball over too many times. Credit to both of them. They both capitalized off of it. 30 to 29 in terms of points off turnovers.
And I see Stephen Brown saying Fox wasn't right last night. Might have been a little tired.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a backpack with Draymond's face in it?
That's what it looks like. Yep. That's Stephen Brown, boy. Stephen Brown.
Anyway, said Fox wasn't right last night. I don't think I haven't seen anybody in this league that I think can lock Fox up. Like, he gonna get his. And I don't think this is what happened last night, but I do have to tip my hat to Jalen Suggs. I thought he did a really good job on De'Aaron last night. And he had some moments in overtime where Fox was trying to mix him up.
Yeah.
And he couldn't shake Suggs, man. He was
and
there,
you know
blocked the shot. Like, I think Suggs had a little bit to do with it as well.
And you know what bugged me about that? He took some garbage. Like, he would try to do that. He couldn't find exactly what he'd want to. So he'd take like a turnaround.
You don't like the turnaround fade? That's a shot.
Not
when he gets somebody,
not when it's not dropping.
When he gets somebody that he feels is smaller than him, he'll go to the block, or like weaker, or he could back down. He'll go to the block and hit him with a little dream shake.
Here's a full disclosure. I hated the shot that won it. I don't hate the shot on it. It was like a little, it wasn't a floater, but it was just a little short, high arcing jumper. Yeah, I think so.
I'm literally drawing.
It was maybe in the key, maybe just outside the key. Because my thought was by the time, especially I felt this way by the time we got to the first overtime. By the time we got to the second one, just give the ball to Malik, let him figure everything out. If it's go to De'Aaron, that's fine. Yeah, if it's go to De'Aaron, that's fine. But this possession was the last minute, and in that sense, like, De'Aaron has the ball. Like, okay, if he's going straight towards the basket, I'm fine with it. He got cut off because they did a good job at that. They let him get so far, knowing that he's struggling. They let him get so far, but he couldn't get all the way to the basket. And he took a little kind of like rainbow, like little shot. And I was like, oh man, yes. Got him.
Did you always think they were winning last night?
No, absolutely not.
There was about 3 times when I thought they
absolutely
were going to win.
not.
When Paolo hit the shot in regulation, I was like,
you know what the biggest thing that surprised me? When the Kings went up 2, right before when Paolo lost the ball out of bounds, and thank God they overturned it. Right before that play, I said, this game's over one way or another.
Mm.
They're going to shoot a three.
Mm.
And when Paolo got the ball, you could almost immediately see he's going downhill.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, okay, it's bold because they're probably not going to blow the whistle.
Right.
So when it was clear he was going downhill, I was shocked. I was like, how fitting is this? They're going to do what De'Aaron did to them. Game was tied in Orlando last year, but he's someone, and I don't know who. I figured it would be Paolo. Is just going to pull up, and this game's one way or another. This game is going to end right now, and of course, it didn't because Paolo threw the ball out of bounds. But they decided he should have another opportunity. Made a great play at the basket. You know that camera that I don't. It's a sponsored camera. Yeah,
joint.
Yeah. There was a great shot on one of Keegan's dunk where they show Keegan just not changing facial expressions at all in midair and throwing the ball down. Face never changes, just stoic. But that camera often shows you, I think it was Keegan also that had like a putback, just like a two-handed putback, how physical it is down there around the rim. Like I was really frustrated with Domas yesterday and the way that he plays around the rim sometimes. But every once in a while, Keegan on this play, this was the one that really got my attention. Keegan had a putback. They hit that sponsored camera view. I was like, ooh, they do not blow the whistle down there unless it's egregious.
Yeah.
You getting roughed up down there.
Yeah, they getting after it. There was also another play late in that game. Might have been in the first OT when Harrison Barnes did a great job on the defensive end of staying down. Matter of fact, that's when it was. Paolo tried to get a three. Barnes stayed down, passed it to Suggs. Suggs tried to get around Fox. He couldn't. They called a timeout. I'm not sure when that was or what resulted in the timeout. But I think, I don't know. I'm not going to try to remember. But there was a number of different times. Trey Lyles, he tried to take a charge. That's not what the offensive foul was. What the offensive foul wasn't a charge. It was the offhand push off.
Yeah.
But I mean, that was a big time play. That was a big time play. And
I'm only, like Russillo was tweeting about that.
He was
about that play. Like, I can't believe they called a charge there.
It's not what it was.
They didn't call a charge there, but like it's fine. But I think because they do the overzealous motion, people take that as a charge.
Yeah, it's all that is an offensive foul.
It's the push off. Yeah,
that motion is the same as an offensive.
You never see that called.
Come on, man. Come on, Russillo.
Well, I don't blame him. I don't blame him.
I do blame him.
I don't blame him.
It's clear as day.
I understand that. I understand that. But what's being said over and over and over again?
Use your eyes.
I don't blame him.
Use your own brain in that. I did. I used my own brain in that situation.
How'd that work out for you?
Just great.
Lessons to be learned for everybody involved. Can I tell you what I was thinking yesterday? You're listening to. I don't know what you're laughing about.
Shout out Bonte Hill. He was in the group chat last night.
Happy Bonte was in the. Happy. I can't believe I missed the opportunity.
Uncle Bonte, because you see Butcher Boy Joe Shasky, man, his son, man. That was awesome.
I did. Congratulations to Butch.
Yeah.
He had kept that kind of low key.
Yeah, I had no idea.
And all of a sudden there's a baby on his timeline.
Yeah.
There's a baby.
Talk to those guys like once a week, man, and I had no idea. Like you said, it just popped up on the timeline. So congratulations to him and his wife, man.
No doubt. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5, FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. I told you 916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the conversation. I told you there was something I thought and was smart enough to not tweet. I think it was the first over. It had to have been the first overtime. It couldn't have been the end of regulation.
Mm-hmm.
There was a point where I was like, you got to get Domas out of the game.
Oh.
I know.
I never felt that. I think I know when you thought it was when he got stripped,
the ball ripped away.
Yeah, that was tough. Hey.
It's like you got to get Domas out of the game. Like I feel like I started to think like, is this in his head? Like because he had already lost the ball. Now this happened like 2 more times, and I think both times it was with Malik. Domas had already lost the ball. I don't want to call it a fast break, but it was certainly a transition play. He had lost the ball. It's like, hey, all right. I respect my all NBA center. Something's just I don't know that JaVale's the guy you go to in this situation. Something is not right here.
See, you would have got a dirty look from Domas.
And I would have been like, you're right.
Yeah.
And you know what? I would have been in the wrong if I had taken Domas out of the game.
I would have been like, yeah.
That was
I'm like the lady on Dr. Phil. I'm gonna stick beside him. I'm
not familiar with Dr.
You know that
Phil.
one?
I don't.
You're not familiar with Dr. Phil?
No,
Or
I
that
don't want.
clip?
No, the Dr. I don't want. I know who Dr. Phil is.
That's what, okay. That's what I'm saying. It might have been Dr. Oz.
Cash Me Outside was Dr. Phil,
Yeah,
right?
This lady might have been Dr. Oz because like she was with a guy who was just like no good and he cheated on her and I think he was in trouble with the law or whatever. And I think it was Dr. Phil's like you know you don't have to do this. You can move on. Like you don't have to put up with this. And she said, I'm gonna stick beside him.
Which was
and
the right
that's what I
call.
was when Domas was throwing the ball all over the Golden One Center.
He had 6 turnovers yesterday.
It's one of those things. He seems to have these moments though during the season.
It's just weird to have 2 of them in a row.
But no,
Like,
when I say have these moments, I mean like 2 or 3 game stretches where he just has turnovers, and then they go away for like 60 games.
yeah, right. He does not turn the ball over a lot at all, which is why I was like, hey, you might want to. Something's wrong. Like this isn't him. Like it's something is in his. Just take him out.
Dr. David would have, with the quickness, would have pulled that up. If you would have tweeted it.
Oh yeah, I'm not. I was smart. I think I only tweeted once, and it was just to prove I was awake. It was the only reason I tweeted.
I didn't even watch all the game live. I
didn't think so. You weren't responding to anything. I was like, KC must be out.
I went to Franklin versus Consumers Oaks.
Then when you set the follow-up text to the Bonte group text, I was like, oh, he's catching
about
up.
When I got
he's catching up. Okay.
I think I watched from the 4th quarter on live, and then from the start of the 4th quarter on, and then I went back and watched the whole game later. But yeah. If you would have put that in the group chat, I would have like hell no.
I just kept I saved it for the radio show because it doesn't live forever on the radio show.
Well, that's live forever.
At least I have time to explain it. Again, thankfully they didn't. 22, 23, and 12.
When he threw down that dunk. Woo!
I was glad he yelled. That's literally
frustration.
Hey, shout out to everybody who did what we were talking about yesterday.
Hey, big ups, man.
Harrison Barnes and Domas was pissed off at various points yesterday.
I like that. I like pissed off Domas.
I'm all for that.
He was pissed off after that Houston game too. He
oh
didn't want
yeah,
to talk to nobody.
Oh, he was,
who was
serious.
That? Was that?
I feel like it was Jake. I
think
remember
it was Jake
who asked about the meeting, and Domas essentially hit him with none of your business. And did not smile, did not like break character at all. It was just like it's not for you.
Yeah, I like pissed off Domas.
I'm all for it. But the All-Star returns came out. De'Aaron was 8th in guards, and I'm not. It's you know what it is. Like Luka's there. We talked about this. Steph is there. Kyrie is there. Ja is there. The popular guys are there. Domas, I think. De'Aaron was 8th. He did beat out Austin Reeves, so yay. Who else was he ahead of? Klay Thompson. Neither of those 2 guys are going to make the All-Star team. Ja Morant's not going to make the All-Star team, and neither is
Kyrie.
Thank you.
Kyrie, yeah.
Thank you. Domas nowhere to be found.
That was kind of crazy. I mean,
but shouldn't
even
be
with all
surprising.
that though, it should be. It is surprising to me that he's not in the top 10. Like that. That's a little excessive.
Remember, this is fan voting.
Yeah, well,
That's what I'm saying.
A lot of people that don't know what the hell they're talking about.
I understand that. That's what I'm talking about. Domantas Sabonis nowhere. Alfred Sengun is on here. How many of those votes are from Bonte Hill? I'm going to check Bonte's phone.
And Sengun is having a really good season.
He's having
he looks nice. There ain't no way in hell he should be at.
22, 23, and 12. I'm going to repeat that.
Come on, man. Hey,
how many triple doubles? 7 triple doubles on the season?
I know it's a fan situation as well. Victor Wembanyama has no business on here.
No, he doesn't.
None whatsoever. That would even. I mean,
I don't have a beef with a lot of these guys who are here.
Chet shouldn't be on there. Well, I mean, I'm talking about with Sabonis being not on there.
Yeah. No, for sure.
So not that these guys aren't playing well and shouldn't be on there.
Karl Anthony Towns shouldn't be on here.
Cat should be on there, but
no, not above Domantas Sabonis.
No,
I
gotta see what's going on with Cat.
I
feel like Cat is doing work.
Oh, I didn't mention Ant-Man in the guards. I was like, yo, where is Anthony Edwards? He's right there. He's number 6. Tyrese, the leading vote getter for the guards on the Eastern Conference. Dame Lillard.
He should be.
Absolutely. Dame Lillard right behind him. Giannis, the leading vote getter overall with Joel, Jason Tatum, all topping well over 1 million votes. On the Western Conference front court side, it's LeBron, Kevin Durant, Nikola Jokic that are topping 1 million plus votes, and then Luka and Steph on the guard side. Shea surprisingly not above 1 million, but he's behind Steph and Luka.
And once again, no disrespect to
I actually think Shea's going to be
one of the greats to ever do it. We talked about this the other day. Steph shouldn't be a starter.
No, absolutely not. And I don't think he will be. I think Shea will be.
Oh, I think Steph is going to have more votes. I think everybody else will vote for, like, with the fan voting. I think Steph is going to be second. But once again, like we talked about.
But you think he's going to be a starter?
No, I don't think he will. But in fan voting,
I
don't think Shea's going to.
I got you. Yeah, I think Shea's going to wind up starting. Though.
I think so too.
And so is Luka. And Luka deserving, like Luka's playing incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Luka's playing incredible.
Yeah, why was this? And he's playing. How did Harden get on there at 4? Harden.
You're right.
I've defended him, but
you're right.
No way.
Well, first of all, James Harden's playing really well.
He is. I've defended
but look
him. There's no way he should be.
No, I got you. There's just such a steep fall off after Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. It goes from damn near 1 million to 400,000.
I mean, look, if I'm Belo and JC in Minnesota, I'm outraged that Ant-Man is.
Absolutely.
It's behind James Harden.
Absolutely.
And Kyrie.
Absolutely. Yeah.
What's going on here?
Kyrie's one of those ones. He's not like Kyrie and this is what it is. Like Kyrie and Ja doing their job. That's what I mean. It's voting.
4 games.
I understand. Like LaMelo's on here. Derek White is on here.
What do you mean by that?
Okay, I'm sorry.
What do you mean by that?
What are you doing with him?
I'm sorry. Derek White's having a fine season. He's going to be.
Don't turn into Kenny.
No, Derek White going to be a reserve.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's fine. Derek White's going to be a reserve. DeMar DeRozan is on here. Oh, man, stop it. You can't be
Drew
on
Holiday don't need to be on there. He doesn't.
I'm asking.
All-star?
No, All-Star. He's not All-Star.
He's
not
good.
as good as Derek White.
He's helped that team. He's doing good, but he ain't no All-Star.
3 All-Stars, though, for sure for the Celtics, yeah?
Yeah, I think Jalen, yeah.
Are you including Porzingis or Derek White as that third?
Derek White.
So maybe 4.
I don't know. I don't know if they're guaranteed. I don't know if Derek White, like they made the fan voting. I don't know if Derek White.
Bro, Kuzma got 178. Kuzma got 40,000 less votes than De'Aaron. Who knows? Kuzma could be in the Western Conference by then.
Hey, good. I like that.
And then there's Paolo, number 10. Boy, Paolo.
Ooh-wee.
Goodness gracious, man.
He's a problem.
Indeed he is.
Hey, I heard a question, and I apologize for not writing this in, but it just came to my mind just now. I want to ask you when we come back, and ask everybody what they thought about this question that was posed.
Okay. I'm also going to ask, who's your boy? Because that's something that I got to talk about my boy. I hate to do this to him. You said it during the commercial break. And all I wrote down was, who's your boy?
Yeah, when I come back.
So it's the Kenny Caraway Show. When we return, everything that's on his mind, he's going to share with us When we get back here, Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, that's why it looked different earlier.
Manteca. For the longest time, I thought Manteca was out of direction. I thought Manteca was like almost going towards El Dorado Hills, but it's
Manteca
absolutely
smells.
not.
Did you know I made a 13th round layout for you?
No.
So if you look at the screen below you, you see where it's lit up blue on the layouts where it says PTI. Well, you'd have to hover over it where it says PTI layout 2. It's you see that? If you go to the next one, nope, it didn't work like I intended it to. Never mind. Ignore that.
Oh,
this was supposed to be for you, and it wouldn't mess up your audio because the second video is tucked off somewhere. But obviously, I messed it up and need to fix it again.
You got to show me how, or if it's easier to just do it, how to do it. Kicking it with KC joint. I need one of those.
Kicking it with KC overlay.
Yeah.
Like where did the 13th round go? Like that?
Yeah.
Well, no, not like
Sky,
that.
Sky River.
Like that. Okay.
I don't have a logo, but yeah, just say kicking it with KC. Could be my face.
Russell, Dark Side. I've seen episodes of Dark Side of the Ring, but I'm not a fan.
They're back?
I have no idea. I stopped watching it. Like, that's too much. There's no like journalistic integrity to it. Like, it's nonsense. There's just stuff that is.
The first couple seasons were cool.
When they did the Snuka episode and did the whole Vince McMahon walked into Allentown police station with a briefcase and all of a sudden the charges, that's why I was like, this is such bullshit. And then they said, my man who lives here, gosh darn it, he went on stage with me at Cinco. Rikishi's brother, Fatu.
Fatu lives here?
Yeah. Fatu was like, yeah, I was in the car with Snuka and Nancy. I'm sorry, for 40 years, no one ever uncovered the story that you were in the car with them the night they allegedly she died. It's because he wasn't. He has his nights mixed up, but they didn't vet that. And it's like, all right, now I can't take anything you're saying seriously. So I was out on that series.
It's like it's being put together by Kevin O'Connell.
Well, it is Kevin O'Connell, man. He just be saying shit. In the chat. Oh dear. Is that a shoot? Dr. David, are you being serious? Dr. David's not serious. He's kidding. He's kidding. He's kidding.
I don't know if he's trolling or not.
He's not serious. Yeah, the Tonga kid. That's fine too, right? The Tonga kid.
Stephen Brown said we had a defector.
Oh no. Oh no.
Stephen Brown took a gander in there.
He said,
where'd Stephen Brown go?
He said Jess ain't loyal.
Well, that's all right. Jess, I know. We love Jess though. Jess came to the live show.
Yeah, Jess is all good, man. Hey man, hey, look. You watch multiple shows, talk to different people. It's all good. It's all good. It's no problem. No hard feelings. You just can't go over there and start talking shit. Then there's hard feelings.
Yeah.
But go over there, watch, whatever's going on. Or
it's always good to see the B team. It's good. Like people watch the G League. It's fine. It's fine. There was high school sports on the other day. It's fine for what it is. You just understand what it is. It's high school sports. Zay, do we get royalties from what?
Their existence.
Running radio stations.
We should, boy. We should. We should. But it's true, Terrence. People do watch the G League. Oh no, my man Baker's hurt. Oh God almighty, what a shot that was. Jesus.
Baker had a couple of garbage time TDs that wouldn't be my league this year. Shout out to him.
Oh, man.
Hey, if which I think they will because they play the Panthers. If the Buccaneers get in, shout out Sac State winning against Kansas City in they had one of them challenges, Big Sky something challenge.
916-909-1320. He says that hasn't been the same number for like 2 years. 916-909-1320. All right, what do you got? Let's start with who's your boy.
My boy, and this ain't got nothing to do with his team. All right, all you smart asses out there and in this studio.
Here we go.
It ain't got nothing to do with his team. He been my boy for years.
Yep.
My boy LeBron James.
Mm-hmm.
It's my boy.
Okay, Lake Show.
I just said it had nothing to do with his team.
I don't know what you're worked up about, but what about your boy? He had 12 points last night. That's wild.
Hey, I'm just asking because I don't even want to ask this. I really don't even want to ask this. I'm gonna just ask the question.
Okay.
Is he a coach killer?
No.
I mean, he didn't put a lot of them in cement boots.
David Blatt was weird because they were the 1 seed. Darvin Ham just seems like he's just hanging out, and that's kind of been an all year thing too.
No, I'm going to say no.
He tried to put Coach Spo in cement boots.
He tried, didn't work.
That's one that kind of tough against LeBron right there.
Yeah,
he does it all the time. All the time. Did it to Luke, did it to Frank Vogel, doing it to Ham. I think Ty Lue was safe. Did it to David Blatt. Tried to do it with Spo.
Kind of de facto did it to Mike. Didn't. That was more Dan Gilbert than it was LeBron. That wasn't Mike that did that. Or excuse me, that wasn't LeBron that did that.
Like I said, I'm not going to answer that question because that's my boy. I don't want to do that to him. I just got to ask the question.
Besides Spoelstra, has he been right though?
So,
well, technically, well,
you want a title with Ty Lue, David Blatt. I think there seemed to be underlying issues with everybody.
If everybody
one, Luke Walton's not a good coach, so they fired him. 2, David Blatt was a jerk. Nobody liked playing for him.
Okay.
Who else did you say? Frank Vogel? I don't know I don't know. I don't. Frank Vogel's. I'll be as honest. Frank Vogel's a massive question mark for me.
If any,
he's a great. He clearly is a really good defensive coach. I just don't. I don't understand. I don't get it. It's like Orlando's completely expunged from his record.
I think with Bron, you could say he knows when it's ran its course.
Well, the funny thing about it,
do you think he's trying to get Darvin Ham fired?
Yeah, he's completely done with Darvin. He, like Jesse said, he laid the groundwork. Like
LeBron knows what his words.
After that,
the impact of his words.
He knew he was laying the groundwork.
He just leases coaches. He doesn't buy them. He just turns them in every 2 years and gets a new one.
That's one trait about LeBron that I don't like.
I get it.
How he's constantly looking to fire a coach.
Maybe he's just a guy who needs change and different voices. Like,
I mean, maybe, but the crazy thing about it is they all do whatever LeBron says.
He's the greatest player that's ever lived.
All right, so like, why are you mad at them? They're doing whatever you say.
It's like having a boss that you think that you're smarter than or something like that. It's like you can't work for this dude. Like LeBron's like one of the smartest players in the game. But Darvin Ham is making mistake after mistake. Rotations make absolutely no sense.
Yeah, working for idiots is tough. I've done it.
But the issue is you're not working for them. They'll do whatever you say. You're LeBron James. Hell, you're the GM.
Allegedly.
If LeBron had a problem with the rotations, you think he could go to Darvin Ham and Darvin Ham would be like, get the hell out of here? Like, nah, I'm gonna listen to.
So let's look at this in a different way. You just named Luke Walton, Frank Vogel, and now Darvin Ham.
Mm-hmm.
This feels like a genie bus problem. Go to Cleveland. You call it a Dan Gilbert problem if you want to. but in Cleveland, all we're really talking about is David Blatt, right? Because it was Ty Lue the rest of the time. And then you had Pat. You're not going to strong arm Pat Riley into doing anything.
Right. Yeah.
Hey, Jeannie might be making these hires that she's not even sold on.
Yeah, and once again,
Magic hired. Did Magic hire Luke? Who hired Luke?
Magic. I think Magic did hire Luke. But once again, because they all listen to LeBron. But then LeBron comes out and is like, it's his fault.
He didn't say that.
Well, that's when he wants the guy fired.
Well,
that's what he's saying.
Read between the lines.
So, and like I said, this is my boy, but that's just not.
That's
one of the things.
Aldrin Dre, a number of people have pointed out. I'm pretty sure LeBron signs off on the hires up. You're right. Like there'll be a tweet of support of whatever. This is why, if you're a player, you're hands off in this. Don't take part in it, because when moments like this arise, the receipts come out. Keep your mouth shut during the hiring process.
Oh, I agree. And then the other thing about this that is like weird to me that
Kyle Kuzma would be a king if it wasn't for LeBron James.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Bron.
Well, we went over this the other day, though. How different would things be if Kyle Kuzma came over?
LeBron knew. He's like, you guys, knowing guys, like, it's not going to work for the Kings the way they think. Let's just send him to Washington.
Well, with that being said, thanks a lot, Bron.
Well, in that case,
say it that way.
GM the Kings too.
The GM, but but like LeBron, all these guys don't know what they're doing. I know people think Luke sucks as a coach. David Blatt. I mean, I don't know about Luke, but David Blatt is a successful coach, like in his career.
Maybe Rob Pelinka
doesn't
know what he's doing.
Well, Rob takes cues from LeBron is running that thing too.
The way the Lakers were running though before Bron got there, like he kind of saved them. Because I'm not sure, like Jeannie Buss does not make the best decisions. Like whether it's bringing Magic or whoever, like LeBron got there and kind of saved them from themselves.
She's really in that early Jerry Jones thing, where she only hires like people like she's close to and knows. Like the whole Rambis thing has always been really, really weird with the Lakers. Not a knock on Kurt Rambis. It's just weird that him and his wife always seem to have massive roles within the organization. She hires Magic Johnson. She hires Rob Pelinka. Who the hell is Rob Pelinka? Well, he's Kobe Bryant's agent. Okay, this all ties to the people she knows and trusts the most. Irvin and Kobe. That's it's either a character flaw or it's a survival technique. I'm not sure, but this is when you do stuff like that, this is what you get. It's owning, it's running an organization by committee. That's what the Los Angeles Lakers are. And the committee at this particular moment is Jeannie, Rob, and probably to a certain degree LeBron James.
Yeah. And as much as once again,
I think she wants LeBron to be the next like Kobe. Like she can lean on LeBron for help. Until LeBron owns the Las Vegas LeBrons, she wants to be able to lean on him for help.
Judge it.
And it might not be far away.
Well, look, judging by his GM selections and coach selections, that's going to be Charlotte all over again.
Well, the bar is set pretty low for LeBron James when it comes to being a great player running a franchise. So,
yeah, I had that. That's my boy, LeBron. That's my boy.
Yeah, the Darvin Ham stuff is pretty weird. The Darvin Ham stuff is pretty weird.
And Darvin only been like, if we're being fair, like I know it's nasty right now. They might just be a playing team. Like they just made the conference finals. Just like with Frank Vogel, they had just won an NBA championship. And you wanted to run him out of town?
Well, with Darvin Ham, though, I will say it's not just a LeBron thing. That whole team seems like they're just kind of like, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. Because Austin Reeves, like Darvin Ham, I think yesterday after the game was like, yeah, injuries are the reason why we're inconsistent. Reeves said, yeah, that's not it. AD also said, nope, that's not it either. Like it's the whole team.
And you're not wrong. The hell is Austin Reeves know?
Hey, Darvin Ham anointed him. I say what I want.
Right. The hell does Austin Reeves know? But no, you're right. Somebody had like screenshots of the quotes yesterday of how the players are saying something completely different.
Well, I didn't see a Bron quote yesterday. It was other Lakers players.
Well, LeBron left.
That's enough. Then
they made sure they put that out there. LeBron left without speaking. It's over. Not James Ham, Darvin Ham I'm not reveling. I feel bad. He might not make it past. I think they play Memphis on Friday. They play the Clippers on Sunday. Might be 2 losses. He might not make it through the week.
That's 3 games under 500 if they lose both of those. Yep.
And that would have put them at
6 losses. 5 losses in a row.
And I think that will put them at like losing 12 of their last 14 or something like that.
That looks right. Yep. Warriors win.
Dead man
game.
walking.
Warriors win 1 game there in the play-in, and the Lakers are out.
The
play-in picture, and the Lakers are out.
Warriors play tonight against the Nuggets. Trying to get some get back.
Draymond Green almost back.
Well, we'll get to that story. I got to mute Jason Jones off of our group chat because I don't know where he finds some of this stuff, but I'm gonna have to mute Jason so I can focus on this show. Yeah, once you figure out what's happening, you're gonna have a hard time composing yourself. I can't even read what he sent us because I don't know how to.
Come on,
I don't know how to.
Scott.
I don't know how to convey this message about. I don't know how to explain this.
This just isn't something we
I'm scared
over the radio.
I'm scared to retweet it. This tweet has been viewed 1.1 million times. I'm okay. Here's what I'll do. I'm not going to retweet
No,
this.
hell no.
I'm not retweeting this. What's his name? Can you say his name?
No, I don't know what his name is. Noah is his name. Noah.
This young man goes to.
Oh man, come on.
This young man goes to Lawrenceburg High School. He's committed to a visit to West Virginia, and his name is Noah. I can't say the rest because I don't.
I'm gonna
retweet it for the class.
No,
I can't. I'm not.
No. I'm gonna just send it to you, Jesse. I'm gonna just send it to you.
I don't even think I could spell it.
Don't.
Can I put it up on the screen?
At your own risk.
No.
Nope. Did Jason retweet? I bet Jason didn't even retweet this.
No. Now I gotta be like, I gotta go.
Did Jason?
Hey, no, the comments. Come on.
The comments are crazy.
That's insane.
So okay, I can't. The guy's name is Noah, and his last name is spelled.
It's a Steve Kerr's son situation.
It's worse.
Yeah,
it's way
it's
worse.
but it's along the lines.
His name is Noah, and his last name is.
I don't even know if
K-N.
Don't finish it.
Yeah,
don't finish it. Don't finish it.
Hey, you guys go find out for yourself. Find out for yourself. You're not getting any direction.
This is the most
here on
incredible
D-Lo
thing
KC.
I've ever seen. I need to look at the quote tweets. This is the most incredible thing.
Yeah, the announcers in the booth every time they gotta say his name.
Announcers about to be in hell next season. Reese Davis after Noah gets a sack.
You hand me the call. She's like, "Is this a joke?"
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Damn. Well.
Yeah, all the jokes are about the announcers. Y'all gotta find it. Y'all gotta find it. We've never had a situation where everyone shuts it down and we won't.
Yeah, that's one of those now.
Yo, 2024 crazy.
Now, and TK's listening. She's like, "What tweet are y'all talking about?" Now I got to send it to TK. I refuse to retweet this.
Don't. No, retweet it. We're not spelling out the name. We're not even going to try to say
if
the
you
guy's
stumble
name.
upon it, you stumble upon it.
Yeah.
It's the young man's name.
Okay.
That's his name.
I just called a man Noah.
What's your middle name, sir?
Well, shout out to Noah. Good luck with your visit to West Virginia.
Oh, man.
All right. 1.1 million views on that tweet. Absolutely incredible. My man was so excited to announce his visit to West Virginia. And this is what he's got to deal with.
Like Casey said, Twitter's been on something else since January 1st. It's only been 4 days. It's been
Oh, been
3.5 days.
This kid tweeted this 2 days away from January 6th.
Come on,
That's not going to
man.
help.
We had Reese Davis. We had Cat Williams. Now we got this guy. Oh, man.
There's something else we're
I feel
missing.
bad for the young guy.
Has he? When was the last time this kid checked his Twitter? Does he know what's happening? Yeah, it doesn't look like he's a.
Tweet those huddle highlights now, I
Yeah,
guess.
that's hey. Good luck, kid. Good luck, kid.
Said Happy New Year.
Well, Happy New Year.
Oh, speaking of the Twitter moments, Kyle Renato throws in the chat. Did you guys see the people fighting at Target over the cups?
Oh,
the Stanley
yeah.
Cup.
Yeah. Did we do that yesterday? Oh no, we did that on 1025. Yeah.
The Stanley Cup. They're going crazy. They're reselling this thing for like $200, and they're beating people up to get them. This is crazy. It's in the same cup at Bed Bath and Beyond. What's with for
I don't know
$14?
what's happening.
I don't understand it either.
I don't know.
Crazy.
They said they selling them joints on StockX.
Bro, like $190.
Them Starbucks people be loving their cups. They be loving their cups. It's wild.
Can you imagine going to the store, like coming home? Yeah, babe, got in a fight. This dude tried to beat me up over the Stanley Cup.
Yo, can you imagine going to jail because you jumped over a Starbucks counter to get a cup?
Kim said she saw that live on TikTok. She was watching because, it was escalating. And I guess she turned it on. And yeah, saw it really happen. That's
Wait.
crazy.
She saw it live, you said?
Live
No, on
TikTok.
TikTok.
I got you.
Broadcasting
Okay,
it live
yeah.
and saw it.
I didn't know they did that on TikTok.
I don't know how to lead you into this. What was the other thing you were going to say?
Oh, it was a King's question, and it was a question that I don't agree with, but I think it's a valid question. It's fine. It's no shade. It's not a Kevin O'Connell situation. But Zach Lowe was on Bill Simmons' podcast. They were talking about the whole league. They got to the Kings, and he said something to the effect of, in about 2 or 3 weeks, the Kings are going to have to figure out if they're really what their record is or what their point differential is. And I wish to tell the whole story. Like, I don't think that's necessarily fair. But I wonder if I understand what he's saying. I wonder if there's people who feel the same way. Think like their record isn't really who they are. Look at their point differential. That'll tell you who they are.
When did that become a thing?
When the Kings had
Who
a
said
point
that?
Zach Lowe.
You do that to a team that's like 500. I don't think you do it to a team that's 7 games over. The whole point, who gives a damn if you won by 3 or a million? Like, this is about wins and losses.
Or you won 48 last year.
What was their point differential last year, though?
Stand by. It'll take 2
Because right now it's 0, right?
It's like it's like 0.6 or something like that. Last year, Kings point differential. Oh man, no wonder everybody's worked up.
Was it like 7 or something like that?
No, dude, it was 2.6. What the hell is going on right now? It's 2.6.
Yeah, I didn't agree with that. But I think I don't want to like disparage my guy. I think James Ham is a point differential guy. Hasn't he mentioned it before?
No. Let's get a little dumber. The Los Angeles Lakers last year, that same 0.6.
And they went to the Western Conference Finals.
That was their point differential last year. 0.6. The Los Angeles Clippers last year, 0.5. Their beloved Golden State Warriors.
Oh, I know that was
You want to guess?
awful.
1.8. When the hell did point differential become a thing?
Well, I'm telling you, when the Kings had one that was close to 0 this year, that's when now we're
These
looking at it.
dumbasses.
Now we're looking at it.
Come on, Zach. Don't do that. Is it because we got the Celtics and the Sixers at plus 10? Is that why?
Maybe.
Is it because we got Oklahoma City at 8? Y'all love the Mavericks a minute ago. They're 1.1. Y'all picked the Phoenix Suns to go to the finals. That's 1.3.
So what's their point though? Like about the point differential? Like what is like
They're not good.
like that's
That's their
what they're
point.
saying?
They're not good.
All right, well that's stupid.
So and because I do like Zach.
Zach's very
I
good.
do like Zach. I think because I didn't hear the whole context. I'm still listening to the podcast. But I think it was more so, and this is my fault because I didn't present it the right way. I think he was saying if you're really what your record is, then you don't worry about making deals as much. Like you make a Caruso type move. But if you're what the point differential is, you got a big decision to make. Do you make like a big deal to change who you are? I think that's kind of the context of what he was talking about.
So again, what does that have to do with Sacramento?
Because if they're really 20 and 13, I think at this point 19 and 13, you're good. You're good. Like you're looking for a Caruso. If you're what your point differential is, you're not really 19 and 13. You need to go get a heavy hitter. I think that was the context of what he was saying. Once again, I disagree.
Insinuating that the Kings are in the market for a heavy hitter?
Or might be in the market for a heavy hitter.
Because that's what I don't understand. I'm sorry. Did Monty McNair talk and I missed it?
No.
Did Monty McNair said, hey, this 20 and 13 is ass. I'm going to fix it.
Well,
I'm calling every GM.
I don't think
I'm calling LeBron right now.
Like point differential is not the stat you use, but like that's I get that point, but like I don't think you use point differential.
Ain't never the stat you use.
Yeah.
For nothing. I've never looked at point
like
differential.
if you want to make that point, you can make it, but
here's what we just need to deal with. Zach Lowe's top of the top. Something about talking about the Sacramento Kings makes people stupid.
I agree with that.
And I don't know why.
Yeah.
Whether you're because this it's like the second time Zach Lowe has done this year. Relatively recently. Ever since his YouTube only segment.
YouTube
everything has kind of gone south after that.
I told him, Zach, you talk nice about the Kings, we'll put it on YouTube. You talk bad, you're gonna be on the Big Boy show.
Yeah, you be on the Big Boy show, Zach. Zach, you talk nice about the Kings. We're gonna put the stupid monitor behind you with NBA TV Today on it.
You see how Richard talks is why he's on TV every day.
Yeah. He needs to come out there and be like, the Kings are 20 and 13, but that trade, I mean, it's upgraded to a D+. That'll get him
on TV, yeah. I mean, look at the Pacers. They're the highest scoring team in the league, and their point differential is plus 2.3. That's what we're talking about right there.
So Kieran DeBin brings up a good point.
Mhm.
We're too much. The NBA talk is too much into the numbers now.
Goofy. Absolutely goofy.
Too many nerds, bro. Too many nerds.
Absolutely goofy.
And they get too nerdy. And that's cool. That's what they do or whatever. But
I also,
like I said, sometimes they just watch the game, man.
Even with the context of the way you laid it out, I still don't get it.
I understand what he's saying. I completely disagree.
You know who says the Kings need to go make a deal? Us.
Mm-hmm.
The Chatty House. People listening. Twitter.
I completely disagree.
Maybe Monty's calling.
Yeah.
Maybe Wes is calling. But there doesn't seem to be an urgency here to Sacramento going to get whatever these people consider to be a big deal.
What they need is they need to go get a big time center. And that what O'Connell would say.
I don't know. I don't read him.
Ain't that how that started? He's like, yeah, the Kings, they need to trade Sabonis for a big time center.
The Chatty House said he was at it again yesterday. I don't follow the dude. I don't know what. Whatever Kevin O'Connell, what was his name?
O'Connell.
Is whatever he's tweeting. Go ahead, man. As far as I'm concerned, he's Nick Cattle's tweeting off into the abyss. Because I ain't seeing it. That dude means nothing to me. And his thoughts on the Sacramento Kings mean absolutely nothing.
I agree. They made Schefter put on some work clothes.
Hey, Schefter, you're going to actually have to respectfully do a television hit today. Put on a shirt, use the $10,000 camera we bought you, and turn on the light.
Schefter yesterday was in a hoodie using his laptop camera.
They look like Pookie in New Jack City trying to talk football. But what the hell is wrong with you? We'll come back. Trying to humanize Adam Schefter or something. Like, man, get out of here. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll shout out the San Francisco 49ers as well. Some big news for them yesterday. As Dealing with Casey continue here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I don't know if I'm gonna go tomorrow, given the news we got this morning. Might just take the night off and go Sunday.
Yeah.
We got Ross and TC.
Once again, some people stack days. I got to save days.
Mm. Oh man.
Boy, oh boy.
Well, enjoy it. Enjoy it. Hey, Kevin O'Connell, not a bad coach though. Shitty writer, not a bad coach.
Big ups to him.
Good call there, Brad. Love analytics, except when it doesn't fit their argument. Ooh, Kevin O'Kalanic. That's a new one. I mean, nothing will top, our man Antonio Harvey, but
That was wild.
TK in here. That's what we were just talking about, TK.
TK.
Might not make it.
TK, I don't know if he's making it through the week.
LeBron just got to walk into the locker room with a cardboard box and just tell him, Darvin, you know what this is for? And just hand it to him after that.
One of those post office crates.
Yeah. Sure, Darvin, take this. Put your stuff in there, pal.
Just in case KC got him out by the weekend if they lose both.
They probably gonna lose both too. Well, this isn't as big of a deal, but honor.
Well, damn. Damn.
Let's go home, everybody.
Damn. Damn it.
Got to call him 97 again.
This isn't as big of a sale, but you got a notification for another honor to gift sale.
Oh, I know. I know.
This one ain't as crazy as you know.
I get
that one before was crazy.
But the reason that one's good is it's the current stuff.
The new one?
The last one was the old stuff. It was everything but the 2023 collections. That's 30% off the 2023 collection. And you know how vigorously I follow that website. They don't do 30% off sales. I was kind of hurt because that sweater I bought is on there.
Oh well,
bitches.
Oh well. Give me the 2009 collection. I don't give a damn.
Oh hell yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. I got a worse notification. That watch company I follow sent me a notification today. Pain. TC, yeah. Shout out to the homie Trista Crick hanging out with the Chatty House.
TK.
Star-studded Chatty House as always.
GM.
Got body bags and Costco bundles, man. Taking shots at LeBron today, I guess.
Is this next coach's last one?
Yeah. What you think? LeBron's playing well, unless they do the interim. Unless he gets fired.
Look, Ham, it's only a year and a half. Vogel was a year and a half. No, I think he was 2.5.
Yeah, it was 2.5.
Yeah, if they could hire the coach. He's the coach, 3-year deal. And it might not be LeBron's last coach.
What's LeBron, 30? Just turned 39?
39. I think he's going to play another 3 years.
He doesn't look like he's slowing down. Like he doesn't have to end.
Nah, he's going to play another 3 years.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
So that might
be 42 years old, averaging 27 points per game.
That might be 3 coaches.
Stop it. Well, the math actually checks out. That's possible. And one of them might be our man, Ross.
Hey.
916-909-1320. What's up, Ross?
Oh, man, I don't want that job, man.
Been there, done that.
Man, good to hear from you fellas.
Likewise.
Real quick, shout out to the whole crew, man. Jesse behind the scenes and the insiders, man. They got the ball rolling, and it's just beautiful, kind of extension of this show. So shout out to you guys again for the platform.
Much love.
Yeah. Just to touch on the Kings and kind of big picture, I think a lot of us fans, we want to look at a team like the Timberwolves and OKC and say we want to be there. But you got to be realistic with Monty. He wasn't blessed with the same position that they were. Timberwolves got a couple number one picks. They traded away 5 first-round picks to get where they are, and we haven't even touched that yet. So, and you look at a team like OKC, they were in the perfect situation. They had a championship run, so your fans were patient. Owner gives Presti all the time in the world. So we can't really compare and say, oh, man, we want to be there. We want to have these things. But let's more give shout out to Monty for coming in with no war chest and taking a number 12 pick and flipping it for what we're looking at today, and has only spent 1 first-round pick to get where we are. So we still have moves to make. We could still, make a big move, but I think we need to more go, like people have said, go the Denver route and play it slow. We're 20-13 right now, and the team isn't even playing its best. So let's just keep riding this thing out.
Real quick, I don't want to lose Ross real quick. I just want to ask him because of what he just said. Ross, would you make a move right now, or are you just like, let's see how this plays out?
I personally wouldn't. I'd try to make a smaller move, maybe even like a similar to a Herder move where you trade 1 first-round pick. But I don't think we're really at the point where you even want to, go and trade 3. Look at Phoenix. I mean, they had a beautiful thing going. And reverse effect, Brooklyn had a beautiful thing going. And when you got these young players and things are going, don't mess with it. Just ride it out. And when worse comes to worse, then you make the trade.
Yeah. Good stuff, Ross. Great to hear from you as always. 916-909-1320. Let's get our man TC in here. TC, what's going on, baby?
Hey.
What's up with my two brothers?
Wow.
What's up, man?
You all right?
Yeah, I'm good. Just on the road now. I just have to switch from the Bluetooth to the phone. Can y'all hear me though?
No, we got you, bro.
You're good.
Hey, it's good. It's good. Hey, Ross, shout out to Ross, man. Hey, I like your mindset, big dog. Seriously though. Hey, look, check it out. The Kings would be fine, man. You know what I'm saying? I like that. Like I said yesterday, I like that relationship between Mike and Monk, and really with the whole team. When the whole team can get at Mike, not in like, hey, let's box, but hey, man, check it out, coach. Fill us on this, and you get what I'm saying? Like what Monk pulled. You know what I'm saying? Well, some people got mixed emotions behind it, but Mike had enough. He was level-headed enough to be saying, you know what, bro, I was in the wrong. You was in the wrong, and that's the type of relationship we got. So you know what, bro? Hey, I'm all for that. As far as LeBron, dog, hey, we going a little too far with LeBron. Like letting him call a bunch of these shots. I know he's one of the greatest players of all time, but like that has to be like a small factor of it, dog. We can't keep letting him, and he be vouching for these coaches too, though. Like we can't act like Genie and everybody is just hiring coaches and everywhere. LeBron vouched for Darvin Ham. If I'm not mistaken, Kenny D'Lo, wasn't it supposed to be somebody else? And he was like, nah, get Darvin in here. I'm like, bro, and then you turn around and always want to.
I don't do that. I don't think that happens.
Nah, but hold on, D'Lo. And then he always throwing people under the bus, not taking accountability. Like I'm like, LeBron, I get it, but come on, man. Like sometimes it's too much for LeBron.
My bad, TC. Sorry, bro.
I hear what TC said, and LeBron, my boy, man. But I don't like the way he abandon ship sometimes, man. I don't like that.
How much do we like? Let's be real with ourselves. Coming out of the TC call, how much is perception reality with LeBron James? Or let me rephrase that. Let me better phrase that. How much is perception versus reality? There's an overwhelming perception. He runs everything.
Right.
Do we believe that to like? Is that reality? Is that a 1-to-1 ratio?
He doesn't run everything, but he knows what he's doing when he makes comments. How he did a couple weeks ago when he sends his tweets and all that. Like he knows it's all calculated. LeBron knows what it does, and like it's all calculated.
What he say? Instead of trying to be yourself,
fit in. Yeah, the Kevin Love tweet. Yeah.
But even outside of like his stuff, think about like the Rich Paul Shams stuff. Like this stuff. This didn't come. Shams didn't get this out of nowhere. He didn't get it from Jeannie.
Why not?
Jeannie ain't doing that.
No?
No.
He's giving that story to Sam Amick instead?
Well, maybe. But I mean,
Sam's got a great relationship with the
Lakers. But
Lakers.
when it's Shams, we said it's about everything.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's a connection there.
Yeah.
There's a connection.
Got it from Adele.
I think there's a where there's smoke, there's fire with some of this LeBron stuff. And I think he's in control of a lot of stuff when it comes to personnel changes, coaching.
And so just a temperature check, yes, no, why, in, whatever y'all want to do in the chat. We think LeBron James is actively trying to get Darvin Ham fired right now.
Why?
I don't know if he's actively trying to do it, but like
because if what y'all say is true, I'm sorry, I just asked you a question and interrupted your answer. If what y'all say, if y'all say yes, and what you say about LeBron is true, why doesn't he just go, hey, Jeannie, he got to go?
I don't think he's going to go to Jeannie and tell her, like, hey, you need to fire Darvin Ham, but he's going to let his feelings know, like, LeBron, like, he doesn't want him there. Like, he's not going to actively go, Jeannie, fire this man, but, like, Jeannie's going to know, hey, LeBron doesn't want him here right now.
Yeah, because, I mean, it's going to be one of those things where it's like, he can always go back and say, I didn't say to fire him. I didn't say that. You asked, LeBron, did you tell? No, I didn't tell her to fire. I didn't say that. Let some things be known, though. So people get the hit. I mean, it's all there. Like, he's done it before. That's why the reality of it all, right? Like,
he's done what before?
He's tried to get coaches fired or gotten coaches fired before. Try to get.
We know that
fired,
for sure.
Try to get Spo fired.
So we know that he was trying to get Eric Spoelstra fired, and that's based off the line he said to Pat Riley. You never thought about getting back in.
That's what's been reported.
The line, and I believe the line happened. It's been reported by multiple people. I think Pat Riley even said it. I could be wrong on that last part, but it's obviously out there that he asked Pat Riley, "You don't ever think about coaching anymore?" And it's fair to ask this, but I'm going to ask. That's how he tried to get Eric Spoelstra fired? Is that question to Pat Riley?
Yeah, because
when they were 500-ish, his first year in Miami,
gave him a shoulder bump.
Well, the bump heard around the world.
But I believe he tried to get Spo fired. I believe he wanted Luke out of there. I believe he wanted David Blatt out of there. And the thing about it is, all these guys start wearing cement boots.
I don't think he's the only guy who wanted David Blatt out of there.
No.
Frank Vogel's not wearing cement boots. Frank Vogel's in Phoenix.
Well, he's wearing cement boots with the Lakers.
Well, cement boots. Most of you put on cement, but if Jimmy Nine Toes is putting cement boots on you, you ain't coming back. That's David Blatt. David Blatt got some cement boots. Mike Brown's been fired. He's back.
He didn't try to get Mike Brown fired.
I don't think he did either.
He just was like, this ain't gonna work. I'm out of here.
But he's a former LeBron James coach.
I hate to say it about my boy Bron. It's just, but I do believe that he's.
Hell, Luke Walton didn't have cement boots.
Huh?
He just walked right into the Golden One Center.
Oh, yeah. Well, all right.
Luke Walton had a job before he was even fired.
They saved him before he drowned.
Sometimes you just gotta let him.
That was kind of par for the course.
Sometimes you just got to sink to the bottom of the ocean. Sorry, Jesse.
It's kind of par for the course with the decisions being made at the time, though.
And it's like the other thing about it, real quick, is like we can all see it. Like Jesse said, as soon as he made that comment,
he was cooked after that.
Nobody asked him about the rotations.
Mm-hmm.
We're like, oh, we know what time it is now.
Now we got the Shams report a couple weeks later.
So. Yeah. And to your point, he's not the only one that's ever done it, but does it consistently.
LeBron's got a new apparel deal with Louis Vuitton.
Oh.
I think he's nicknamed himself Louis Vuitton Bron, actually.
Hey, look, that's a good way to distract us from what you're doing. I'm not paying attention to you getting Ham fired anymore. I want to see LeBron's.
No, that's on his Twitter account.
I know. I'm literally saying, LeBron, good job by getting us to be distracted from what you're doing with Darvin Ham.
He tweeted
let's
that
see what's
today.
going on with Louis Vuitton.
He tweeted that today.
Hey, Darvin, here's your Louis Vuitton bag. It's got your walkout papers in here.
Well,
a parting gift.
Growing disconnect between Darvin Ham and Lakers locker room. Oh, I love. Oh, this is good. There's currently a deepening disconnect between Darvin Ham and the Lakers locker room. 6 sources with direct knowledge of the situation say. See, Bron, Rich,
AD.
He's got Reeves in his corner now.
Savannah, Adele, and then Austin.
What? Max Christie is saying, get this guy out of here. No.
Those sources have described the disjointedness between the coach and team has stemmed from the extreme rotation and starting lineup adjustments recently from Ham, leading to a fluctuating rhythm for several players across the roster.
Now, here's one
That's
thing.
tough.
Here's one thing that you can say, and maybe I'll go try and defend my guy, but he's not always wrong. I mean, he wanted Blatt out of there. He thought Ty Lue would be a good guy. He won a championship. He wanted Luke Walton out of there. They got Vogel in there. They won a championship. He's not just like when he says get a guy out of there and somebody else comes in, they usually have success.
Here's what I know. There is going to be a massive fire sale in Southern California in about a month. Not because they're quitting, but they're doing the traditional LeBron James is unhappy roster turnover. Every player that they have is extremely movable. All of the Utah stuff last year, easy. D'Angelo Russell, easy.
Yeah.
It is going to be Los Angeles Lakers trade season in a month.
Is there anybody on there you would like for the Kings? Vanderbilt.
Not after what we saw in the playoffs.
Torian Prince. I like Torian Prince.
I mean, from what I understand, I think James told us they wanted Vanderbilt.
The Kings
the Kings. Yeah, the Kings wanted Vanderbilt. Yeah, if he's available. Yeah. I just don't know who from Sacramento you send there.
Yeah.
Because they're not done. And if I insinuated this, I'm sorry. I don't mean the Los Angeles Lakers are done. I mean they're going to turn over their roster, even if it's just for other role players, like they did in Cleveland.
They got
the Cleveland move that year. Dwayne Wade. Remember when Dwayne Wade was on the Cavs?
Yeah.
That was when they got Isaiah Thomas and all those guys out of there, right?
Yep. Where Isaiah ran over to hug him before the trade deadline and he ran past him. Cold world.
I think Torian Prince would be a good addition here.
I told you before, I like Torian Prince a lot.
Let's see. I think the Lakers, I'm not gonna say they're done, but it's looking iffy right now.
It doesn't look good.
I don't know. Last year when they were struggling, you could point to AD being out. Well, there's no injury to point to right now. This team has lost 9 of 12, 10 of 13 or something like that. Like, I don't know if that's turning around. I think they'll stay in the play-in, but yeah, that might be their ceiling.
Oh man, hold on. Let me hit the refresh. I had some numbers I wanted to run about Domas that NBA was slow to update them. Ooh, now I gotta go back to the drawing board here. Let's get to Manny. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. What's good, Manny?
What's up, fellas? So I have a question for you about the whole, the Kings' next whatever move that is, whether it be in free agency or trade. Like, I was thinking about it last night, and I'm like, as much as everyone's always like, got to find someone for the starting lineup, right? The next star or whatever it is. What do you think about, I know people are opposed to putting Monk in the starting lineup, right? Because it leaves that gap for the second unit and who runs it. But what if you do put Monk in that starting lineup and then you go and try to get one or two other pieces that they're not necessarily going to be Monk, but they are great bench players, right? Like guys that can run that unit, guys that can do, no one's going to be Monk, but can come close to that or within that level so that you can slide them. And who knows what Monk's going to do in the offseason, right, with whether he wants to be a starter, all that other nonsense. But it kind of does, like, that kind of washes that part away where he gets the starter minutes, which he gets anyway, but he's in the starting lineup and you don't lose anything off of the bench. And start trying to, like, make that pop trade, you're kind of fortifying so that you can move him up into that starting unit.
Good call there, Manny, because you must have been sitting in the producers meeting earlier because Jesse brought something similar up.
Yeah, I mean, I understand it. I got no interest in putting Monk in the starting lineup.
That's obviously a question that anytime Malik has a game like that, it's gonna, especially when, with all due respect to these two, Chris Duarte and Kevin Huerter did not hit a single shot last night. They were 0 of 8. I think Kevin Huerter had 2 points. And again, not an indictment of Kevin. Kevin couldn't shoot. Kevin did some things that I think Malik wanted to kill him for. But, Kevin Huerter was out there. You saw it. I think he had 7 rebounds in the game. Like, he was active. And even on those missed threes, turnovers, he was right back on the other end, like busting his ass. Duarte got in foul trouble. But there's this searching for a 2-guard. Meanwhile, you have Malik Monk going for 37. Again, it's a question that's going to be asked all of the time, especially as that position continues to struggle. For the record, I am 100% with you. Don't tinker with what Malik Monk is doing right now.
Nah, man, leave him there. He finishes games.
That's it.
He played 46 minutes last night.
Yeah, most on the team.
So I don't care if he doesn't play the first 5. It just. Yeah, that's just me. I think Mike sees it the same way. It's the right role for him, and I think he'll, he's fine. He's fine.
Is he being maximized right now? Is he getting enough minutes? I think we looked it up before the show. He's 5th or 4th on the team in minutes right now, I think.
Yeah, he's behind De'Aaron, Domas, Keegan, and Harrison.
I think he's 4th in shots taken, 4th or 5th. Like, because I was watching that game yesterday, thinking, I think he needs to be a guy where he's at least getting anywhere from like 12 to 15 shots a game. Like, he's one of those guys where like Malik needs to go out and get his, and then we'll work on that after that.
You had some numbers on Malik that we wrote in here when he takes
at least 11 shots in the game, he's averaging 18 points and 6 assists. Those are both above his league averages this year.
Yeah, man, get him his looks.
Maybe what we're really talking about isn't starting. He played. Maybe what we're talking about is 30 minutes a game. However you get him that 30 minutes is fine. Maybe that's what we're talking about versus because he's already finishing games.
What's he at right now?
25. And there's I think everyone in front of him is at 30, including Harrison. But I think Jesse's going to look that up to refresh us to make sure that he's right. I want to check one quick thing on Malik because he did. Malik entered the game in the first. He played the entire second quarter. So when Malik entered the game with 7 minutes left, he never in the first quarter. He never left. He played the entire second quarter. So he finished the first and played the entire second.
And then, he's 5th on the team in minutes with 25 minutes per game.
25 minutes, yeah.
So Fox, Sabonis,
Keegan,
and
Harrison. Yep.
Yeah, those only guys getting 30 minutes plus on this team.
Okay. I mean,
maybe that's what we're talking about.
That's fine.
It's not starting.
Yeah.
It's having a maybe that call to the bench comes sooner.
Yeah, and with that, you you know he's getting his guaranteed 24 minutes or whatever. But you play it by ear with that. You play if he's, in a good groove. If Herter or Duarte is doing some good things, maybe you don't have to play him 30 minutes. If he's carrying you like he was last night, he'll play 46. You can play it by ear. I just don't think you need to start him.
If De'Aaron was the guy last night and it wasn't Malik, let me give you the exact number so I don't have to make them up.
Mm-hmm.
If De'Aaron was the guy and not Malik, would Malik have played 43 minutes?
Maybe just based on the way Herter and Duarte play.
So going back to my frustration with what happened against Charlotte, De'Aaron was, and again, rightfully so, De'Aaron was given every opportunity to play through his struggles.
Mm-hmm.
Domas absolutely was not struggling, but the turnover started in bottom late. He was given every opportunity to stay on the floor. I think what I was saying after the Charlotte game, and I think what should be cemented here, is Malik is one of those guys who you let play through it.
Absolutely.
He's going to find. De'Aaron stunk last night, but hit the go-ahead basket.
Mm-hmm.
You needed one.
Mm-hmm.
De'Aaron gave it to you. I think Malik is capable of that.
I think he's on the same level.
He's and I know how we feel about Keegan. I know how I think that's one thing we've probably ignored a little bit, how great Keegan was yesterday. But to me, Malik is one of those guys who, if Malik is 5 of 21 in the final 60 seconds of a game and he winds up with the ball in his hands, perfectly okay with that.
Yep.
He can get you the one.
Yep. I'm with you. I'm with you 100%. And
he's the third man is the point.
What is he doing? God!
Is he the third man?
It's not Keegan.
What's going on here?
Keegan Murray, Malik Monk just dropped the leg on Keegan Murray. He's the third man right now.
And I'm okay with
and that's Malik. That's Keegan's role when he's ready for it.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, it's Malik's.
And Keegan, like we said,
phenomenal.
28 last night.
Big baskets.
28 and 12.
Big baskets.
You talk about responding to some of the things we talked about. I mean, I was a little frustrated with Keegan yesterday, and he balled out, had some big time shots.
Let's get Shida Man in here real quick. 916-909-1320. Shida Man, what's going on, baby?
Hey, what's going on with y'all fellas?
We good, man. How you doing, dog?
I'm good, thanks, man. Hey, I know we're good with Malik Monk being that sixth man, but how do y'all think he feels about it? Like, do y'all think some of that interaction with his coach and kind of just what he's been doing lately, a little bit of the antics, might be him wanting that starting role?
I don't think so, because I think that's been addressed before. And I think if memory serves, and I'm absolutely not quoting, it's like, well, what's the difference? Like, you hear your name called, but I'm playing, I'm finishing, I'm contributing. Like, again, with Malik, you don't have to. I think there's a lot of guys who can say stuff and you can kind of roll your eyes at. You're getting player talk. Peyton Manning was a master of it. There might not be a professional athlete better at talking and saying absolutely nothing than Peyton Manning. And that's not Malik. Malik will tell you exactly how he feels. If Malik says, yo, that's my relationship with Mike. That's what we do. We go back and forth. We go at each other all the time. You can believe him. He's not trying to downplay a situation. He's going to tell you exactly what it is. I need Domas to stop smoking layups. I would have had a double-double if he had done that. That's Malik. Like, that's who he is. So if Malik says, I want to start, man, there's value in that. If Malik says that's not what I'm worried about, I'm worried about, succeeding in my role on this team, there's validity in that. There's value in that, because he ain't gonna BS you.
Yeah.
He never has.
I agree 100%.
We'll come back. There is a lot more to talk about, including Dalvin Cook headed to a team that's already very, very good. We'll talk about that. We'll salute the San Francisco 49ers. And, of course, we'll talk a lot more Sacramento Kings as well. Our man Matt George is going to join us in about an hour. Phone lines remain open for you. It's D-Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Remind me. I'm going to run to the bathroom. I got to tell you the Louis Vuitton story.
Oh.
Your boy Elijah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a good one.
Let me see, because kicking it with KC, you know what I might start doing? I might start recording it from the house and play it while we're doing this, because last time I tried to pull something up on Twitter and they was hating. Although things may have been updated, I may be able to do it. Let's see. Oh, yes. I don't know if I could have done that last time. Yeah. Okay. I think it was updated. Everything's good. It's good. So yeah, I'll do it next week. Fire, huh? Fire. All right. Yeah, they had something stupid going on the other day. I was like, hold on, no. Hold on, no. Those are fire, though. Let's see. It's not chips. It's some skinny pop. Peg junk. Where'd I see? Oh, Once Notes. Go to Once Notes _USA on Instagram and see what my man got cooking up, man. I love this hoodie, man. Good stuff, man. Good quality. Good stuff. Okay, Brandon. I'll stop. I'll stop eating skinny pop. I'll stop.
Man, why does he hate skinny pop so much?
There's a small a small group that gets really irritated when you eat.
Kenny and his skinny pop, inciting one Shaddy House member at a time.
What's my man's name?
Is it Brandon?
Yeah, Brandon told me to stop. So I'm gonna stop eating skinny pop forever because Brandon said to stop.
Well,
He was like a mad parent. Like, stop with that already.
Once again.
Well, that was aggressive. Wow.
That needs to be a gift. Dr.
Yeah.
David, make that a gift.
Yeah. Do what you do. Or our friend down south is really good at making gifts. So if he's still watching, he was earlier. Help us out. 916-909-1320. Unrelated to your Sacramento Kings, Dalvin Cook is headed to the Baltimore Ravens.
I kind of wanted the Niners to get him.
Oh,
they didn't
I'm
really need him.
Shocked by that.
But I was like,
you really do want to buy the Super Bowl. You've been pretty clear with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything you can. Dalvin Cook released by the Jets and was free to sign with anybody, go make a playoff run and sign with the Ravens. Ravens, what do you take in that the 49ers are still the favorites in Vegas to win the Super Bowl? Because a lot of people are like, the Ravens are clearly the best team in football after what they did to the 49ers and the Miami Dolphins. If we're done with power rankings for the season, but they would be number one in my power rankings.
Oh, we probably should have done those.
They didn't change much. It's Ravens, Niners, Cowboys, Dolphins, Bills. I don't even know.
Sorry, I'm just looking at the last 2-minute report.
No, they got a lot going on for the Kings.
No, it's they all say correct calls, correct non-calls, correct. They have a. I'm just running through the correct calls, correct call, incorrect call. What's this? Queen and Monk meet at the same spot and briefly engage in marginal contact off the ball. This was a personal foul called on Malik. I don't even remember that play.
I thought that was with Suggs.
Don't mind me, just watching the video live here on the radio. I don't even know what play. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. They oh shoot, I just lost the last 2-minute report. Yeah, they said that was the wrong call. Yeah, Monk kind of sold that one.
Which one was it?
Well, on the screen. He kind of did the whole thing like that.
Yeah, it's about time we get one of those.
Yeah, he kind of sold it.
They people be doing that a lot. I think it was in Memphis. I was so upset in the Memphis game with like the officiating. I remember the sequence when like somebody just had a fingernail on Ja. He goes flying sideways and they give him the call. And then like 5 minutes later, Fox does the same thing, gets pushed into the second row and they don't give him nothing.
Yeah.
So Fox was like, he argued, nothing happened. He's like, well, I'm going to take the next one in and definitely get a foul call. Takes it in, gets smacked, no foul call. And I almost lost it.
We've learned you can't even be bleeding and get a foul call if you're a Sacramento King. I think that's the only one. Let's see. Sabonis initially establishes himself in box pass, but then he extends his path as he attempts to avoid the Domantas Sabonis foul. They called that an incorrect call.
Which one? The screen?
Or
missed call
it was an offensive foul. I'll give you the time marker. I don't know why I didn't look at the time marker. I pulled up the video. It's with 1 second left in overtime. Oh, he's saying they're saying on the they're kind of right. Freeing up Malik on the 3 at the end of overtime that he missed. He got a really good look that he set a screen that should have been an offensive foul. And watching it,
NBA, get out of here. They've never done that before. Well, that illegal screen should have been called. They ain't never done that. The Warriors.
Hey, from every Sacramento Kings fan out there, well. They also said the contact from Paolo to Trey was marginal.
I was surprised they called that.
Yeah, so was I. There's a couple incorrect calls in here. Looks like they all went our way though. So
it's about damn time.
Welcome to being a young team, Orlando.
Yeah.
Welcome to our world. Welcome to our world, guys. Let's shout out the 49ers real quick before we get back to the Sacramento Kings. 9 Pro Bowl selections for your San Francisco 49ers, including Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy, Trent Williams, Nick Bosa, Hargrave Warner, Christian McCaffrey, Kyle Juszczyk, George Kittle. They're all headed to the Pro Bowl. You can pretty much just like etch Trent Williams and Kyle Juszczyk like in stone every year.
Kyle Juszczyk is probably, I don't know, 10 consecutive seasons is fullback Pro Bowler. He's the only fullback in the league, it feels like. So yeah, he's gonna get that one, and he's damn good too at that. Even if there was like 32 fullbacks that got used, he still might be the best. He's really good at what he does. But this means a little something to me.
Nice guy with beautiful dogs too. You post them on social media all the time.
I remember that. This means something to me because this is the initial Pro Bowl roster. It's not, people opted out or the Super Bowl guys aren't playing. So
with all due respect, it's the real Pro Bowl roster. Yeah. With all due respect to the guys who are going to get named here in the coming weeks.
Yeah,
that's the real Pro Bowl.
So
roster.
Yeah, it definitely carries a little more weight. I was trying to make sure I saw it correctly, but Brandon Ayuk didn't make the Pro Bowl.
I don't think so.
No, he
Brock,
wasn't one
Trent,
of the wide receiver
Bosa,
selections.
Hargrave,
It was
Warner,
Puka, AJ Brown, and CeeDee Lamb. Don't say it, dude.
Oh, go ahead.
Don't do it.
Go ahead. You gonna trash Puka again? You could do what Puka does. Go ahead. Puka didn't deserve it. Puka didn't deserve it. Say Puka didn't deserve it.
I'm not gonna say he didn't deserve it. Didn't he break some type of record?
I think he got the rookie receiving record, and he's close to the rookie catches record, if not already.
Brandon Ayuk, 1,000-yard receiver, and he averaged like 18 yards a catch.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. What Puka do? He didn't do that.
I don't think so.
CeeDee Lamb.
CD a Pro Bowler. CD a Pro Bowler.
CD
I think
like
those three guys had
yards.
better years than Brandon Ayuk.
You said both of them had better years?
All three of them.
Who's the third one?
AJ Brown.
Oh,
AJ Brown, the beast.
Yeah, he's a monster.
I don't know. Let me see what Puka did. In all seriousness, I know Puka was killing. Like I said, he's breaking records. But I got to see what he did compared to Brandon Ayuk. Let me see, Puka.
Baltimore, while you're looking at that.
45. Only 5 touchdowns. And he averaged 14 yards a catch, it looks like. Puka had a hell of a
good
season.
enough. Oh, that's very nicest thing you've ever said about Puka.
Well, first of all, I like Puka. Good ball
That's
player.
normally the kiss of death.
Good ball player.
When Kenny Caraway says he likes someone, that's normally not good.
Brandon Ayuk was 13, 17, 18 yards a catch, 7 touchdowns. And here's the funny thing about this. And look, you can't put him on the Pro Bowl because of this. But Niners don't even pass the ball.
Well, that was the story.
Last in the league in passing attempts or passing percentage. I can't remember one of the two, but it's a team that does not pass the ball like the rest of the league. And Brandon Ayuk still found a way to get 13, 17. And Debo, he's not going to get, well, they're going to play. I think he's going to play, but I don't think he's going to get it. He's like 120 yards, 29, I think officially, or 31. I think 129 yards away from being a 1,000-yard receiver himself. Hell of a season.
There's a good chance he makes it. And there's a great chance he doesn't play.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully none of those guys play.
No. The Niners, did we talk about that on here? Were they the first team in league history to have a 4,000-yard?
We didn't talk about it. A 4,000-yard passer and 4 players with 1,000 scrimmage yards.
Yeah.
No, we didn't. I saw that Nick Wagner tweet. That was pretty amazing.
Man, this offense was everything it was advertised to be.
Mm-hmm.
I know I was pretty boisterous at the beginning of the season about how good I thought this offense would be. Damn it, they actually did it.
They did.
There was a little bravado in there when I was speaking about it. I was like, these things really don't work out that way. I still don't think they're we could pull this up, but they're not going to average 30 points a game. That's what I said they were going to do in the preseason. It's probably, if I had to guess, like 28.
So we'll mark that off the guarantee list.
Yeah, to put an X on it. I got it wrong. Yeah, I think they're probably going to be around 28 a game. Let me see. I don't know. It's a little harder than I thought to look for it. But man, this offense is the truth. 29.4. Miami is going to average 30 a game.
Man, how many players do you have left that aren't in the hospital?
I don't know, dude. Like, we're down so bad.
So
right
you're in the playoffs.
They're in the playoffs no matter what. Basically, what it comes down to, if they win, they're the 2 seed. If they lose, they're the 6 seed and head to Kansas City.
And Buffalo potentially could be playing for the playoff life.
Yeah,
they could be in there.
If the Steelers win and the Jags win and Buffalo loses, they're out.
Is it Steelers Browns?
Steelers Ravens. No Lamar this week.
Oh, Steelers Ravens. That's right.
Jags are playing the Titans.
How you feel about the game?
They got a mountain to climb, honestly. Like, they're a good team, but they got too many injuries right now. Buffalo's had their number. Last week was
in Miami,
though. Yeah, but Miami collapses. Like, that's just what they do. Like, I'm so down bad. I saw this week they were wearing the white jerseys. They got a good record wearing the white jerseys. I'm so down bad. Like, that gave me confidence. Like, oh, maybe they can do it. I was watching highlights of 2008 when they beat the Jets in Week 17. It's happened before. I don't know. Two and Mike McDaniel got to get it done. Mike McDaniel's been looking kind of funny. Like, he's still a good coach, but some of his decisions, man.
You're upset that he left guys in late?
Oh, yeah, that was ridiculous. Like, that's just not I don't want to call it a season killer yet, because obviously they still got to play and still be the 2 seed, but losing your top edge rusher because he blew his knee out down 30 with 3 minutes left is ridiculous.
So how in that vein, I'll ask both of you guys this, and contrary to people in the office, Jesse doesn't care about what's going on with the 49ers. But I'll ask him anyway.
So Jair Brown, I don't know, bro. Like, ask Kenny.
We have some very overzealous sports fans in the building.
So,
sometimes like that's all they talk to us about. It's like, hey, bro, get to know me as a person. Like,
I'm more than the 49ers.
Like, will you ask me something other than about De'Aaron Fox and the Sacramento Kings or the missed call last night?
But in the same vein, kind of Mike McDaniel's leaving guys in too late, how do we feel about these players probably playing for the 49ers on Sunday? Like, Debo said he's playing. Fred Warner said he expects to play.
Yeah, I'm fine with that because I don't think they're going to play more than the first half. They might not play more than a couple drives.
In football, I'm not messing with it.
I completely understand. There could be I hope this doesn't sound as ridiculous as it sounds as I'm formulating in my head. These guys go through a lengthy process to get ready to play football. Just going through that process, getting taped up, getting out, like a preseason game, and doing a series. If it winds up being a 10-play touchdown for Sam Darnold and Brandon Ayuk, cool, awesome. And you take them out. The process of playing, getting ready to play the football game, I think could sometimes be more valuable than the 60 minutes of playing the football game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so, because I can't, like, a little bit of 3 weeks off.
Yeah.
I do have a little bit of concern about that. But for some of these guys, one, this does not apply to Trent Williams.
Right.
I do not play Trent Williams on Sunday at all. I'm fine that Brock Purdy's not playing.
Yeah.
But if there are guys out there, again, it's football. Stuff, anyone can get got. Sometimes guys, receivers are in like as less dangerous positions as you could be in. You know what I mean? If you go through everything normal and you're treating it as a normal game, I'm okay with that. I don't think they should play 4 quarters.
Right.
And I don't even know that they should play the entire first half. But if they want to go through the process, get out there and get some run, play the first series. If it's a short series, maybe play the second one. I'm okay with that. Yeah. But if you have like 2 3 and outs, get everybody out, because this team, this isn't a 3 and out team.
Right.
Get everyone out. They're kind of checked out. Just be ready for the next game.
And the people that I don't want to say are most important because there's got like 5 or 6 guys. But like you said, I don't want Trent playing.
Mm-mm.
You already said Brock isn't
Mm-mm.
playing. You already said Christian McCaffrey's not playing.
I said an age limit too. Like, wait,
that.
how old are you? Nope, you're sitting.
I wouldn't play Warner or Greenlaw, and I wouldn't play Charvarius Ward.
Sorry, one more thing, because this is my fault, because I mentioned it. We glossed over the fact Trent Williams is probably the greatest player at his position in history. Like he doesn't like he's a Pro Bowler. He's probably going to be an All Pro. There's no probably about it. He's going to be an All Pro again. If he's not the greatest at his position ever, he's one of the greatest at his position ever.
Now I'm interested because I mean, look, I can't. Nobody's concerned about. I'm not going to tell you I know all the great left tackles of all time, but yeah, I can't imagine somebody being better. Was Orlando Pace?
Oh, Orlando Pace is that dude. But was he a left tackle?
I think he was.
Joe Thomas for the Browns was pretty good.
Oh yeah, Joe Thomas is a legend.
Jonathan
What about
Ogden.
that's Baltimore, right?
Yeah.
Jonathan Ogden. Okay.
Willie Rofe. I remember him.
I'm gonna look this up before I make a
Anthony Munoz. That's the one everybody.
Oh,
talks
Anthony
about.
Munoz. Yeah, but I'm gonna.
I think Trent is better than all these guys.
I'm gonna Jonathan Ogden. I want to look this up before I make a ass out of myself. Make a smart ass remark. It's gonna take me too long. Yep, it's taking me too long. Oh, I was wrong. Okay, good. I'm glad I didn't say it out loud. I thought Jonathan Ogden went to a different school.
What school?
Jason Ross is a big Jonathan Ogden guy.
Yeah, Orlando Pace was the left tackle, I think.
Now I know where Orlando Pace went to school.
Orlando Pace. That was like one of the first linemen that I remember being hyped like that.
Yeah,
like,
me too.
It was like, yo,
Me
this
too.
dude.
Yeah, Joe Thomas is up there.
Mhm.
Joe Thomas is up there, but I'd put Trent Williams. You named Anthony Munoz. I would put Trent Williams' name on that list and debate with anyone.
So
that Trent Williams is the best at his position.
This random website I went to says the top 6 left tackles of all time: Jonathan Ogden, number 1; Anthony Munoz, Walter Jones.
This conversation's about to get way out of control because I'm
Jim Parker, Joe Thomas, and Orlando Pace.
So I'm gonna go Joe Thomas. Joe Thomas. Great post football look for Joe Thomas. Anthony Munoz. Who was the other one? Oh, Orlando Pace.
Mhm.
Orlando Pace. My apologies. I understand this is my fault. The rabbit hole, we're down it, and now I'm gonna look. Orlando. Let's start with Orlando Pace, Super Bowl champion, 3-time All-Pro first team, 2-time All-Pro second team, 7-time Pro Bowler. Joe Thomas, a 6-team, six first teams, 6 first-team All-Pros, 2 second-team All-Pros, 10 Pro Bowl selections for Joe Thomas. And I could be wrong. I think Joe Thomas's Pro Bowl selections are his entire career. Anthony Munoz. This was the one that gets everybody's attention. NFL Man of the Year. 9 first-team All-Pros.
Yeah, that might be the best.
2 second-team All-Pros. 11 Pro Bowl seasons. Trent Williams.
Trent don't match up. I'm looking at Trent right now. He don't match up.
2 first-team All-Pros. 1 second-team All-Pro. 11 Pro Bowls. Okay, Anthony Munoz wins.
Yeah.
We got a pocket watchers here somewhere.
Oh,
Norm is calling for it.
Oh
boy! Wait a minute. Whose pocket? Wait. Whose pocket are we watching?
Trent.
Trent, since he's the subject.
Yeah, Trent. Oh boy. Woo-wee.
Oh, this could be.
Right now, I'm currently 2 games under 500.
No, bro,
You're like
you're
5
not.
or 6.
You're like
you had a
5.
bad week before
You're
Christmas. No, you had a bad Christmas
I think
week.
you lost to Will Z once, if I'm not mistaken. All due
That was
respect to Will Z.
that
I didn't
that
mean
was
to.
an unsanctioned match.
Oh, okay. That was one of them
WWE
Logan
Live.
Paul. It was one of them Logan Paul fights. Okay. Here we go. Okay, so I'll change my phrasing. One of the greatest left tackles in history. 13 years for the former number 4 overall pick. Went to good old JR's favorite school, Boomer Sooner. Oklahoma.
Boomer Sooner.
The 2010 NFL Draft. 14 seasons completed now. The most money. This always gets difficult with the NFL, so give me a minute.
Take your time so we can get it right.
Okay. The most money.
This is a huge segment on this show. A huge segment.
You want to tell everyone who you're talking to? No?
One
Okay.
of our esteemed sales guys.
In 2021, Trent Williams received a signing bonus of $30 million from the San Francisco 49ers, putting his total salary for the 2021 season at $32.3
Oh, it's back.
million.
Oh, snap. Hold on.
We're
I didn't
back.
even listen to what's going on. That music is back. Oh, my God.
Season 4 of D-Lo and Casey's going to be fire.
$32.3 million
That's
is
his
the
highest
most,
year?
his highest year. 14 completed NFL seasons. Got 3 on the books. We'll focus on the 14 because you never know how that money materializes. 14 seasons for one of the greatest left tackles in history, Trent Williams. Kenny, you're 9 games under 500, so you go
Stop
first.
that. I am nowhere near 9.
It's like 5.
I'm not even
Round it-
5. It's
round
like
it up.
3 at max.
It's not 3.
3 max.
It's not.
It's like 5 or 6.
I'm going to say this is tough. But I'm going to say 89 million for Trent Williams.
89 million for the 3-time All-Pro, the 11-time Pro Bowler, 14 seasons. Trent Williams.
This one's tough though. This one's tough because I'm not big on the offensive lineman market. So this one's tough.
It's a rookie guess right there. Left tackles get paid big.
30.
Rookie guess right there.
But he only got paid big once.
But yeah, you accumulate.
Jesse.
I'm gonna go. Let's go 95 million.
Oh, so you only went 6 million more.
I'm just trying to undercut you and get this dub. This is how you play pot. Did I get it wrong? He's making a face like I got it wrong.
Your strategy worked.
Oh, come on.
However,
Come on.
I would like to point out
I wanted to go 100, but
you both should be ashamed of yourself. $168.7 million for the great Trent
That boy
Williams.
Trent is rich.
$168.7 million.
Oh man.
Should we start over for the 2024 season? Jesse won 2023 because I got a new book from Kimberly, so now I'm keeping track of everything. Pocket
New
watching.
season. Keep track of the championships too. Somebody wants to sponsor that.
I have to repeat it then.
The belts, the
belts,
titles.
yeah.
Okay.
So hold on though.
I got all sorts of sound effects over here.
Speaking of the
I
belts,
went
we're gonna
ham
have to,
over this break.
Speaking of the belts, we're gonna have to switch those up.
Oh, we got to switch the belts?
I'm pretty sure.
I got Brock Purdy.
Yeah, that's.
Oh,
I think I had Brock Purdy too. I'm putting mine
Oh.
on Lamar right now. Like
Okay.
that's you. It has to be Lamar.
I think I'm putting it on Lamar too.
wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, Brock. You can get it back though when you win the Super Bowl.
Lamar Jackson also a multi-time belt champion.
Yeah, he's one of the greats. Hey, it's like you guys tell me because I'm a little off with the NFL stuff. Left tackles get paid the most outside of quarterbacks? Because 160, what you say, 167, that seems like an awful. It doesn't feel like a lot of football players get close to something like that.
He's had a couple of deals.
Probably edge rushers maybe are up there.
Edge rushers, true. You're right. Yeah, Bosa just got 130, right? Yeah.
I'm trying to
maybe
find
some edge
his.
rushers.
I thought there was a spot somewhere where I could just see all of his contracts in their totality, but I can't.
Oh, well, we don't know if you read the right thing. This match is under protest.
No.
Relax, Mark Cuban.
No, calm down. I'm
The
talking
play was
about
fine. We didn't make the mistake.
the 5 years. So 5 years, 68. Let's see the guarantee. I can't find that. Oh, the guaranteed was 30, Yeah, the NFL contracts are too difficult to read that way.
Yeah, this
128
this one
over.
shouldn't even count, to be honest.
No, the money's accurate. You were just wrong. Like very, very wrong. And now we have an official notebook.
It's almost $100 million off.
That
boy's getting paid.
Jesse's up 1-0 in the 2024 pocket watch season. With
all right. I tanked last year so I can get the number one pick.
Boy.
Now I'm about to turn up.
I drafted Bryce Young. You even lost to Jesse and Will, James and Will.
Well, once again, that was an exhibition.
You're awful.
Like Floyd versus Logan, like you said. It was an exhibition. That did not
come back. We'll pocket watch Matt George in about 30 minutes. He's going to join us. We'll talk more Kings basketball here on Sacramento.
Big segment, leader, man. Big segment.
ESPN 1320.
My earphones are going out.
I was just looking at new headphones today. We could ask Jonathan to clean the boy, that would have been ask Jonathan to clean the spot where we plug the headphones in. Nah, wide receivers don't make a ton. Like, give me a wide receiver who had a good career. Julio Jones. Let's see what Julio Jones made, because I don't expect it to be anything crazy. So we'll play pocket watching with the chatty house here real quick. Julio Jones, former number 6 overall pick, 2011, roughly the same time as Trent Williams. His biggest year, 2019, he got a $25 million signing bonus with the Atlanta Falcons. That put his salary at $26.5 million. 13 seasons, including this one. 13 seasons. What do you think Julio Jones' career earnings are? 13 seasons. His peak is 26.5. And he was drafted 1 year after Trent Williams was. So a left tackle versus an elite wide receiver.
I keep forgetting that he still plays.
Mm-hmm. So I see 105, 90, 205. Photo has 132. Drew Down has 140. Julio Coco Jones, thank you. Roddy says 192.7. That is very specific. I like it. Julio Jones, career earnings, 149.1. 149.1. Nice job. I think that was Drew Down.
Yeah, Drew Down gets that dub.
Yeah. Photo was in the vicinity, but I think Drew Down had 140. Yeah, 149.1. That's where Julio was. So that's an elite wide receiver versus an elite left tackle. What was Trent? 180? Just hit what was Trent again? 180?
Yeah, like 165, 185 or something.
Yeah,
like
168, 168.7. So yeah.
Drew Down, the NXT Pocket Watchers champ right now.
I like it. It's good stuff. Nice job, Drew Down. Nice job, Drew Down.
I haven't seen him in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I didn't know he was here.
Malik Monk on Instagram. His stories kind of cracked me up today because Malik, when he like balls out or has a highlight play, he get it on that stories quick, right? So he's on there, and I'm looking. They got Malik, scored 37, NBA. He put that on the stories. As he should. You celebrate yourself for sure. And more basketball, more highlights, all this other stuff, and then just randomly at the end, I don't need no stylist. Stop DMing me. Where did this come from?
I'm mad Trent Williams only has 3 All-Pros. That really upsets me. Really upsets me. Shout out to Anthony Munoz. So he's pretty much untouchable. And then it's probably Joe Thomas after that. Like Joe Thomas was making Pro Bowls on a terrible football team. Man, I can't believe some measly facts blew up my Trent Williams best at his position argument. That lasted like 4 minutes.
Why did we have to go in depth?
Why did we have to go see Anthony Munoz's stat line?
Well, you can say he's one of the best, though.
Oh, he's definitely one of the best. Yeah, I think you could probably rank him over Orlando Pace.
His
good argument.
Above Ogden?
No.
Did I didn't look up Jonathan Ogden's numbers. Did you? Or not his numbers. His
I did. He has more All Pros, but I think it's only like 4.
Trent Williams' accolades don't match his talent.
That's a good point. That's a great point.
Like, he kind of just transcends that or whatever.
Ogden was 4 and 5 second teams. That's a total of 9 and 11 Pro Bowls.
How did Trent?
Damn.
How does he not have like at least 5 or 6?
I don't know.
Joe Thomas took him from him.
So he should be second. They have Walter Jones in here too. Walter Jones.
I got to be honest. I don't know.
He's like a recent guy too, like 2005 something.
What?
I don't know.
For who?
I don't know.
Walter Jones, American football player, played for. Is that the Seahawks?
Sounds about right.
He's got 4. Well, damn.
They have him as the top 6 left tackle.
He went to Florida State for a year. He's got 4 first teams, 2 second teams, 9 Pro Bowls.
The thing with Trent too, I could be wrong, but I don't know if because how they would send him in motion and stuff like that to be like the lead blocker on runs. They were doing that a few times last year with Trent. Like he's just athletic too. I don't know if those other guys were like that.
Maybe I just watched Trent Williams too closely. I even watched him in with Washington. Yeah.
He was special.
And he lost a year off of his career.
Yeah.
Every Pro Bowl, every All Pro he made in Washington should count as 2. But I guess you could probably say the same for Joe Thomas.
True.
Joe Thomas might have been on the
Washington,
0-16 team.
Washington was good. They made the playoffs.
Yeah, it's still owned by Dan Snyder.
Trent Williams beefed with Richard Sherman that one time.
After the playoff game, after they lost, smacked up Richard Sherman. Don't like seeing that on my boy Uncle Sherman. Him and Trent Williams are really good friends now, by the way.
Had there been any? Because I told y'all I don't follow. So shoot, I really don't. Have there been any Tyrese broke Giannis tweets or articles or think pieces or podcasts? Pacers beat the Bucks for like the 19th time this year.
Damn.
Like you don't get the ball. You can't beat the Pacers. You don't get the ball.
Damn.
4-1. We barely even got to January.
I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, Pacers beat the Bucks again.
It wasn't close.
Oh, I gotta
2 times.
I gotta give you Giannis's post game quote.
Bring that up because we'll talk about that. But real quick, I didn't know this until like this morning. Jesse, what the hell happened with Tyreek Hill's house?
Oh, caught on fire yesterday. One of his kids was playing with a lighter. They said the official said they're playing with a lighter, so it burned.
I don't want to get in trouble because we can't very long. But I have to put this on the screen. I guess it was on this day where Jay Leno beat the hell out of Hulk Hogan at Row Wild. He's just got him in an arm lock. But and can I point out? I'm gonna hit the pause button so hopefully we don't get in trouble. You know why they did this? No. Like if you watch this scene unfold, you really this one right here. He gets him in an arm lock and he's holding it, and Hogan's like he's flailing and doing the whole thing. Look at all the photographers around. That's the picture that hit every newspaper that hit Entertainment Tonight or Entertainment Weekly and People was that picture of Jay Leno with Hulk Hogan in a whatever that is.
I've never seen this before.
You've never seen this?
I did not know this existed.
You didn't know Jay Leno beat up Hulk Hogan at a WCW pay-per-view?
Yeah. Hey, and I know you know about this, but WCW, they did have Malone versus Rodman.
After the finals.
Yeah. That's kind of sick. And Rodman was pretty good.
Oh, and Costas was so salty about it.
What is he not salty about?
He was so salty about it because those two were playing each other. And I remember they got into a little
where they kept falling.
Yeah.
Tripping each other up.
Well, these two are involved in a ridiculous, phony wrestling pay-per-view.
I don't like Costas at all.
Bro, you were supposed to be a part of WrestleMania 7. Shut up. Oh, shut the hell up. In fact, there's video of you on early Saturday night's main event. Stop it.
Costas always think he's just too good and too smart for everybody.
I watched some early Saturday night main events over our break.
How were they?
They were bad, but
You watched
listening
the
to
whole matches?
well, the matches back then were like 4 minutes.
I feel like they were longer.
Well, some like on prime time,
less
they're like
eventful.
20 minutes. On Saturday night's main event, they're like 4 or 5 minutes. But listening to and then from there, notwithstanding, and then from listen, like Vince would hate himself as a commentator. He was so bad. So
The roll
bad.
up 1, 2, and now he kicked out.
I don't know.
He doesn't even like finish the call too when Shawn Michaels beats Brett at WrestleMania. He says 1, 2, and then he just makes like it was like rah, like he didn't even say 3. He just makes a noise. He doesn't say 3 at all. It's annoying.
I just love how 1, 2. He got him. No, he didn't.
That's a classic. He got him.
And it's such a great like dichotomy with Jesse Ventura because Jesse would be like, McMahon, what the hell is Elizabeth doing out here? Well, she's the greatest, most bravest little manager in the whole wide world, Jesse. Oh my God. I would hate 80s wrestling as an adult. Oh my God, I hate it so much.
I remember when Owen had the parents throwing the towel and Vince tried to act like he was just like he was hurt. Me and my cousin would laugh hysterically at this. He's like, it's just one of those moments where it's just a disgusting display. I mean, that's your own brother. How could you? I can't believe what we just saw here. This is disturbing.
So distraught. So distraught.
What was it like trying to navigate through WWE Network on Peacock?
Not fun. Not fun.
I haven't done that in a while.
It's not good. It is such a pain because it doesn't say, hey, go back and watch, Saturday night's main event from 1985. It says, go back to watch season 2.
Oh.
The hell is season 2?
They absolutely massacred that set.
The hell does that mean? Go back and watch season 16 of Raw.
Oh,
and I'm like, wait a minute. It started. Okay, now I got to count. Like 1, 2, 3.
That's
What is
crazy.
this?
You see it. They put the season, like the current season. Aren't they on like season
93?
20?
So it's
Yeah.
got to be 30 something.
Yeah, I want to say it probably was 29 and it's probably 30 now.
Have they had the Raw 30 event? Like it was January 93, I think it started. I think it started weeks before the Royal Rumble at Arco Arena, where
Yokozuna.
Macho
Man. It was a
Man
wedding?
No. He proposed. Macho Man proposed to Elizabeth at the old Arco Arena.
Yeah.
For a TV taping, but the Royal Rumble, that's when Macho Man jumps off the top rope, elbows Yokozuna, and then tries to pin him in the Royal Rumble. But they're right by the rope, so it's kind of like this half-ass pin where Macho Man is sort of on his feet, and Yokozuna pushes up, and Macho jumps over the top rope, and that's how Yokozuna wins. Amazing.
That's ridiculous.
Amazing. Let's check in with Giannis Antetokounmpo and his thoughts following the Milwaukee Bucks' 4th loss to the Indiana Pacers.
You have that, and you think about it. Now, when you go back home and you sleep and you wake up, you think about it. Now, when you go back and work out, you think about it. When you're about to get freaky at night, you think about it. But at the end of the day, it's good because now it gives us time to fix things.
So what's funny about this clip to me is you can see him start to formulate
go back
thought
and
in his head,
work
and he
out, you
starts
think
to
about
smile.
it.
You see him like he's starting. He knows he's about to get a joke off. Like he knows he's about to get a soundbite off. He starts to smile.
When you're about to get freaky at night, you think about it.
And there's the delivery.
Because he does a smile and then he comes back.
Yeah.
Right, let me get a straight face.
Yeah.
And then boom, let me deliver the line.
He knew.
Giannis,
He knew.
Giannis is always, he always, not always, but often he's always, I guess you could say it's inappropriate, although it's his wife, but like she'll post a photo on her Instagram.
No, he's with us. He plays in, he's in the sophomore class. He's with us. He knows what he's doing.
He putting eggplants in the comments.
You imagine Giannis throwing a flag in a post-game press conference?
Oh, that'd be amazing. That'd be amazing.
Yeah.
I love Giannis.
That was funny, though.
I hope Giannis is not thinking about Buddy Hield when he's going home. And
I read that before I saw it, and it was funny when I read it.
I just love that I just love that he thought of it. He knew he had it. He's like, I'm gonna get this sound off right here. I'm gonna get this joke off. They're gonna love it. This is gonna make the round.
When you're about to get freaky at night, you think about it.
I see that. That might have to make the soundboard right there. I don't know when we'll use it, but that might have to make the soundboard.
When you're about to get freaky at night, you think about it.
And he's trying not to laugh after that too.
You just know he got.
He's like, I got one.
You know?
I got one. But it's good.
But at the end of the day,
It's good.
It's good because now it gives us time to fix things.
Yep. There you go.
You guys feel any way about the Bucks? ESPN was talking about if they lowered their championship ceiling with the Dame trade.
No. See, that was always an overreaction. They weren't gonna win nothing with what they had. They were done. They were cooked with what they had. They had to go do something.
Cooked? Like no chance.
They weren't winning no championship with what they had.
Who were
that
they
ship has
losing
sailed.
to? Boston?
Boston, Philly.
You're sure about Philly?
Yeah, without Dame, yeah.
I mean, maybe the front office knew it too by firing Bud, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they've been trying to fire Bud. Like,
That's true. He's been
is Giannis a coach killer?
not a very good one.
I'm just kidding.
Giannis, what are Giannis's coaches? Jason Kidd.
Fired.
Right call. He might be right, just like LeBron.
Well, and then it was Mike, right? Mike was Budenholzer the only other one.
Mike, but then he did some stuff.
They had Joe
this year.
Prunty in there for a bit. I think he was an
Who?
interim coach. Joe Prunty.
He did some stuff.
After Kidd?
I think so.
They said he had some weird energy this year.
Who?
Giannis. He had some LeBron-like energy this year.
What with Adrian Griffin?
Yeah.
Well, Bobby Portis checked Adrian Griffin, so Bobby
Well,
Portis might be
Bobby
coach killer
Portis.
too.
Bobby Portis is like, don't worry, Giannis, I got this. All LeBron really needs is an enforcer. That's what he needs. He needs.
Report wasn't Giannis got him. It was like, yeah, Bobby Portis almost kicked Adrian Griffin's ass yesterday in the locker room.
Who was it the GM in Phoenix? Who was with LeBron everywhere? He went
James
to like
Jones?
8 finals. Was it
James Jones? Yeah.
He went to like 8 finals with LeBron James.
That was always LeBron James has been to 8 straight finals, and so is James Jones.
James Jones. He needs James Jones to be with him in Los Angeles. So James should have been taking the heat the whole time.
That's it.
Report from Sham Shrani. James Jones checks David Blatt. David Blatt's 41-2 or something like that. You're listening
Wanted
to
that man out of there. But like you said, he wasn't the only one.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Our main man, Matt George, set to join us coming up here about 15 minutes or so. We'll talk to him about the Sacramento Kings, who had a thrilling 138-135 victory, double overtime victory against the Orlando Magic last night. Lots of ups and downs in that one, but it was Malik Monk who led the way for the Sacramento Kings. 37 points, 9 assists from Malik Monk. 916-909-1320. Let's get to our man, Jeremy. Jeremy, what's going on, brother?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Hey, so I think I figured it out. I think the Kings, what the problem is they're having some early season groin problems because they can't seem to get up for these lower percentage winning teams. So I think I figured it out. Great game last night.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, I
That
saw
was
what
good.
he did.
He was like Giannis. He was like Giannis. He knew he had
There's an emphasis.
Yeah, he had a joke in the chamber, and you could tell he was really excited to fire that joke off.
Kind of just throws the arm up. Or
No, I
whatever.
got you. That was a good job, Jeremy. That was a good job. We appreciate you.
Oh man, shout out Jeremy.
916. Indeed, 916-909-1320. If you want to get in on the phone lines.
I think Jeremy always calls in and cracks a joke.
He does.
Good. I'm with it. TC always calls and tells me to shut the hell up, so that's fine.
Hey, D-Lo, hold on, D-Lo.
Now
hold on.
chill, D-Lo.
Now, D-Lo, since you want to jump up in here, let me tell you. My bad, bro. Sorry, TC.
TC giving props to previous callers.
Hey, got a cosign from TC. That's a big deal.
He said, yeah, shout out Russ, man. I see you doing your thing, bro. Keep grinding, man.
That's right.
Ross does have fire calls, though.
No, Ross is great.
Ross is great. He's got a league experience.
You'd expect it from my head coach.
He's kind of our analyst.
Yeah. I didn't know.
Hey, Jesse, let me rock for a minute. I'm going to have to start. Hold on, Jesse. Let me rock for a minute. I got this.
TC better pull up, man, when we at Sky River in February 2nd, right?
February 2nd, we'll be at Sky River when the Sacramento Kings take on the Indiana Pacers in Indiana. Live show, watch party.
Yeah, man.
So the show starts at 12. Game starts at 4:30. We'll probably just take the show all the way to 4:30. Throw the game on 70 different televisions. And have some fun out there at Sky River Casino.
You know what I saw the other day when I was at Sky River? Shout out to Carrie. She showed me this in the 32 Brews on the outside section. I always wondered, I was like, damn, what y'all gonna do in the winter? Like, oh, that's gonna be vacant.
Mm-hmm.
They got some contraption up there now where it's now closed in.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the whole
like a 3 seasons porch now.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is.
That's awesome.
So it's closed in, no outside air coming in, so it's comfortable out there. It's crazy. Yeah.
That outside area is top notch. The way they have it set up and stuff like that. You just big time vibes.
Yeah, that's fire.
She got plans, and we all just need to talk because they got plans. We need to talk.
Well, all right. Sometimes I feel like we're fighting our own company.
We'll talk again.
Like, y'all realize we just book stuff without you guys now. Have y'all figured that out yet? Y'all wondering why you see us everywhere? It's because we've just stopped going to you. Is my man John still in there? Tell John, don't be the latest one to get skipped over.
John was a fan. He said we did funny stuff.
Okay.
John was a big fan.
Right on, John.
Shout out John.
Shout out our man John. All these account executives coming in to watch. They're trying to understand us. That's what it is. They're trying
I do appreciate that.
No, I do too.
They'll be so confused.
Because I have my feelings as to some of the difficulties of this company. Because you think it's a coincidence that they're coming to sit on a D-Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 and on 102.5? All right. I can put those dots
More
together.
than try to understand us, just listen to it. Just run the plays that we call. How about
hey,
we'll
I'm
make your
LeBron
job.
James. I'm LeBron James. You're Darvin Ham.
LeBron
It's
Barley.
as simple as that. I'm LeBron James. You're Darvin Ham.
I tried to
There's no Eric Spoelstra in this building.
I tried to alley-oop the pocket watchers for John too. So hopefully he saw it in action. Hopefully it works out. If you're a bank out there, tap in.
No, seriously, call.
Yeah, holla at us. Le Barley.
You know what? If
Just
that's
run the plays that are
I'll be
called. That's
perfectly
it.
fine with that. I'll be perfectly fine.
All
with
you
that.
got to do.
LeBron wins. If y'all listen to me, we'll continue to win.
We're making the play calls. Just run the play. That's all you got to do.
The biggest struggle in this entire company is the one we're not in charge of. Might as well just make LeBron the coach the last 3 years.
Well, you could be making history. You could be doing the unthinkable.
Well, maybe Jesse's LeBron, come to think about it.
That's true.
Looking at the
that is true.
That
is true. That's a good,
Jesse
it's a
might
good
be LeBron.
callback.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna fight back.
Yeah. Running coaches out of here. What
a year that was.
So we'll talk a lot about the Orlando game with Matt George, of course. But as we said, you know, we're De'Aaron Foxing this thing at 4:00. It's like, hey, man, that was fun. It was a great win. It was a great bounce back. But as you said, this isn't a one-game process for the Sacramento Kings.
Right.
Or Toronto's up next. You got Toronto on Friday night. It's going to be another packed Golden One Center crowd headed into the weekend. And how does De'Aaron respond after arguably is only he's had bad games this year. That bad. He hasn't had a game like that all season. I don't think he's had a game like that in years.
Yeah.
He
had a I feel like he had a 14-point game earlier this year. And came
on
back
20
with, like,
on 20 something shooting, 20 shots.
Maybe
for you?
not. Maybe not that many shot attempts. He came back and had like 34 or something like that. So I expect 30 plus on Friday.
I expect 30 plus every night.
Well, that's true too.
Hell, there was a point where he had 8 points midway through the third quarter. I was like, De'Aaron's going to finish with 30.
Didn't he do that against Charlotte?
I don't know if it was that low, but he was quiet. Yeah. He was quiet. I have
14 points exactly at the Clippers. Came back with 41 the next game against OKC.
Does it say do you have how many times he shot in that game?
5 of 16, and that was a beat down of the Clippers where he probably didn't play the fourth quarter.
Right.
25 minutes in that game.
He shot. He played. So that again, he played 43 last night with 6 of 22. 7 assists for De'Aaron last night.
And like you mentioned, I went back and saw that. It was a good call by you. The game-winning bucket. A little got in the lane, a little floater, a little touch action.
Yeah. Hated it. Absolutely hated it in the moment. I was like, no. Because that was actually a cleaner look. Not that he was taking bad shots. He took shots that just for the game that it was, I did not like. I did not like at all. But I just wanted Malik to have the ball in his hands. Just give the ball to Malik and ride or die with what happens.
Anytime you needed a bucket, he got it. Whether he got it, this is the Domas or something like that, he got it. It was phenomenal. 37 points. 37 points off the bench for Malik Monk. And I don't even think he's like looked at as sixth man of the year. I really don't think he's looked at that way.
What does it do for the Kings if they kind of, because I feel like the emphasis has been on Keegan like being the third guy, like kind of getting him going. What if they kind of shift and make Malik kind of give him that role, where Malik's getting like a certain amount of shots per game and all that? He's just more involved. We'll call it that. Like, what does that do for them? Is it marginal? Is it just par for the course with what they got going on now?
Well, I think the who's the third man gimmick, that's not the Kings. That's us. It's De'Aaron and it's Domas. And then everything will go from there. If it's Keegan, there were a few nights it was Kevin.
Yeah, true.
It was Ben Harrison. Like it was once. Stop it. Stop it. What is that?
I was just saying we can't be just lying to the people.
First game of the season.
There's at least
they said a couple.
Yes.
I bet you. I bet you.
Fourth or fifth. Yes.
Hey, don't do that. Don't do that.
I'm just messing with Harrison.
No, you're not. No, you. I'm pretty sure Harrison went up for a land. I'm pretty sure he turned around and said F Kenny Caraway to the camera. I don't know that for certain.
Recently, he had like a 19-point game. I remember he was cooking.
He had 19 versus Phoenix.
That's what it was. Yeah.
He had 19 versus Washington. He had 22 versus
against the who?
Pelicans.
Oh, well, which one? Because some were closer than others. I think the close.
It was a 5-point game.
Yeah, the close game.
It was a 5-point game. Yeah.
Some big threes in that.
He had 16 in the one they lost by 36.
And
played 40 minutes that night.
And you know what? That's the other frustrating thing. And I'm not saying anything different than people have probably said his entire career. Frustrating thing with Harrison is he's capable. He's more than capable. And I think that's where the frustration comes from, because you are athletic enough. You do have a high enough basketball IQ. You are skilled enough to do more than 3 points, no rebounds, no, you know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Like you're better than that. And I think that it's not, at least for me, it's not anger as much as it's disappointment and frustration when he has those games like he had on Tuesday.
Disappointed dad.
Well, those vets, you kind of expect them to be like just a steady like 12 a night or whatever. You just don't even need to like look at Harrison or just think about him. It's like, I know I'm getting what I'm getting from him.
I would take that. I would take, if he, didn't have no 30-point games, it was just like 12, 13 points every night, like a true 12 a
every
game.
night. Yeah.
I'd be like, hell yeah, good stuff. But we don't get that kind of stuff. And that's like, come on, man.
Well, we'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll talk more about this Orlando Magic game, and then we'll look ahead to the Toronto Raptors when our man Matt George joins us, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, of course, ABC 10 as well. With D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino, resumes. It's our last commercial break, folks.
Don't go anywhere.
We'll go commercial free to the top of the hour when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
MJ, we talked about Rev Everett's seven rebounds.
Yeah, it's big time.
Brought it up.
I love when people like tune in late and go, "Y'all completely missed this." No, we've been here for 4 hours. We got you, bro. That might have been a segment 1 mention.
I don't know if we yeah, we'll talk about it at some point. It might not be anytime soon, but what would you do if you were the Bears?
With Justin Fields.
Would you either keep Justin and trade the one, or you take Caleb Williams?
I'm trading him.
I talked to my Bears fan buddy, shout out Alan, who was at the Rose Bowl. Wow. And very, very close.
We were the only ones not there.
I know, right? And he was the one that would always be like, man, Justin Fields ain't got it. He said he's starting to change his mind. He would trade the pick.
See, that's the thing, though. He turned it up at the end of the season, just like he did the year before. Like, what are you going to do for weeks 1 through 13?
What up? I got to get you a new Locked On Kings logo. That is old, but that's okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. Don't matter. It's the same thing. Same show.
Please get me a new one. I'll be right back.
What's up, Matt? How you doing, man?
KC. I'm good, brother. You were cooking yesterday, man. I really enjoyed yesterday's show. You guys were on fire yesterday.
Oh, thank you, man. Thank you. They had me more frustrated than I realized.
What was funny, I'm learning, and I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. I'm learning that I'm having more of an opposite emotional reaction to a lot of just the general Kings population after games. Because after that Charlotte game, I was laughing because it was like a laughing through the pain. Like, of course, the freaking Kings did this again. Like, we've seen this a million times. They did it again. Like, I was pissed about certain things. And then last night, like, that game was such a fun basketball game overall. But I was hot about like 2 or 3 different things after last night's game. So I'm having like the opposite emotional reaction from the crowd for most games like this. Same thing with the Boston game. Like, people were hot after the Boston loss. And I was feeling fine after that game because 1, I enjoyed watching Boston play that well. And 2, it's the Boston freaking Celtics. I did. I mean, sometimes I'm able to just look at basketball fan. I'm not trying to be. I've had different emotional reactions than a lot of people have with Kings. And
the natural contrarian, Matt George.
Matt just appreciates good basketball. That's all it is.
Well, hold on.
Matt's with us.
I appreciate that the Boston Celtics shoot the ball better when Jason Tatum doesn't play, because they did it again. Tatum missed a game again like a week ago. I can't remember who they played, and they lit up whoever they played from 3-point line again.
This is a no Tatum slander.
Oh, no, I love Tatum, but it's that's the thing about that team, though, is Boston, hey, they're missing their star player. Okay, everybody is going to shoot lights out from 3-point range now. Derek White, everybody's going to shoot lights out. And then, of course, Jaylen Brown is a star in himself. I'll say it to this day, because I have this conversation like every single year. If I could pick one player within reason that wasn't like Giannis or the greatest player on the planet to put on the Sacramento Kings to get them to be a title contender, it's Jaylen Brown. Like, I've wanted Jaylen Brown. Well, I say within reason. Like, I think players that are gettable.
Jalen's probably more attainable than.
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean with it. Like, I'll take any of them, either of them.
You guys are always trying to trade Tatum, telling him he's not the guy.
No, we're not. No. Really, you're gonna hold that one text against me? That one text where I was a moment of weakness. I was mad.
Jesse was really upset that day.
I've been looking forward to this today, though, boys. I've been pre-gaming with rum and coke, and I'm ready for this hit.
Oh boy!
Oh yeah! All right.
I'm fired up.
You're home. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. This is probably your only day off, huh?
It is. Actually, no. I'm taking Saturday off. I'm pretty excited to take a
Saturday. Yeah. There you go.
This is the second, like, we had the Christmas week and then this week of 4 Kings home games in the same week. And look, I love what I do and I love being at Kings games, but 4 in a week is like, oh boy.
That's a lot.
You don't have to worry about that for a while.
Yeah.
They're going on the road.
They're going to be like the Niners during the pandemic.
Maddie Malibu. That's funny.
It is Maddie Malibu today.
Maddie McQueen, Maddie Malibu.
This show got me to like gin for obvious reasons, but
hang on, Matt. Sorry, Matt. We're coming back. Matt was just about to proclaim his love for alcohol here during the commercial break.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well,
man, Matt George with us here.
Ain't no wrong with even that. Jesus had wine.
And a good wine is on point, man. My wine palate. I have to study the art. I need to be like Dwayne Wade and those guys. Like I need to study wine a little bit more because a really good wine is amazing.
I don't know. I don't have that feeling towards any alcohol.
Okay.
I just drink it socially, you know what I'm saying? Have a good time with my people, but none of it really tastes that good. I had some drinks at this one place.
And Karosh brought me a bottle of tequila that might have changed my life. It's good stuff.
I went to this little speakeasy, like a little secret spot. And they had some
Joe Budden over here keeping your spot secret all of a sudden. That's all right.
I'll text you. Get tired.
I drink like a 21-year-old white woman. I drink all the fruity drinks I can find. Yeah, give me those. You can keep your scotch in your chest hair. Give me a little tequila sunrise and whatever. I'm happy.
Tequila sunrise.
Man, you a wild dude. Oh, no, ain't nothing wrong with a tequila sunrise, man. You a wild dude for that. Our good buddy Matt George here, who's had a long week covering Kings basketball with a couple more games ahead before we look to a very different looking Toronto Raptors that the Sacramento Kings will take on tomorrow. Let's go back in the week here. Obviously, the euphoria of last night's game is probably magnified a little bit by the horror from the night before.
I was telling Kenny during the break that I've recently, and a lot this season, I've had a different or almost opposite emotional reaction to a lot of games than a lot of Sacramento Kings fans, to where like 2 nights ago when the Kings lost to Charlotte, my reaction was to laugh. Like I was laughing on the podcast because it was a laugh through the pain type. Like, of course, the Sacramento Kings found a way to do this again. Like, we've seen this game a million times. It's the most obvious trap game on the planet. Of course, the Kings showed back up tonight against a 11 straight losing streak Charlotte Hornets team without LaMelo Ball. Like, of course, the Kings lost that game. And then it dawned on me, like, hey, this is the Kings way of they've won the first night of a back-to-back all season long. This is the Kings way of them finally winning the second night of a back-to-back. And lo and behold, not only do they win on the second night of a back-to-back, they won one of those just war type games that, like, it's easy for me to say this from the Kings perspective actually after the Kings won, but I like to believe that had the Kings lost that game, I still would have been able to sit back and go, what a fun basketball game that was. It was not as good as the Kings Clippers game from last season, but it was up there in terms of just an absolute battle, back and forth, multiple overtimes, big shots being made, Malik putting on a show, Paolo Banchero looking absolutely phenomenal, Domantas Sabonis doing something massive. But my emotional reaction last night, even though I enjoyed the game, I was pissed off about a number of things last night, from the lack of replay reviews to Domantas Sabonis still not being talked about, stuff that we can get into. But I was more fired up and pissed off, and still am a little bit today, than I should have been probably after how good of a basketball game and Kings win that was.
Yeah, man, I said it to the Twitterverse. Like I think I was telling Damien, like late in the fourth. I think it was either a tie game or they were down one or something like that. And I said, this is a great game. This is a great game. Great effort by both teams. And I simply said, this is acceptable. You know, when you talk about the Kings, I don't know how the game's going to end or nothing like this, but this is acceptable. This is something that you can look at and be like, all right, they're out there competing close enough to their level of basketball. So I thought it was a great game. I'm obviously glad that the Kings won, but that type of fight, and Damien asked me a question earlier, that type of mental toughness that they showed in that game is something that I want to see continue throughout the season with this team and be more consistent.
I felt the same way. I thought that last night was one of those kind of special team defining wins. And what I mean by that is not that, okay, from this point on, the Kings are going to be the great team that Mike Brown wants them to be. And now they've figured out all their problems and this game solves everything. But this feels like one of those wins where over the last week, the Kings got their ass kicked by Portland and then lost at home to Charlotte. So they've been going up and down and up and down. And that's really how a lot of their season has gone. More ups than downs because they're 7 games over 500, but their losses have been bad. And when this team has fallen apart, they've really fallen apart. So I felt like last night's win was hey, we're coming off of a bad loss on the first night of a back-to-back, second night of a back-to-back. Man, we've just been unable to win these games. Let's go out and win a war. Let's go out and win one of those games that's an instant classic, that's hard fought, that took a Herculean effort from multiple guys on both sides. We came out on top. I feel like that's the kind of game that recharges your batteries a little bit. Even if you're exhausted afterwards, Malik Monk playing 46 minutes off the bench or something like that, even if you're dead tired, like you wake up today and go, man, that was fun. Malik said after the game, those are the moments that I live for, right? We're a good team. We found a way to win that. Not only did we win that war in double overtime with our backs against the wall a couple of times, we won that game without De'Aaron Fox carrying us through and being the absolute superstar that we know that he is. So we know we can play better than that, and we still won that hard-fought game. I feel like that was a battery recharging win for the team and then also maybe for the fan base.
You mentioned Domantas Sabonis a minute ago, and your frustration with him not getting the recognition he deserves, and I want to get to that. But how would you explain Domantas Sabonis's game last night to someone who didn't see it?
He put up numbers that haven't been put up since Wilt freaking Chamberlain did it. Like, that's all that I need to say. You don't need the context of, well, how did he score? What were his assists like? Was it easy rebounds? It doesn't matter. Like, and it wasn't empty stats either, because it was in a hard-fought double overtime victory, which, by the way, he got his triple-double 23 minutes into his game, which is the second time. The last two triple-doubles that he's had, he's gotten in 23 minutes of action. That alone is absurd. And then he goes and does, and he's 7 triple-doubles on the season, second only to, once again, Nikola Jokic. It goes back to what I said, which is Sabonis is doing what only a multi-time MVP and the exalted superstar center of this generation is doing. And still, he's just not discussed or not talked about. So how would I describe what Domas did? And what Domas does is you can, with permanent ink, with a Sharpie, basically put that he's going to have a double-double on a nightly basis, win or lose, doesn't matter how many minutes he plays. And it could be a double-double of points and rebounds. It could be rebounds and assists. It could be points and assists. Like, it does not matter. Sabonis is going to get you a double-double, and he can flirt with a triple-double before halftime, which is exactly what he did last night. He had 8, 9, and 10 going into halftime last night in a second quarter that was dominated by Malik Monk and a first quarter that was dominated by Keegan Murray. Domas is not the focal point. And yes, these are the numbers that he's putting up. And Malik's even getting mad at him after the game, saying Malik should have had a double-double last night because Sabonis smoked a couple of rebounds or layups around the rim, which is fun. But, like, I get fired up and I get pissed off because I had a conversation. Thank you, D'Lo. I had a conversation with a couple friends of ours in the SAC media scene, and ended up going for like 45 minutes during our pregame dinner, so much so that everybody else that was sitting at our table literally stood up and left and couldn't take it anymore, because we were going back and forth about this conversation about Sabonis, and the Kings can't win with Sabonis, and the Kings should consider trading Sabonis. They should have never paid him this money. Look what he did in this playoffs. It's all these one playoff series overreactions to these people that are undermining what Sabonis does on a regular basis.
Names.
Yeah.
Who the hell was that?
I ain't doing that because they're my friends. They're good friends of mine. It
That's
was a good
fine. Tell us
conversation.
who your friends are.
They made good points. I love them. I ain't gonna do that to them.
They agreed with, like, Kevin O'Connell.
I'll say this. One of them, and I love him to death, said that the Kings should consider moving Domantas Sabonis for a package that mainly featured Drew Holiday. That's what was one of the things that was said. And I lost it at that point. And again, he's a good dude. We had long conversations about this, but this is the nonsense and this is in Sacramento.
Who the hell this was.
I'll tell you off the air.
Not if I do first and I take him to Brad Stevens.
Now, just because he said, just to be clear, you're not going to tell me on the air, because I'm going to find out who it was, and I'm going to out them. There ain't going to be no. So
don't do it.
Because that person's listening right now.
Don't do it.
Matt's not telling me anything I won't allow, but I'm going to find out who it was, and best believe we're going to talk about it. Are they people who can appear on this show?
I cannot confirm or deny that situation.
All right, Frankie.
No. It wasn't Frankie. It wasn't Frankie. It was definitely not Frankie. Frankie loves Sabonis. But it goes beyond Sacramento. It's
Brandon Nunez. I'm gonna find out.
Yeah, I'm gonna find out.
You're wrong. You're 0 for 2, but I'm not giving you any more information. Regardless, like these are the conversations that are had about Sabonis everywhere, to where people talking about when Sabonis has a suspect game, which isn't even a bad game, but he struggles. He had 11 turnovers the other night. That's absolutely unacceptable, and he knows that. Or he'll have a game where he doesn't shoot the ball well, or he only has a double-double by barely sneaking over the 10 rebound mark or whatever it is. People will jump on that and talk about that. And I'm not just talking about the obvious Kevin O'Connor and John Hollinger and the other those like it just, you see this conversation on social media. You see these articles that are being written. You can bring back the article from this offseason from Bleacher Report that names Domantas Sabonis the most overrated player in the NBA. This stuff, this narrative that's based off of one playoff series. We put all of this stock into one playoff series where Sabonis didn't even play that bad. But when he's putting up numbers that literally only Wilt Chamberlain has done, or nobody has done since Wilt Chamberlain nearly 60 years ago, nobody talks about this kind of stuff. And it pisses me off to where I'm going to continue to be obnoxious on D'Lo and KC. I'm going to continue to be obnoxious on Locked On Kings, because if nobody's going to freaking talk about it, I'm going to talk about it enough for everybody so they understand and realize what the narrative is versus what reality is. Domantas Sabonis is a top 3 center in the NBA. The other 2 ahead of him are MVPs. Domantas Sabonis is someone that you cannot replace. He's a foundation of the offense, even with the DHO game with Kevin Huerter that has dropped off. Sabonis is still averaging more assists this season than he did last season. Sabonis is someone that can take the pressure off of De'Aaron Fox for 3 quarters if he has to. So Fox can go for 25 in the 4th if he wants to. Or Sabonis can play a 2-man game with Malik Monk last night to provide big moments and big buckets and open up opportunity for Keegan Murray on the perimeter, who should not be getting as wide open of threes as he gets. Sabonis is at the foundation of what the Sacramento Kings do right. So to look at him first before the weaknesses to the starting lineup or the weaknesses to the bench or the defense or whatever it is, and to point that as that's what the Kings should be concerned about, or the Kings can't win with that guy, I think it's just it's lazy, it's asinine, and people out themselves all the time by not saying a damn thing when Sabonis has nights like he did last night. I don't know if he'll ever put up Wilt Chamberlain numbers again, but Sabonis is going to put up more triple-doubles this season. He's probably going to finish second to Jokic in triple-doubles again. He's probably going to lead the league in rebounding like he is right now for this season again. But everybody's going to label that as empty numbers, because what is he going to show in the playoffs, and base everything off of one playoff series where 2 of his 5 starters did nothing. The 3rd of his 5 starters figured things out game 3 and was a rookie. He had a broken hand, and De'Aaron Fox also broke his finger during the course of a playoff series, and the Kings still nearly won that series. So if I'm going to continue to bring that up, if people are only going to judge Sabonis based off of 7 games against the Golden State Warriors, who did a fantastic job matching up against Domas. But to pigeonhole him into that's what he is, and to say the Kings aren't going to win with him without the context of, hey, maybe let's give a team that hasn't been to the playoffs together for more than one series in damn near 20 years, maybe let's give them a little more time and maybe another series or 2 to figure things out. No, it's not going to work. The Kings should not have paid him $80 million as if there was, or $40 million a year, as if there wasn't a better option out there. When the Kings were also killed, by the way, during the trade for trading Tyrese Halliburton for someone that was a 2-season rental. They didn't even have to worry about that.
No, you cooking.
You're
cooking right now.
Far more pissed off than I realized.
He's cooking right now. You guys follow me. Follow me real quick. I think you guys will understand what I'm saying. And this is what I think happens with Domantas Sabonis. Is he is really good at basketball. Really good at basketball. He understands. He's one of those guys where he just figures it out. Like, he understands the game and he figures things out. I don't look at him as some gifted player. You think of the players that are like above him, they're gifted. Anthony Davis is blessed with, athleticism, and I'm not even saying he's ahead of him, but in that same tier, right? Jokic is God gifted. You know what I mean? Embiid, God gifted. Giannis, God gifted. I don't look at Sabonis as being that. I see him as being somebody with a high basketball IQ who understands what he has to do to be effective. Now, here's where the conundrum comes in. He's so good, even with limitations that he has physically or whatever, he's so good. He's forced his way into the same conversations as these people who were like blessed to play basketball. And then that's when people come in there and be like, oh, well, yeah, I wouldn't take him over Giannis, though. I mean, you need somebody like that. Well, no, yeah, okay. So what? That doesn't mean this guy is not one of the best in the game. Is any of this making sense? Like what
No,
I'm
it
saying?
makes complete sense.
Like he's almost a victim of his own success in a lot of situations.
He's a victim of the jersey that he's wearing, is what it is. He's a victim of a bunch of trade takes that were wrong, that people will not admit they're wrong beyond, oh, it was an even trade, one of the most even trades in NBA history. They won't go further than that. And look, like I know all-star voting is a freaking joke anyway because it's fan voting and stuff like that. I don't have any problem with Tyrese Halliburton being the number 1 voted guard in the East. He's balling right now. I have a problem with De'Aaron Fox being only 8th, but at least Fox is on the list. Again, Domantas Sabonis is doing something that only Nikola Jokic is doing more than him this season. He's back to putting up the same numbers again on a better team. The Kings have improved from last year to this year, although it's minor. And once again, some of these starters and role players aren't carrying their weight right now. The Kings are trying to figure things out. And here is Sabonis. Foundation, lo and behold, he's going to have bad games. He's going to have turnovers at times. He's going to struggle. But more often than not, he's going to put up numbers and be the foundation or part of the foundation of a winning basketball team. And he's not even on the freaking list. This is the perspective of Sabonis around the league, which is, yeah, he puts up numbers, but he does so in Sacramento. We'll only watch when he plays in the playoffs. And I know a ton of people were watching last night's game because it was the best game on, period. It was on NBA TV. People were tweeting about the game all night long, and yet Sabonis' final stat line, you won't hear anybody talking, writing, or saying a damn thing about it. So that's why Sabonis is not on these voting lists, because nobody talks about him. And it's ridiculous that they don't.
And you know, real quick, you know, the other dumb thing about all this is people jump out the window, right? With saying like, you can't win with him, which is ridiculous. I'll listen to an argument, and I've probably even said it sometimes. Maybe you want to get a player in here that's better than Sabonis, but not having Sabonis is not the answer. You know what I'm saying? Like if Keegan Murray, for instance, if he like Malik Monk, if they like, yo, that's your second go-to guy. And we've had this conversation before. We said the team is shifting towards more Fox Monk than Sabonis as far as initiating. Like I can understand that, but getting rid of Sabonis is not the answer. Why would you say get rid of Sabonis? And then if he's as sorry as everybody says he is, how are you going to improve by trading a sorry player like Sabonis? This is what they say. A sorry player like Sabonis and bringing back somebody that can get you where you want to go. Is it Uchi Wally Wally? Is it one Mike?
Go get Sengun.
Who is Sabonis light?
That's the stuff people say, man. It doesn't make sense. Like it's just guys who kind of talk out their ass because they don't know what they're talking about. Like these writers become politicians because they're trying to talk around something they don't understand because they don't watch enough. You're right. They watched last night. Oh, Domas had, what was it, 20, 22, 23, 12. Huh. Okay. Not knowing that's like his 8th double-double in a row, his 7th, triple-double of the season.
Right.
To me, it's just deeper than that, though. To me, it's just disrespectful. And if I'm Sabonis, and I think Sabonis, I'm sure he's bothered by it, but he's not going to talk about it. And Sabonis is the type of guy that'll get stomped on by Draymond Green and take the podium and say, I feel bad for getting stomped on because it took the attention away from my head coach winning the unanimous coach of the year. That's the kind of person that Sabonis is. Sabonis is the kind of person that'll go to the podium and say, yeah, I could be cooking, but when De'Aaron Fox goes to the fourth quarter, I ask him, hey, where do you want me? Do you want me to set a screen or do you want me in the corner? That's the kind of person that Sabonis is. And he's someone who's capable of leading the league or being second in the league in triple doubles, leading the league in rebounding, putting up numbers that would make every fantasy owner drool. And yet he's saying, I'm willing to do that while being the second option, sometimes defer to Keegan and even be willing to defer to Malik and even be willing to defer to Keegan sometimes. That's the kind of player that the Sacramento Kings have. So if you have concerns because Domantas Sabonis, the Kings can't win a championship with Domantas Sabonis as their second best player, I would argue the Kings absolutely can win a championship because when Sabonis is their second best player, look the hell out. But when he's not, he's usually helping someone else play like the second best player. I don't know if Malik plays as well as Malik plays without Sabonis. I don't think De'Aaron Fox plays as well as Fox plays without Sabonis. I certainly don't think Keegan Murray plays as well as Keegan Murray plays without Domantas Sabonis. And I'm not saying that to take away from anybody else. I'm just saying this is who Domas is. This is how essential he is to this Kings team. And he does the dirty work while also taking the crap. It's just disrespectful the way that people talk about him, the way that they view him and undermine the things that he does, because he puts up the numbers that cannot be ignored. So we know people are paying attention. It just in one ear, out the other, I guess.
Oh, you're speaking facts, bro. Speaking facts.
Chef Matt George right here. ABC 10 Locked On Kings podcast.
I was also pissed at the refs last night too, so it wasn't just all DeMonte.
Well, it's a good thing they overturned that call that went out of bounds.
Boy,
good thing.
I'm just waiting for Matt to throw something. That's all I'm waiting for at this point.
I would have
just for Matt to turn the table over.
I was going to, because I even said on the pod last night, like I would have felt bad for the Orlando Magic, because had they found a way to win that absolute war in double overtime, a lot of the conversation would have been that Paolo Banchero, what should have been a Paolo Banchero turnover. And to be honest, I'm less mad at the call going against the Sacramento Kings. I'm less mad at the NBA officials missing that call in real time, and more mad about the fact that that was a massively crucial call at the end of an overtime period that had a direct effect on who's winning and losing the game, and the NBA didn't take a look at it. How is the NBA, who's trying to be so transparent with the last 2-minute reports that nobody freaking likes, and coaches' challenges and the replay center in Secaucus and everything that you could possibly bring up that they've implemented over the last 10 years to get calls right? That's the whole purpose, is to get calls right. And they don't care if it slows the game down a little bit, as long as they get the call right. A massive call there at the end, you don't even take a look at. Because if you did, you would have seen the angle that we all saw. It was playing on the freaking Jumbotron above you in 1000p. Like, you would have seen that, Paolo just loses the ball off his fingers. And then, Kenny, I think you made this point earlier. Look at Paolo's reaction to it. He knows he lost the ball off his fingers too. And you could see after he hit the bucket, after he hit the game-tying bucket, he walks to the bench and he's going, oh, thank God. Oh, thank Jesus. Like, he's thanking somebody for getting that lucky bounce going his way. So I honestly, I genuinely feel that I would have felt the same way had it been Malik that lost the ball out of bounds. If you got to get that call right, you have to get that call right, or at the very least, take a look at it.
That's the crazy part. That's the craziest part about it. They did get it right, and then they overturned it
without
like
even
that.
Looking at
That to me is probably that's the
well,
wildest part of all of this, is they got it right and they overturned it. There's just one, and it's because I don't think I put it in my notes. One aspect of this game we have not talked about. That might have been the most well-mic'd court in history. Because I heard Jamal Mosley, I heard every bad word Jamal Mosley said for 2 hours. And when Paolo got hurt, everybody heard that. I mean, I know plus it was right after halftime, so the arena wasn't quite full yet or even close to it. And man, when he belted that out the way he did, I was like, oh, this is why Kenny had dreams of Paolo pulling a gun on him. No wonder. This is crazy. Yeah, that was the most well-mic'd court in history. All I heard half the game was Jamal Mosley yelling at his team in very explicit fashion.
You know who used to be a, no pun intended, king at that in Sacramento was Jason Thompson. Jason Thompson got picked up by the rim mic all the time going for rebounds. And if he'd miss a rebound or something, everybody in the arena would hear exactly what Jason Thompson was saying, and it never stopped.
I'm glad
Carmelo.
I'm glad. Well, yeah. I'm glad Paolo's okay, because that clip's funny. That clip is hilarious. That's because he's okay. I'm glad he's okay. That clip is funny. Can we shift from Domas to Malik?
Yes, I'm sorry. I've calmed down.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Get your stuff off, man. We love it.
There's more on the podcast. If you want to hear me scream at a camera by myself in an empty Golden One Center, you can go listen to that.
I'd love that. That's why Locked On Kings is required viewing or listening. I really do encourage the YouTube video, by the way. I don't know if that's bad for you, but the YouTube video is awesome because Matt does a great job. He films the entire game for ABC 10, incorporates that into his podcast, and it's really, really good stuff. I want to ask you about Malik, and less about the 37 that he had last night. Certainly want to get to that point, but more about his last two nights with Mike Brown. You were around all of that.
Mhm.
What's your takeaway now that it's seemingly behind us and Malik was the hero last night?
It was the same takeaway that I had the night of, which is these are two fiery competitors in Malik and Mike who both want the same thing and probably have disagreements like we all do about how to accomplish that same thing. I was very much on your side with what you said yesterday, D'Lo, that like I know Malik was a minus. If you care about plus minus, Malik was a minus 11 in the 5 minutes of the first half that he played. He was a minus 21 for the game for Sacramento. The next closest was Keegan Murray, I think, with a minus 8. So sometimes the plus minus does tell a little bit of the story. But Malik Monk can't play 5 minutes in the first half. Malik Monk, unless he is dreadful, which I know he made mistakes, but it wasn't anything worse than no-show Harrison Barnes. Sorry, HB, you had a great game last night. No-show Harrison Barnes, Kevin Huerter continuing to struggle off the bench. Like, it wasn't anything worse than what those guys were doing. And on a night where your offense never got going, that game was in the mud the entire freaking night. Malik is that guy that can help you just spark and energize. And lo and behold, in the second half, when he played 15 minutes, he hit a couple of threes. He had that moment where he turned to Mike and said something and turned to the Kings bench and said something. So I appreciate that moment because I've been wanting to see some fire. When this team is not playing well, I want to see someone who's pissed off and bothered about it. I posted the clip of De'Aaron Fox and how he handles games like that, where he said, as soon as I leave the arena, I ain't thinking about it anymore. And I asked for Kings fans' thoughts on that. I think that's a very healthy approach for De'Aaron Fox, and he's been through a lot of losses here in Sacramento, so he has his way of handling it. So I didn't necessarily have a problem with it, but I, as a fan and I, as a media member, wanted to see someone upset at what happened. And I got that from both Mike and Malik. Now, granted, it was at each other, but again, they both want the same thing. And I thought what Mike said last night, which I wasn't there for, by the way, because a double overtime game went so late that they don't care about TV time. So we had a quick turnaround for stuff on ABC 10. So I actually wasn't in the press conference to hear Mike say this in person, but I've seen the clip. For Mike to say what he said, and this is who Mike is, to admit, like, I pulled Malik aside and I apologized to him, not for benching him. I apologized to him because I didn't do my job as the coach. I didn't tell him why I was benching him. I didn't take that opportunity to coach him after those 5 minutes in that first half. That's if your head coach is willing to do that, as well as hold Fox and Sabonis more accountable than anybody else on the team at times, which different Kings players have said that over the course of the last season and a half. Like, yeah, I want to go to war for that guy. So that's why I think Malik has the response that Malik has too, which is, yeah, I'll disagree with him. I'll yell at him. And Malik has also said, he said last night, like, he's yelled at the Kings coaching staff, tell him to shut the hell up when they're getting upset at the officials. Like, Malik feels comfortable enough to do that because he has a head coach that'll go back at him, and they may cuss at each other and hate each other in the moment. But a minute later, at the end of the timeout, Malik can pat Mike on the back, and Mike can play Malik 15 minutes of that second half, and then they can get together the next day and have a conversation about it like adults. Like, that's my takeaway from it. And that is culture in Sacramento, a winning culture that we have been begging for 2 decades, begging for winning culture, a culture of accountability where in the heat of the moment, things can be said, but at the very end of the day, they'll come together and work together to win. It's about that all-in contract that Mike has everybody sign. This is what we want. To me, it was perfection. I love to see it and love to hear it.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said. Man, it's cooking today.
He really is.
I agree with everything he said because I didn't like seeing it happen. You know what I mean? The video that Sean Cunningham has and seeing these
great
guys.
job, by the way.
Yeah, man, seeing these guys kind of butt heads like that, I didn't like it. Now, at the end of that, gave me a little solace and helped me calm down a little bit. They dap each other up, and you understand these things happen in the heat of the moment. But for them to, address it with each other and speak about how it went down, like you said, Matt, it was just perfect the way they both handled that situation.
And one more thing about Malik, too, that I'll squeeze in really quick. I've changed my mind on something that I was pretty firmly in Mike Brown's corner on. And it's not that I've turned against Mike. It's just I think it's time to start Malik Monk. Like I think Mike has been very true to that part of his rotation. Malik Monk should be playing 32 to 35 minutes a night. He should be playing starter minutes, and there's no doubt in my mind, it's crystal clear to everybody watching that Malik not only is the second best guard on that roster, he's a top 3 player on this Kings team right now. And I understand, like, you want to have that boost off the bench, but you're already staggering your rotation so much that De'Aaron freaking Fox is the first guy typically being subbed out unless someone's in foul trouble. Like that, Mike's rotations sacrifice Fox first before anybody else at times so that he can stagger those lineups and get that second unit the help that they need with Malik Monk out there. I understand the boost that Malik provides to this bench and have defended it and supported it all the way up until last night. But give me 2 weeks of what Malik looks like as a starter out of the gate. What kind of energy does he provide? And if you can continue to stagger him and stagger Fox the way that you do to keep them playing with that second unit. Because to me, one of the two of them has to be on the floor at all times. And Mike has gone away from that these last couple of games where he's subbed both of them out at the same time. And the Kings have looked awful during that time. No disrespect to Davion, no disrespect to Duarte or whoever he has, Kevin. It just does not work, right? It does not work without at least one of them on the floor. But both of them on the floor is when your chemistry is at its best. It's when the Kings are at their most dynamic because, like Malik said, you can't stop both of them. They draw attention away from each other, which only makes the other one better. It's just time to start Malik Monk at this point. Give it a try for 2 weeks. And if it doesn't work, not because necessarily of Malik, but because the second unit just drops off a little bit, then Mike can go to Malik and say, man, see, this is what I'm talking about. Like, we love you as a starter. We think you're capable of a starter. We know you're one of the best players on this team. Your role with this second unit is so essential. We're going to move you back to that. It's not a demotion. It's a necessity. That's what I think we should go for with Mike.
I hear you. I completely disagree, but I hear you.
Can Malik get starter minutes, that 30 to 32 that you were just talking about, without being a starter? Because he closes games. We've already got that. Like he's at about 25 minutes per game, which is behind 4 starters in here. 4 starters. He's the only one. He's ahead of Herter. Can he get to that number without being a starter?
Yeah, absolutely he can. And maybe that's the compromise, right? We're still bringing you off the bench. You play more.
Yeah.
He just needs to play more than 30 minutes a night. Like, he's that good. And I don't think him playing only 25 minutes is if he plays 5 more minutes, I don't think that's going to tire him out to where he can't be that Energizer Bunny and creative chaos, I like to call it, that he provides off the bench. Like, I think Malik can be that whether he's playing 35 minutes a night. Hell, he was doing it playing 46 last night. Like, play Malik. He's a top 3 player on this Kings team right now. He's arguably, when the Kings are at their best, it's when Malik is cooking. Like, and typically that's because Malik and Fox can cook at the same time, which is pretty awesome. And that speaks to their chemistry and their history and how comfortable they are playing together. Right. I've already said that the Kings can't afford to lose Malik Monk, but whether it's making him a starter or regardless, he needs to be playing starter minutes because Mike is searching with Duarte. He's searching with Kevin Herter. We could have a longer conversation, which I'm going to have on Locked On Kings in a future date, about the fact that Sasha Vezenkov has completely disappeared, which I don't understand how the Kings can't find a way to get a EuroLeague MVP to be an impactful piece of the rotation, but that's where they're at right now. Mike is searching with his rotations a lot right now. Malik is as close to, other than Fox and Sabonis, Malik is the next sure thing that Mike has on this roster. Why wouldn't you play that 35 minutes a night?
Yeah, I don't have any beef with any of that. Especially the searching part. We've asked that question all week, the question about Sasha Vezenkov. But said it before, I'll say it again, because there has to be validity to it until Casey and I, and Matt in this case, get to sit in on the entirety of practices all season long. There has to be stuff happening we don't see. It can't be as simple as going to the game film. There has to be stuff where he just doesn't feel confident putting him out there. I don't know what it is, but there's got to be something. Yeah. And the way Mike is sometimes, he might just reappear in a week. It happened with Davion Mitchell. Yeah. It happened with JaVale McGee last night. He might just, he's back like a wrestler coming back to the company.
Mike said
CM
as
Punk, Sasha Vezenkov is back.
Mike said as much last night. I asked him before the game. I asked him directly about Sasha, and Mike said it partially was there's only so many minutes to give out, and he said that exact thing. Like, hey, Sasha might play tonight. It's almost like, I don't know, like he might get an opportunity tonight.
Yeah.
But the thing that stood out about that answer to me was Mike said that nobody has separated themselves from the pack. And when I think pack, I think ninth man on, because the Kings have like an established top 6. I think 7 and 8 are probably some combination of Duarte, definitely Trey Lyles, or they have like, I think 8 are pretty, for the most part, secured and they're going to be playing, even if they're struggling. 9 onward is like Mike's looking for someone to give me something, and nobody is separating themselves from the pack. So that's why I think, I mean, that was Mike kind of tipping his cap to me of saying like, yeah, I'm searching a little bit. I'm asking for somebody to step up and give me something. Maybe Sasha just isn't right now, whether it's in practice or in games or whatever. He's just not right now. But again, if you're searching, make your job easier. One of your known commodities should be playing more than he is in Malik.
Okay. Well, moral of the story, give Domas his respect and play Malik more.
There's that. There's also another moral of the story. Chris says, say the name, Matt. Names.
He's my boy. He's my boy. I'm not going to do it.
So it's one guy?
Well, I had a conversation with 2 people.
Is it Watkins?
No, it's not Watkins.
Who wanted Sabonis gone?
I'm going to find out, Matt. You might Matt say it.
No, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
There's more than one person that wanted Sabonis gone.
No. There was one person that is super open to the idea of trading Sabonis, and the other one who's willing to give Sabonis another playoff series, but does agree that the Kings should be concerned about winning with Sabonis long term and paying him the money that they paid him. It was 2v1, and I held my own on my side of the table.
I'm trying to know who the Drew Holiday guy was.
I was stunned by it, and I think if
we're gonna find out, Matt, say who it is.
No.
How much time do we have? What time is this show over?
We got like a minute 20. Matt, we have a dump button. Bro. Just say his name. I'll just dump it, Matt. No worries.
No, I'm minute 20. Let me see how quickly I could do this, because we got to head to.
I'm done saying yes or no.
No, that's fine. No, I'm gonna call someone. No, I'm gonna call someone right now. Was it all the usual suspects at the table? Was it all the usual suspects at the table?
I can't. That's
fine.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm gonna hit mute.
That means yes.
No, hold on. I got you. You need to talk.
Am I on? Oh yeah, I'm still on here.
You know what's funny is I texted him last night too after my podcast, and I said, "Hey, I want you to know I'm not throwing shade at you in the podcast, but I'm talking about our conversation." And he's such a good dude, man.
I'm sure he is.
We're not leaving until we're done with this call right here, by the way.
He's on the call. He's on the phone right now, y'all. He's on the phone. He's on the phone right now.
Oh, this is the worst. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
It was me. It was me. I was arguing with myself.
Uh-oh. Oh, we got an answer.
Oh, I hate
we got an
I hate
answer.
you so much.
We got an answer.
Was it? Did you call Ham? Did you call Ham?
No. Y'all think I'm kidding? I just called Chris Watkins.
Oh, yeah. It wasn't Chris. Chris,
y'all ready for this?
Hey,
Yeah.
This is people shooting their own people, man.
Do you want to leave? You want to leave?
No, I'm riding it out. I'm riding
John
it out.
Dickinson and Chris Biederman. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh Biederman. Okay, all right.
Oh,
yep.
Man.
Yep.
Who's the one who's trying to trade for Drew Holiday?
Dickinson is trying to trade him.
That has
Biederman would be open to it.
Okay. All right. That's the show. Thanks for joining us. We're going to 102.5. We're going to sort this nonsense out tomorrow. We're getting JD in here tomorrow. We'll come back. We'll see y'all here tomorrow. We'll run it back, and or you can flip over to 102.5. And either way, more Tilo and Casey on the way here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, nobody.
Don't worry, I dumped it.
That's fine, Matt. You didn't do nothing. It wasn't you. I swear to God. Y'all, you heard the exchange. That was a shoot. I called Chris.
Yeah, but I tipped it off. I was the snitch. I'm gonna get beat up in the
should
parking
be
lot.
ashamed of
I know.
themselves anyway.
Chris had to be confused as hell. Like, what the hell?
I need more alcohol.
Man, that's tremendous. That is tremendous. That's my guy. We're not allowed to. We're
This is why I'm not allowed over there.
gotta say redacted told us who said it.
Oh man, that's terrific.
Yeah, it's a good thing there's not 400 people watching right now that now understand and know.
No
snitching.
fine. That's my boy. JD ain't scared. We'll book JD tomorrow. JD ain't scared at all.
It wasn't JD.
Well, I can't do anything about the other one.
It wasn't JD.
I can't do anything about that.
JD was the calming voice.
Until further notice, I can't do anything about that.
It's a damn shame.
We'll get him. We'll get him. We'll get him.
I'm gonna go into witness protection.
No, that's fine. You'll be fine, Matt. You're never appearing on 1140, but you're fine.
I mean, that's never gonna change.
Well, but that's probably a good thing. We got you, buddy. Guys, we got to shut down. We've got a lot of work to do on the other station. So join us, or we'll see you tomorrow, 10 a.m. on the Insiders. Go watch Locked On Kings.